Hello, welcome to the preview of a Nextjs with ChatGPT development guide. My name is Philip and I am the instructor of this course. Let me start with a practical preview of the features of the application you are going to work on, and later I will talk about the requiremts for this course. Let's begin. The application's home screen features three frameworks or libraries: React, Vue, and Svelte that can be discussed with ChatGPT. Each chatbot is limited to the specific context of its respective framework library and can only answer related questions. To kick off the course, we will create the application's basic layout in Nextjs from scratch without any copying and pasting. Once the layout is prepared, we will create the API route where we will integrate ChatGPT model. While ChatGPT will be able to provide answers, it won't have any context or memory initially. Additionally, we will go over the various parameters that can be configured for the model, such as temperature, topi, and more. The answers provided by ChatGPT, including code samples, will be formatted in a Markdown format. We will then implement sessions, cookies to identify different users. We will store the answers from ChatGPT in the memory to provide personalized responses to follow-up questions. Finally, we will deploy our applications to Vercel, making it accessible on the internet. Alright, that's gonna be from the preview. Now let's talk about the requirements for this course. It would be great if you would have knowledge in Next.js or React.js. In that case, you will not struggle with the code implementation at all. If you have knowledge from some other framework, from JavaScript or JavaScript itself, you have basics in the JavaScript, you should be able to still watch the course pretty comfortably. In some cases, maybe you need to check the documentation from Nextjs, or you can ask the questions in Q&A. If you don't have any JavaScript knowledge or programming knowledge, in that case you can struggle with the course a little bit more. In that case, I would suggest to watch some beginner courses, or you can take the course, but it will be a struggle. So in that case, if you still want to watch, you can always ask in a Q&A. I'm pretty responsive over there. I can help you out. That's gonna be from the requirements. I hope you like the application you are going to build, and I hope to see you around. Cheers. Hello, welcome here. In this video, I would like to talk just very shortly about what you can expect from this course. This course is in a big part about Next.js, and some of the parts are about integration with ChatGPT. So we'll not jump into the ChatGPT straight away, but we'll be creating first our applications in Next.js. This is how the application will look like, the base screen, where we'll have a different chat windows, and then we can click on a chat window, and there will be the messages we can exchange with the ChatGPT and some other components on the screen. So all of this we will prepare from scratch. So there will be no copying pasting. We'll write everything as a set from the scratch. I mentioned, or I will be mentioning in this maybe in the next lecture, that you can skip the lectures if you want. You can download already completed project, or you can download the code from particular lectures from GitHub. So that's just I want to let you know. If you will find something boring or that's something you already know, you can just copy it from GitHub. But remember that we will not jump into the ChatGPT straight away, but we will be creating this application first in Next.js, and that's why I was mentioning in the preview that you should have some basics in Next.js or React. Okay, so when we will prepare some solid base of our application, when all the layout will be prepared, and then we'll talk about the ChatGPT. We'll be talking about some of the documentations, how to integrate ChatGPT into our applications. Then we'll get some basic answers from ChatGPT. There will be still no message history or some authentication process implemented. So after the ChatGPT will be integrated, we'll be talking about authentication, so how to integrate it with the sessions, just simple session solution. We'll prepare, and then I will show you how you can store the message history. We will meet some problems along the way. Actually, in the last lectures, when we will be deploying our projects to Vercel, we'll discover that we cannot store the message history in a JSON file, so we'll be storing the message history in not inversal, but in a memory storage. We'll be using the memory of the computer and not the JSON files. And after that, we'll fix it, and the project will be deployed, and we'll be able to communicate with ChatGPT and also get some answers from it. And also, the ChatGPT will have different personalities, and we'll have different users that we can test it out with. If you, I'm repeating myself, but if you meet any problems, or maybe you have some queries, maybe something is missing, and maybe you would like to add something, maybe something you don't understand, just write me in the Q&A section. I will be more than happy to help you out and provide you some ideas about the problems. You can also record additional lecture if there is something is not clear to explain you the things more. And yeah, that's it from this. So half of the course is about the Nextjs. It's actually a big part of the course is about the Nextjs, and then is the integration with ChatGPT. So that you should expect from this course. And what you should expect also that I will help you out if you meet some problems along the way. And that's it from my talk, and see you next one. Cheers. Hi there, welcome here. In this video, I would like to give you some additional tips how to watch the lectures, especially in the cases where you will have some errors in the lecture, or maybe you want to skip the lecture because you will find it boring, or maybe you already know the stuff I'm explaining. So let's take a look at this. So in the cases where you have issues in the code and you don't know how to locate the issue, the good thing to do is to go to my GitHub repository. The links to the GitHub repository are included in each lecture. So when you will go to the resources of the lecture, you can find the link to GitHub repository or to specific commit. So as you can see here is my GitHub repository and list of all of the commits. When you will take a look at the name of the commit, it is the same as the name of the lecture you are watching. So let's say you have some problems, for example, in the lecture handle prompt the value. Maybe there is some issue, you cannot find it. Just go to the commit. You can click at this, handle prompt the value, and you can find all of the changes I have done in this particular lecture. So what lines I have added, that's the green lines, the lines I have added, and the red lines are the lines I have removed. So you can get over all the code we have implemented in this particular lecture. If you want to copy paste the entire code, just locate the file you want to copy. So the changes has been done in the prompt.js and in the stack.js. So for example, I want to copy the entire prompt.js. I'll just go on the right side, click on these three dots, and here is a view file. I'll click view file, and simply I can copy this entire file, or I can go even in the raw view like this, and I can copy everything from here. So that's the easy way how to locate the issues, and you cannot find the issue. Maybe there are some differences in your code and mine code. So just take a look here, and you can just copy paste it, or just take a look at the green lines and the red lines. So what changes has been done. The other thing I want to talk about is what if you want to skip the lectures. If you find something boring, or maybe you want to skip initial 10 lectures because initial 10 lectures are just setting up of the project. We'll be working lots of them with the Nextjs. We'll be working lots with the CSS, Tailwind classes, and so on. So maybe you find it boring and you want to skip these lectures. In that case, just go again back to my commits. Find the lecture you want to jump into. So for example, you want to skip all of these 10 initial lectures and you want to go straight to send the data to API or get a completion API route, or maybe add AI message. It's up to you where you want to skip to. Go just click on the commit. You will click here browse files on the right side. See this here, browse files. Click it. Okay, this will link you to my initial project, but as you see here, we are currently on this commit. In the link you can see it, next-gpt/3/number of the commit. Now what you can do, just click here code, and you can download the zip. So you will click here download zip. Okay, very simple. This will download it into your downloads folder, or whenever you want to download it, you will just open it. You will unzip it. Here I am. Okay, so you will unzip it. You can change the name of the project, name of the project, because the name is now contains this number of the commit. So you can just remove this part. Okay, and then you have a project basically starting from this lecture on. The only thing you need to do, go to your terminals, locate your project in the terminal. So in mine is in the downloads folder, right? So I'm going to the downloads, cd Nextjs ChatGPT, right? Nextjs Nextjs ChatGPT. You just need to run here npm install to install all the packages like this. Okay, and once it's done, npm run dev. Okay, and then you will go just simply to localhost 3000, and there will be your project. Okay, and you have this project from this point on. You have choose the commit. Okay, so if you want to skip 10 lectures, 15 lectures, or 20 lectures, go to the commit, download the zip file, open it in npm install, and you have a prepared project. Maybe just one thing you need to set up, and that's the environment file. So you have here something called .env. That's the values we will be setting up throughout the lectures. We will be providing their session key and also OpenAI API keys. So that's the keys you need to copy in the env file. So watch the lectures where I'm setting up the ChatGPT and these things. Okay, so that's the how to work with the GitHub repository, how to locate the problems, how to copy the code, or get the completed project. That's it for this lecture. Let's continue next one. Cheers. And hi there, welcome to the first practical lecture of this course. In this lecture, we will initialize our project. Let's begin. The first thing you should have installed is, of course, Node.js. Go with the latest LTS version, which is currently, as I'm recording, 18.15.0. So click here. This will start downloading for you, and you will just simply open this file and you will install it. Very, very simple installation. You just follow the steps. Okay, then we have a Node.js, of course. This is not a course for beginners, so you should have Node.js. So there, I think there will be a big issue in that. We can continue with the initialization of Next.js application. This is also very simple. We can scroll down here in the Getting Started guide. You can go just to nextjs.org/docs. In Getting Started, you will scroll down here, Automatic Setup, and you will follow the command here. Now we can decide if we will be using pnpm or normal npm. I will go with this one, npx. So we'll be using the normal npm package manager. We will be not installing in this course many packages, so we don't really need to optimize here how the packages are installed. So normal npm is just good. Okay, let's copy this line. Let's go to your terminals or window consoles or PowerShells, whatever you're using on whatever system you are. And let's create here our project. So I'm currently in my home folder. You can also do this also, of course, in the Total Commanders or File Explorers on your computers. I will do it through the command line. You need to choose the folder when you want to initialize your application. I should have here already OpenAI folder. Actually, we'll create a new folder. We'll create a new folder by writing mkdir space name of the folder. We'll call it ChatGPT. ChatGPT, we'll press enter and I'll navigate to the folder. So cd space and the folder name ChatGPT. I will get in the folder. I'm currently in the folder with the cd command. I got inside. I will clear it out so you can see what I'm doing up here. And now we'll just paste your command. We just pasted. Okay, so npx create next-app latest. Let's press enter. This will ask you for the name of your application. I think that will be the first thing. So you can think of the name. You can choose some production name, for example. You can go. Actually, you don't even know maybe what we are going to create. We're going to create application where the users can communicate with the ChatGPT to learn programming. So we can call our application, for example, teach me code, teach me coding, or whatever production name you want to decide to go with. I will call it more technical. I will just call simply this application, I think, Nextjs-ChatGPT. Okay, so we know what we are working on. And this get a little bit stuck. I think my internet connection is low. And yeah, perfect. Here we are. What is your project name? Let's go with the name I suggested. Next.js-chat GPT. But as I said, you can provide your application name as you want. Teach me code or whatever. Okay. Press enter here. TypeScript. No, we'll be not using TypeScript. So please press here no. ESLint, yes. src directory, yeah, why not? We'll have a src directory. Let's press yes here. Experimental app. I was testing it, and while at the time I was recording this chorus, it's still missing some features. There's some things are bugged still, so I wouldn't go with the experimental app directory. There are a couple of new features that are pretty awesome, but still it's not where it should be yet. So I will choose here no. Okay, and import aliases. Yes, let's press just enter, nothing more. And this will install packages and we'll initialize the projects. And after that's done, we'll navigate to the folder and we'll start working on our applications. Okay, this course is not for absolute beginners. I will not go into the details of Next.js, React.js. I have other courses for this. We want to just create application and we want to integrate it with ChatGPT. And yeah, that's gonna be it. So now just wait until this is installed and we will open this in the coding editors and we will run development command to start the development server. Okay, installing, and in a few moments it should be done. Yeah, perfect. Now let's navigate to this project. So clear it out, cd Next.js ChatGPT presenter. Now we're in a project folder. We can go to our coding editors. I would suggest you to install Visual Studio Code to use in this course. Of course, you can use a preferable editor. I'm not forcing you which editor to use, but I like to use Visual Studio Code. We'll click here Open, and we'll go to our new ChatGPT folder, Next.js ChatGPT. Let's open this, and yeah, yes, I trust the authors, and here we're in a project folder. Perfect. Okay, now in a terminal, we will get back here, and where we're in a project folder, as you just need to run npm run dev. This will start the development server on localhost 3000, and in a browser, as you can just simply go here and to localhost 3000 and press enter. And here is your initial homepage for Next.js 13. Okay, that's gonna be it from this lecture. We'll continue the next one. We'll initialize Tailwind, and after that we are full blast coding Next.js, and after we'll integrate ChatGPT. Okay, so that's gonna be it for this one. In the last lecture, we have initialized our applications. In this lecture, we will continue with Tailwind CSS. Open new tab in your browsers and let's search here for Tailwind CSS Next.js. Okay, so put here these keywords, Tailwind CSS Next.js. Okay, and we'll just follow steps how to install Tailwind. Okay, here we'll go tailwindcss.com, install Tailwind CSS with Next.js. Click here. It's very simple. These first two steps we already have done. We have initialized the project, so we'll go down here, and we'll continue with this one. We'll install Tailwind CSS, post CSS, auto prefixer. So we'll copy this command here, copy it, go to your terminal, shut down your development server, just Control-C, Command-C, and paste it here. npm install -d as a development dependencies. We are installing these three packages. When it's done, go back here and install the second thing, initialize Tailwind CSS. So this one npx, copy it, paste it here, press enter. Okay, that's done. This created two files for you, Tailwind config.js and post CSS config.js. Perfect. Let's continue with step number 3. This Tailwind config.js, you can simply copy everything from here, go to your code to file tailwind.config.js and just simply remove and paste everything like this. Amazing. Now back to browser. Now we need to initialize CSS. So we need to provide this Tailwind specific syntax that will provide the CSS for the Tailwind. We'll copy all of these three, copy them, go to your code and go to styles, globals, CSS, remove everything from here and let's paste it here. Okay, save this. Get back to browser and yeah, actually that's it. We just need to test it out. So to test it out, we will provide this h1, which is providing this classes text 3xl font bold and underline, what should happen with this hello world. It's the text hello world should have been larger. Okay, so we should make this text here larger. It should be bolded, so font weight should be I think 800 or 900, and it should be underlined. So it should be underlined under the text. Okay, so that should happen. Let's test it out. So let's copy this entire H1. Go back to your code, and here we'll go to our index.js, and simply what I will do here, simply what I will do here, I will remove the entire imports here. Okay, I'll remove this one here, inter. We don't need to provide here any fonts. This head will go away. If we need to initialize the head, we can do it later. We'll just simply remove the entire return like this. Okay, actually, we can also remove these tags here, and we just leave here empty home this way, and I'll provide here this h1 class. This h1 with the class, these three classes. Okay, now please save the file. I think this should already work, because when you will go to your app_app.js, you're already importing here styles from global CSS, which are providing global CSS, these stylings here for Tailwind. So this should already work. And by the way, one important thing I didn't tell you, if you see here errors, do not worry. I will show soon how to fix these issues. When you see some squiggly lines under or some errors, we will fix it very soon. For now, just make this work. So in the styles folder, also this home.module.css we don't really need, because we'll be using just the global CSS of our Tailwind styles. So home module CSS, let's freely remove here. So we end up with this structure here, as you see. Amazing. Now, please save this, go to terminal, and now you can start up your servers again. npm run dev. Okay, running on localhost 3000. Back to our browsers, and we don't need this page anymore. Refresh here, and you should see here hello world, which should be underlined, bolded, and that's how it should look like. When you will inspect your page by just right-clicking and inspect, like this, when you right-click, inspect, I will make this closer. Okay, and when you will inspect this H1, you will see it's a text tree XL, font bold underlined, and here you can see individual classes. Underlined providing this, font bold providing this, font weight, and text tree XL provide a font size and line height, and that's it. Okay, and that's what you see on your screens. Okay, now to the issue with the Tailwind. For students that see here the issue with the Tailwind, some squiggly lines, errors, that the syntax is not recognized, simply go to extensions on the left-hand side, and you are looking for two extensions. You're looking for extensions Tailwind CSS. There should be this one here. Okay, Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, very important one. If you don't have it, you should have here installed. I already have this, so I have here uninstalled, but here if you don't have this, there should be install button. Click on this, install this. Other thing, very important one, post CSS. Okay, this one here, post CSS language support. Click at this. Again, the same thing, install this, and maybe you need to reinitialize your coding editor, so close it, reopen it. And after that, your CSS and the Tailwind related styles should be recognized. Okay, so there shouldn't be any issues here. Okay, and we won't be writing, to be honest, many stylings here, just few of them. We'll be working with the default one we have already in the Tailwind. Okay, so I won't go here much details about the files, app.js, document.js, index.js. Is not, after all, not a course for the beginners. You should already have the basics with the React.js and then Next.js. Just very quick recapitulations. Index.js is your homepage, which you can access under localhost 3000. That's your homepage, what you're rendering here. In a document, that's your entire wrapper of your application, where it's the entire HTML content, head, body, and the main. Nextscript, and yeah, that's it. By the way, Nextscript provides the Next.js related script, so when you will comment this out, for example, you will not render anything. I will comment this out. I will go back to browser. You'll see there is nothing rendered out, so that's very important. Don't comment it out, please. Nextscript. Main also provides some Next.js related things related for the rendering page properly. So when you will comment the main, actually you will not see any changes, so I'm not quite sure if it's so important, but maybe internally there is doing something important, but you can see that it works. But yeah, rather uncommented the main. Okay, who knows what is renders. Okay, yeah, let's save this. And then we have a underscore app.js where the component represents your page. So this index.js is rendered through the app.js. So this component represents the page, as I said. So when I will write here return a null and I will comment this out again, once again, you will not render anything here. When I will refresh, there is nothing. Okay. Okay. Perfect. So let's return everything into the initial state. So here is the underscore app.js. Where is there a component? Amazing. Here is a document. Here is the index.js. By the way, in the document, you can place some additional third-party scripts. Maybe you want to load here fonts, maybe to provide some additional things. You can do it in the document, and this will apply to your entire application. Okay, just such a off topic. Okay, I will not delay this any longer, and we can continue the next lecture where we will start working on our applications. We'll provide some layout. We will be working with in the basic things. We'll be working with the Nextjs. We will start creating the layout and the structure of our application, and later, much later in the course, we'll work with the ChatGPT. Okay, so I hope you are happy with this course structure, and let's continue in the next one. Cheers. In the previous lecture, we have initialized Tailwind. In this lecture, we will center this hello world text in the middle of our page. Let's begin. Go to your code to index.js and we will provide some classes here. By the way, next couple of the lectures will be purely about Nextjs, stylings, creating the layout of an application. So if you feel like you don't need to watch these lectures, you can always skip them and just simply download the code or copy the code from my GitHub repository as it was explained in introduction section. Okay, so there is a lecture explaining how you can copy the code or how you can skip the lectures. Okay, let's get into this. Let's center the text. To center the text, we will change this h1 to the div. All right, and we'll change the class names here. We'll provide here flex, which will provide a display flex styling to this div. So now when I will hover over, I will see display flex will be provided. And to center something horizontally, you need to provide a class called justify center. Justify -center like this, and this will provide justify content center. And when you will save this, hello world will be centered out horizontally, but not vertically. When you will right click on a page and you will inspect, to center something vertically, we need to provide the full height of the page. When you will hover over here, this div here, flex justify center, or the div with the ID of the next, you will see the height of our page is the height of our content we currently have. So this is the height. Okay, this is the height of our page. The size of the content is the height of the page. So, but I would like to get the height of the page to be 100% of my view. So I would like to get it full 100% height. How can we do it? Simply, we just need to target some classes, some elements, and provide a height of 100%. Okay, we need to target HTML, body, and this div with the ID next, and we'll need to provide a 100% height to it. So I'll go back here and I will go actually to the CSS file. I will target here this HTML body and the element with the ID of the next, like this, and I will provide a height of 100% like this. I will save this. When I will get back to browser, when I will inspect this, you can see body, HTML, and the div with the ID of the next have 100%. This div with the hello world still doesn't have 100%, so what we need to do, just simply go to your index.js, and here in the class names, you will add one more class, which is called h-full, which will provide height of 100%. Now when you will save this, when you will get back, you will see hello world now have a 100%, and now we can center it also vertically. And to center something vertically, when you have a flex stylings, you will provide a simply items-center, and it will provide this vertical centering. When you will get back, you'll see hello world text is exactly in the middle. Okay, we don't want to display here actually hello world, but I would like to display something like this. What do you want to learn will be question. So instead of a hello world will be what you want to learn. Okay. And then we'll display 3 boxes for each frameworks or libraries or whatever we want to learn. So here will be box for React. Okay. Here will be for a Vue box. And here will be box for, let's say, Svelte or Solid. Doesn't really matter. Okay. So that will be the first thing what we need to do. Okay. So what you want to learn question, and under it will be 3 boxes with the React, Vue, and the Svelte. Okay. Let's do it. We'll just do the first part. We'll display what you want to learn. So here in the div, I'll create here another div. I'll write here, what do you want to learn? Question mark. And under this will be div. We'll provide the as well flex styling, flags like this. And for now, we don't have any boxes to display. We don't have any images of the frameworks or libraries. So I just write here, hello, I am in the center. Okay, so here, hello, what do you want to learn? And hello, I'm in the center. Actually, these 2 elements should be under each other. I'm not sure why they are not currently under each other. So let's take a look at this. Actually, I know. I think the flex styling is by the default is a flex row. So everything is next to each other. So when we want to change the elements to be under each other, we need to provide a flex column styling. So here, as you have a class names, just provide here one more class, flex-col, and this provide a flex direction to be column. So there will be the elements which are children of the flex are under each other. So you can see here flex is here, and the children of this is this div here and this div here. So by the default, the flex styling is the flex row. So they are next to each other. These 2 divs are next to each other. But when you will change it to the flex col, as I have it here, they will be under each other. So there will be one div here and one other div under each other. With the flex col, they are next to each other. Okay. So let's just provide a flex col for column, and when you will go back here, you can see they're under each other. Okay, so yeah, so this class was mostly about the CSS and flex stylings. I apologize for this, but we need to create a layout of our applications. Skip the lectures if you don't want to watch them, and we will continue next one. Yeah, welcome back. In the previous lecture, we have centered out the content in our homepage. In this lecture, we'll display here libraries or programming languages which we want to teach, or actually ChatGPT will be teaching. Let's start here, and let's remove this hello, I am in the center, and we need to provide here now content which we want to display, which will be this 3 programming languages or frameworks. The description of these libraries and frameworks will provide in the separate file. We will in src folder, we will create a new folder, we will call it data, and the data will specify a new file, and we will call it stacks.json. Okay? Because we don't know what ChatGPT will be teaching. It can teach programming language, it can teach frameworks. I will call it simply stack. Okay, and stack can be React.js, stack can be Vue.js, stack can be C#, stack can be C++, and so on. So here I will provide some data. The data will be JSON data, so it will be denoted like this, like object, a JavaScript object, where the key here will be the library or a framework the ChatGPT will be teaching. So for example, React. Okay, this will be the additional object where we'll specify the data. So my idea is that we will have these 3 images, and when I will click on the image, for example, here will be React.js. Okay, I will just write here R for React. When I will click here, this will lead me to the new page. Okay, so I will go to localhost 3000 /teaching or /learning /React, and there will be the chat where I can chat with the ChatGPT. Okay, on this page. So we need some informations when we want to render this out. We need information about to which link we should go to. So we need information about the href. So to which link we want to navigate to. We need to have information what we want to display inside of this box. For example, what image we want to display. So we need href. We need, for example, logo. Okay. Then we need some info about the framework or library. which we want to display on this detail page. And then we need, some other additional information we'll be talking about later. Okay, so get back here, and here will be the information about the React. So as I mentioned, this will be href. So this will be the page which you want to navigate to when we'll click on this icon. And let's say this will be /learning/React, or we can call it chat/React. Okay, well, yeah, let's call it learning/React. Okay, it will be href. Then logo. Okay, we don't have any image yet, right? So we can provide here some URL of the React.js logo, or maybe we can provide some logo locally. So let's leave it empty for now because we don't know which logo we want. Then info about the language or the library. So something we can display on this detail page. And this will be React.js is a UI library that consists of the components, or yeah, some short info here. And then we will have also docs key, and this will be navigating us to the official documentation of the library if the students wants to check the documentation. So this will be just a let's say link to the official documentation, which for React is https:/react.dev, like this. Okay, and then also the name which we can display. So official name or customized name, whatever you want, which you can display on the page, which will be displaying React.js like this. So that's the information about this library we want to chat about with the ChatGPT, the React. Of course, we are missing logo and info, and all this data you can get from a GitHub repository. So now that we know what data this will consist of, we can go to the browsers, open a new tab, and actually open first resources of this lecture, and in the resources of this lecture, you can find a link to my GitHub repository where you have all the logos you can use. All right, and also when you scroll down, you can have you'll see here stacks.json. Simply what you do, just copy the entire stacks.json, copy it and paste it, overwrite it here. Okay, so we don't need to write it from the beginning, we just copy paste it here. And you can see there are already filled up informations about each particular library or framework. All right, and then the links are filled up as well, and the logos we are missing. So now logos you can get from the resource of this lecture. You should find it in the resources file called logos.zip. Okay, so simply unzip the file, download it, unzip the file logos.zip, and the content of this will be logos for React, Svelte, Vue, and for ChatGPT. Simply copy all these 4 logos, go to your project folder. So here I am in my folder structure, ChatGPT. I will open it. Here is Nextjs ChatGPT. I'll go to the public folder and simply I will paste this icon here. Okay, they are here. Amazing. Okay, now we won't display the icons just yet. Please save everything. We want to display the content of this JSON file. So go to the index.js, and to display the content of the JSON file, just simply first import this JSON here. So import here stacks from /data/stacks.json, like this. And to display this, you cannot just do this. You cannot just put the curly brackets and stacks because React doesn't know how to render out the objects. You can see here. So what you need to do is to stringify it, and you can stringify it with the JSON.stringify, and to the stringify you will provide the stacks. So now we should be able to display the content, and the content should be this. Okay, so you can see here key React, on the left side, and information about the React. Here is the information about the Vue. Here is the Vue key, and somewhere down here is the Svelte key, and their particular informations you can find here. Okay, so now what we need to do from this JSON data, we need to extract the data, we need to iterate through them, and we need to render out some images and something we can click on. Okay, so that's gonna be it. Oops, for this lecture, and we'll continue the next one. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have created stacks.json with the data we want to render it out, and also in our public folder, we should already have the images we can display for all of the logos. Let's begin in this lecture. Let's start in index.js and let's render it out this content. I'll close this. Stacks.json can stay open. Globals.css we can close, and it will stay here in index.js. Now, instead of stringifying here, I'll remove this And I'll call here a function to render stacks. Okay, so to display something in our home page. Of course, we don't have this function just yet, so let's create here some spaces in the home. Let's write here const render stacks. This will be function, arrow function like this. And we'll call this function down here, render stacks. Amazing. Now we want to display here some content to render it out. So we have this data, which are JSON data, which behaves as the object with the following keys. We have the keys React, Vue, and Svelte. React, Vue, and Svelte. We want to iterate through all these keys, and we want to display informations about each content. So this, and this. So how can we iterate through the objects first? That's the first question. Very simple. When you want to iterate through the objects, I'll show you in a console. So right click here, inspect, go to console. All right. Let's assume we have I'll write here const stacks like this, and we have an object, right, with the following keys. We have the key of the React, which is some object with some data, doesn't really matter. Then we have a Svelte, again object, and then we have a Vue. Let's say, how can I iterate through this? First, I'll get each key into the array. How can I do it? I can just write here simply object dot keys and the stacks like this, and this will get me the keys in the array. And through this, I can iterate. And simply in iteration, I will retrieve each key, and I will access this key in my original object here, and I will access the data. All right, like this. Okay, so do the first step. Just get the keys. Okay, so let's go back to our code here. And then Next.js, get the keys. So let's write here object dot keys. Let's access here as stacks. We are importing. And since we have this is the array of the keys, React, Vue, and Svelte, we can map over it and we can display some content. So map and mapping function inside like this. In the mapping function, you will get in each iteration the key. Okay, so we can call it stack key. Okay, so in the first iteration, depending on this object here, we have a React, Vue, and the Svelte. So in the first iteration, the stack key here will be React. Second iteration, it will be a Vue. Third iteration, it will be Svelte. That's what the stack key will be here. To access the underlying data, we'll just simply write here variable const stack, and we'll assign here our original stacks, and we'll access the stack under this stack key. Okay, so if in the first iteration I'm getting here a stack key React, what I'm accessing under the stacks is exactly this. I'm accessing exactly this data here. The href logo, info, docs, and the name. Okay, so that will be under the stack variable now. Okay, so the stack variable will be holding this entire object. Okay, I have this entire object, and simply I can now return some data. So I can write here return, let's say stack.name like this, and also you need to return this, the entire data back from the mapping function, so we can display them out. Okay, now let's save this. Go back to your browser, and what you should see here, all of the stack keys, not the stack keys, but actually stack names. So that's what I'm displaying here is a name, React.js, Vue.js, and Svelte, and that's what you can see respectively here on the screen, React.js, Vue.js, and Svelte. If you want to display something else, I can display here not stack name, but stack logo, for example, and it will be the logo of each of the stacks. Okay, but we don't want to display this, but we want to display something more complex. So instead of the return and the stack logo, let's write here return and normal brackets, and what we're getting here will be link. And you need to import the link from a next link like this. Okay, and instead of this link, we want to display an image. Okay, so there image inside like this, and this you need to import from next image. Notice these imports up here. Okay, this is complaining because when you are iterating through the data, you need to provide key prop like this, and a key prop should be some unique data. So what unique data we have here, we can, for example, use href as the unique data. So key will be, let's say, stack.href. Okay, I can format it this way here, so it's easier for you to read. Okay, so to link, we need to provide also href, which will be a link we want to navigate to, and this can stay stack.href, of course, because that's our link we are holding here, right? Learning React, learning Vue, learning Svelte. That's our links. So that's what we want to provide to the link. And then we'll provide here also class names. And we'll say the link will have some width and the height. Let's say the width and the height of the link will be 20. So W-20 and H-20 are Tailwind classes which will provide this width of the 80 pixels and the height of 80 pixels to this link. And into this link, we will display the image. Actually, image can be self-closed like this, can be just self-closed this way here. And to the image, we'll provide a fill like this. So this means it will fill out the entire width and the height of the parent elements of the link. And then we'll provide here src, which will be actually a link to the image to display. And this will be where we are keeping this in the logo, right? So /React logo, /Vue logo, and /learning Svelte logo. And this will be accessed from the public folder. You can see the names are matching, right? So React, actually here, a React logo PNG is matching here with the React logo PNG here. And that applies for all of our logos here. Okay. All right. This will be the logo to display. So it will be stack.logo. Something is missing here, and that's the alt attribute. So to provide some information, some description about the image, we can leave the alt for now empty, so we don't see here any issues. Let's say this will maybe not work yet. And let's go back to browsers, and you can see images are extremely big. To make them smaller, when you're providing fill, and you want to render out the image to be size of the parent elements of this link with the width and the height of 80 pixels, you need to provide it to parent element relative class like this, and it will provide position relative to the parent. Even you will save this now, you will see the logos are displayed correctly, but they are not that they are not that nice. Okay, they are a little bit stretched out as you see up here. So if you want to have a logos to be not stretched out, but they should cover the width and the height of the parent element, just simply go to the image here, and also let's create here a class name. Let's say here, class name, and we can format it as the same as we are formatting the link. Okay, field and alt, and here. Then we will provide here object cover like this, and this will provide a class of object cover, which will now do this. Okay, so you can see they're not stretched, but now they taking the entire width and the height of the parent. They are not stretched, but the parts of the images are cut in order to the entire width of the parent and the height of the parent would be covered. They need to cut the part of the images. Doesn't look that great. So what I will do, I'll go to the parent here, this link, and I will provide some border to it. So I'll write here a relative, and we'll write here border -2, which will provide border of 2 pixels. We'll provide a border solid, so the line of the border will be solid line, and then some margin I will provide, margin 2. It will provide the margin on each side of the 8 pixels, and I'll provide the border will be also rounded. Let's write here rounded class and rounded XL. Now when you will save this, let's take a look. Okay, looks good, but I would like to create some space between the border and the image inside. So I will access the image here, and I'll provide here some padding. So padding 2, which will provide 8 pixels padding to each side. So when you will save this, it will be padding now. Okay, so it looks like this. Okay, it doesn't look that great yet, but it's not so bad. Now, when I will going through the images, you can see also cursor is changing because the link is the parent element, and link behavior is to link us somewhere. And in the left bottom corner, you can see that page where we want to navigate to. Okay, so on the left bottom corner, you can see the link where we want to navigate to. When I will click on this link, we'll get here error because the page doesn't exist. We will go to localhost 3000/learning/view, but of course, a page doesn't exist, and we will get this issue here. Okay, but so far, good. So the idea is now to click on the icon, navigate to the page, and on this page display the chat with the ChatGPT. So some input and the area where we can display our questions and the responses from ChatGPT. Okay, that's gonna be it. Any questions? Ask them. Hope everything is understood, and we'll continue next one. Cheers. In the previous lecture, we have rendered out the stacks. They look quite well. What we will do now, we'll just provide some user experience improvements, and that's gonna be the border color will be changing as we'll hover with our mouse through the image, through the link. Okay, let's begin. So that was the idea. When I will go with my mouse, I simply change this border to some different color. Okay, how can we do it with the Tailwind? It's very straightforward. Go back to your code. In a link, I will provide here a new class, which will be hover, which will be activated when we are hovering with our mouse over the link. And we'll provide here border dash blue dash 500. And this will provide you simply a blue border. When you will save this, go back, you'll see now we have this hovering effect, and we're changing border as we are going with our mouse through the link. It's okay. Yeah, it's fine. Maybe we can just provide here blue, not a 500, but a 300. It will be a little bit lighter, which is better for React. But I would like to have a, for view, I would like to have a green color. For Svelte, I would like to have a red color. How can we do it? We'll do it like this. Simply in a stack.json, I will specify here a border class or a hover border class, or whatever we want to call it. And as I will be iterating through my stacks, I will display the class name of the hover dynamically. So to each stack, I will specify here, I will write here under the name, I will write here hover class, and which will be hover column, and the same class we have already wrote, right? So this will be border dash blue dash 300. I will copy paste it to each of our stacks. It will be changing here hover class. This will be for the view logo is green, so this will be border dash green. Actually here 300 will be too light, so I'll provide here 500. And for the Svelte, that's a red color, it will be blue border dash red dash, again a little bit more rigid color, which will be red 500. Okay, now we have a colors, hover classes in our stacks.json. So in the index.js, we can display this class dynamically. So as we are iterating here through the stacks, the class name we can provide here dynamically, but first we need to change the class name structure, how we are displaying the string. We will wrap the entire string in the curly brackets. So one curly brackets in the start, one curly bracket to close. And instead of the normal quotations, we'll provide here backticks. So we'll remove the quotation, I will provide here backtick, and in the end, the same backtick. So now we can interpolate the value from variable. So instead of hard coding here, hover border blue 300, I will remove it. I will write here $, curly brackets, and we'll get a value from variable, which we can get from a stack, dot, and how we call this property? Hover class. So here we simply access the hover class like this. Now we can save this. Let's get back here. And when I hover, you can see, you cannot actually see because when I'm hovering, only the blue color is displayed, but for view and for Svelte, the color is not simply here. What's the reason for that is that the Tailwind works like this. Tailwind is scanning your files, your components, and is looking for the classes. And depending if they found the class, it will render the underlying stylings. But as you see here, the value here of the class is getting from our variable, and the value is actually provided in the JSON file, and the Tailwind doesn't have a capacity to check the JSON file and render provide the stylings for these classes. So what we need to do is to inform Tailwind that to render these classes not depending on the class names we are writing, and to tell the Tailwind to provide the stylings for these classes all the time, even without checking the file or finding these classes in the files. You can do it in the tailwind.config.js. Under the plugins, you will create a new property called save list. Save list like this. It will be the array of the class names which you want to provide the stylings for. And this will be our stylings we have provided here, the class names we provided here, so we can just simply copy them, hover border blue 300, like this, copy paste it, and this will be red and green, right? And for the red and green, we have 500. So now the Tailwind know that it should provide the stylings for these classes, because as I mentioned, Tailwind doesn't know that under the stack hover class should be this particular hovering class. It cannot look in the stack.json. Okay, let's save it now. What we need to do, we need to go to terminal and we need to restart our server. Clear it out, npm run dev. Again, back to the browser, and now we will go through this. All right, let me see. And actually now the no classes are displayed. So do I have made some mistake? Let me get back here. Oh yeah, it's very important to I wrote here save and the L capital. It should be save list lowercase everything. My mistake. Save it back here, and again we need to refresh here. npm run dev. Now it should be okay. Okay, and now you can see we are displaying the borders for each stack differently. Okay, that's it from this one. Let's see you next one. Cheers! And if you have any questions, always ask in a Q&A. In the last lecture, we provided hover border classes to our items in the center of our homepage. In this lecture, we'll work on the detail page for each framework or library. Let's begin. Go to your code in the src folder. In the pages folder, we'll create a new page, and the link to this page will be something like this. So currently we have 3 frameworks or 3 libraries. React is a library, so we have here React. Here we have a Vue, and here we have a Svelte, right? So when I will click on any of them, I would like to go to localhost 3000 / learning / the library or framework I'm clicking on. So in the when I will click on the React, that should be /learning / React. If I'll click on a Vue, that should be learning / Vue. If I click on a Svelte, learning / Svelte. All right, so let's do it. We will create the entire detail page in one go in this lecture. So go to your code, and here in the pages folder, I will create here a new folder, and this will call learning. So this will create subpath of the learning, and the learning will create a dynamic part for our framework or library. So create here a new file, and to create a dynamic page, you will wrap it in the square brackets like this, and here you will call this stack.js. Okay, it's in a square brackets because this part will be replaced by the framework library we are clicking on, so either React, Vue, or Svelte. Okay, and now let's do the following. Let's create here export default function, and we'll call it stack page, right? So we'll call it just a stack or stack page, up to you. We can call it stack. we can call it stack. By the way, sorry for my voice in this lecture. I was recently sick. Okay, so export default function stack, and let's write your return like this, and we'll return here just for now hello world. So let's write your h1 hello world. So we will see something on the screen. Okay, now let's save this and go to the browser. And now when I will go to the Vue, I'm going to /learning / React. When I will go to the actually when I go to React, I will see /learning / React. When I will go to the Vue, I will see learning / Vue. If I will go to the Svelte, I will see learning / Svelte. Okay, so this works, but of course you would like to create specific content for each stack. So we need to get here stack data. I will do it this way. I'll first import here our data from a stacks.json. So right here, import stacks from underscore data /stacks .json, right? We have here a data stacks.json. Perfect. Now when we have our stacks JSON here, we will instruct Nextjs how many pages Nextjs should create. So for each framework or library, that should be 1 page. Currently, 3 pages. So 1 page for React, 1 page for Svelte, 1 page for Vue.js. So for this, we'll export here a function called get static paths. It's right here, export async function get static paths. And here you want to return array of paths you want to generate your pages for. So generally this array should be object. In the array should be object where you have a params with the parameter you want to create a page with. So params, and here as we have a stack here .js in the square brackets, we like to pass here a parameter called stack. And for the first page, we want to render a React. So this will be passing a React like this. And then we will have a second object. We'll have a second object with the params, but this will be all of the same. Just the stack will be here different, and here will be view, for example. And the third object in the array will be svelte. So this we want to generate in the get static paths. We can generate it very simply. We just write here const paths, and the paths we can get with the object dot keys. We'll pass here the stacks object we are importing, and we'll simply map over these keys. And we'll just return here. Let's provide here arrow function, and we will return from here object. So normal brackets, curly brackets. So we can return object where will be params and the stack key. Okay, and then simply I will return from here these paths, and also will pass your fallback. Actually, fallback, you don't need to pass anything here, just paths. Okay, just pass your paths. Okay, so that's what I told you. So that's the exact object I'm generating. I'm generating here array with the params of the stack, where for each object we have a stack of the React, a view, and the svelte. So I have 3 objects in the array, where each object has a different stack property. We have a stack React, stack view, and stack svelte. Okay, so this should generate 3 different pages. Now we'll provide here get static props, export async function, get static props, and this will be the props you want to specify in this in the props here of the page. So whatever you will return from here will get passed eventually into your page. And what you want to get to each page is the object with the stack data. So to React page, I would like to get the data of the React JSON data. So this, to the view, this data, and to svelte this data. So yeah, let's return this data. This should be very also straightforward, because in the get static props for each page you are getting here params, where the params represent the params you are returning from here. And then just simply return from here object, where you will specify the props you want to get returned, and here we'll provide a stack like this, and stack will be from your stacks JSON, where you will provide your params dot stack. Okay, so params dot stack is the React view or svelte. You are accessing the entire object, so this will access your specific data. And then also return the stack key. So we have also stack keys. So stack key like this, and it will be params dot stack like this. Okay, and this data what I'm returning in get static props will get passed in the stack. So I'll write here object, I'll get a stack and a stack key, and I'll display it here up here. I'll write here up here. I will write opening and closing elements. So we can provide here multiple elements next to each other. So I'll write here a div, and I'll write here teaching column and stack key. So you can see what I'm displaying here. And another div will be curly brackets and JSON stringify stack. Let's save this. Let's get back to the browser. And now when you will click here on the React, you should see here key is not defined. Okay, I see my issue. Here as I'm iterating through the map function, I need to specify in the map key like this way here. Now let's save this. We'll go back. See, let's go to /learning/react fallback. Okay, so in the end we need to pass here fallback. So under the paths, let's write here fallback, and let's write here false. We will not generating any fallback page. Okay, let's save it now. Back to the browser. Now you can see teaching React, and here is your React-related data. When I will go to the Vue.js, here is the teaching view, and here is the Vue.js related data. And for Svelte, I will click here. It was the teaching Svelte and Svelte related data. So this is just the Next.js basic knowledge. I hope this is clear what's happening here. You should already know what's happening. If you're taking this course, if you have some doubts and questions, you can freely ask. So here I'm specifying only the pages I want to generate, right? So I'm returning the array of these paths with the params and the stack. So I can generate pages for React, Vue, and Svelte. And then these params for each page getting passed in get static props, where I'm just simply accessing my stacks object and then providing the params to stack key, which will access me specific data from a library or framework, and also I'm returning the stack key, which is just this key, React, Vue, or Svelte, and that's getting passed also as the props to the stack here. Okay, I hope I didn't confuse you. Hope it is clear. Let's go to the next lecture. I'll provide some layout to this page, and this will take a couple of the lectures. Okay, so see you next one. Cheers. In the previous lecture, we worked on the stack detail page. In this lecture, we'll start working on the layout of this page because we don't have here much. Let's begin. Go to your stack.js page, and what I'm displaying here currently in the divs, let's remove. Now replace this empty tag with a div tag, like this, and the div here. When you will take a look on your stack page in the browser, you will see it's not taking 100%, I think, of the page. So let's inspect it. Let's open this div here, and you can see this div. But that's our stack page. Instead of the next, you see it's not taking 100% of the height of the page. So to take it is 100% of the height, just go to the div, write your class name, and age full. This will add 100% height to the page. I will hover here, height 100%. Then also provide a flex styling to it and flex column styling. When you will save this, you will see now this page is 100% of the height. Okay, perfect. Now I want to display here in this page header. Basically, it will look like this. It will be header. Then on the left side will be the logo of the framework or library. So this will be React.js and some description about the React.js. That will be our very simple header. And these informations we already have, logo and description. We are getting here stack informations, and stack informations is this. All right, so we have here a logo and we have here info, so we can display both of them. But how to style it, how to provide them next to each other. By the way, all of this you can copy from my GitHub repository, or just you can get the entire code if you want. You don't need to watch if you don't want to. You can skip if you don't want to watch the HTML or related parts. So when I'm learning classes and divs, and if you don't interested in this, you can freely skip and just download the code. Okay, so this is htfull, flex call, and flex. Instead of this, we'll create another div, which will represent my header container. I'll write here on this div class name. I will call it header, even though it doesn't do any stylings. I will just write here header, so you know that this will be the header container. Here we'll provide also flex stylings. Also, we'll provide some background color to it. So bg slate, bg-slate-200. This will provide this color, slightly whitish to the yellow, to the darker white color here, bg slate-200. Okay, we'll provide some padding around this, padding -4, and also we'll make it rounded, let's say 2xl, rounded 2xl. Instead of this flex, we'll create two children elements, which will be next to each other. Let's write here a div, and under this will be another div. The first div will represent image, and second will represent info. So they'll save this way. They should be next to each other. Yeah, and they are, image and the info. And by the way, as you see here currently, they are taking 100% width of my page, which is not that great. I don't want to have it this way, but just for now it's okay. I will be changing it very soon. Or actually, you know what? Let's change it now. Okay, let's not display it as a full width of our page, but let's do this. Let's go for a second into our document.js. So go to the underscore document.js, and as you have your body here, let's write here wrapper around the main like this. All right, instead of the body, and let's write here class name on this div, and let's provide here maximum width of our page. So we can write here maximum dash width dash 5xl, and this provides the maximum width of our page to 1024 pixels, and that will be the maximum width of our page. When you will save this, you'll see now our page takes exactly 1024 pixels. You can see this part is 1024 pixels. but I would like to have this part in the middle. How can I provide it in the middle? Simply, I'll write here mx-auto margin auto. So margin left and right auto. This will provide it like this. Okay, and also since we have here a wrapper under the body, let's write here also age full, so it will take 100% height of the body. Okay, and yeah, we can save this way. Now it's nicely in the middle, and we can also add some padding to it on the top. So let's write here PT for padding top 10, which is padding top of 40 pixels. When we will save this, there'll be some padding up here. Okay. Now the image and the info, right? So let's go back to the stack.js, and now let's start working on the image. So inside of this div, we'll write here image tag, which you need to import from next/image. By the way, image can be self-closed, so I can remove the ending tag. I will just simply self-close it, and I will provide here now to the image src, which will be our stack.logo, which is the link to the logo, to our image in a public folder, right? And then here we need to also provide a height and a width, which I will provide. The width will be 200 pixels, and the height will be the same 200 pixels, and also all this. We need to provide also alt attribute, otherwise we'll get a warning. So just provide an empty alt for now. Let's save this. And you can see here we have this logo. Okay, it's quite big, right? But we'll change it soon. Okay, so here we have an image. Let's provide some classes to the image, to the wrapper of the image, and it will be class name flex, margin right 4. Okay, so 16 pixel for margin to this container element, and let's write here justified center and item center, so image is centered. Okay, so justify center and items center. Okay, now let's put the description under this div. So here in this div there is info. Let's write here again class name flex and font bold and text small like this. And here will be stack.info. Save this. Go back here, and that's how it look like. Okay, and let's try the other frameworks. React.js. Yeah, looks good. Vue.js. And Svelte. You can see that the description is of course different. They also icon is different for each detail page. Okay, so that's the basic stylings here. As I said, you can skip these lectures if you're not interested into this. Okay, so that's gonna be it from this lecture, and I see you in the next one. Cheers. And hi there, welcome back here. In the previous lecture, we displayed this nice header in our learning page. In this lecture, we will create chat window in which will display messages which will be exchanging between us and the AI. Let's start. Back in our code, we'll start here on our stack page. I'll make this bigger, and under our header, so let's find here our header, the div with the header. This div with the class of header will create a new div. And actually, before creating a new div which will be container for our messages, I will write here a line. You can create a line with the writing as a HR. By the way, this can be self-closed like this, and this will create a new line. So now under the header, we should have a line. You can see it, but it's sticking to our header, which is not that great. So we'll add some margin to this HR back here, and simply to get some margin, just write here class name, and let's write here my and 4. So this will add margin to the top and the bottom of 16 pixels, you see here. Okay, let's save this. Let's get back to the browser. And now you can see this line is more visible. That's better. Okay, now it's time to create here a chat window. So chat window will be simply, basically, invisible container. We will not display any background color, I think, to it. Just invisible container in which we'll be creating, displaying messages, right? So simple container, and here will be messages between us and the AI. Message will look simply like this. There will be the icon or avatar, either AI or my avatar. And on the right side will be the message itself. Either question, prompt, and the answer. Okay, so my question, and the AI will display with the will respond with the answer, which I will display as the message here. Okay, and it will be answer. Alrighty, so let's create this structure. Okay, I will remove this from the view. Let's go back to our code. Okay, back here and under HR, let's create this div, which will be basically container for our messages, which will call chat. So already a class name, already a class of the chat. Again, that's not a Talent styling, my custom one, and I will not provide any styling to it. It's just for us to know that this is the chat, and up here is a header. Okay, so this will be chat. We will provide here some additional Talent classes, which will be flex, as we are providing it often. The flex dash column, so column styling, and age full, so it will take 100% of the height of the container, and overflow scroll as well. Overflow scroll. So basically, the container will take 100% of the container here, which is currently, and it will not go beyond this point. So if you will create here more messages down here, they will be not increasing the height of this page, but basically they will be provided in this container, so we can scroll it back up if there are multiple messages. Okay, so it will be created in the container, but they will be not increasing the height of the container. It will be just created as the overflow in the container, so you can scroll up and down. Okay, but you're not increasing really the height. You will see it actually when you will create multiple messages. So that's why overflow scroll. Okay, so overflow scroll, nice. And now in the div, we'll provide a class which will div container which will hold the message. There will be image and the text. So let's provide here this div here. Okay, let's provide here class name, which will be flex. All right, flex dash row. And it will have already some background color, so bg-slate 100, which will be this whitish grayish color, and then p4 for padding 4, okay, which is 16 pixels. Okay, so now we have a container for our message, and in a message we'll have an image and the text of the message. So let's create here image. This will be image here, can be self-closed, and under this will be the text itself. So let's provide here div, okay, and here will be class name text-md. So it will just simply provide a sizing to the text. You can, when you hover through it, you should see here the class name, and actually it's here text dash. There is no such a class. It should be maybe font md. Let me say, take a look. Font. No, it should be text dash LG. There should be also MD. I don't know why it's not filling up for me now. There is SM. There is. Let me try one more time. Dash MD. No, really, indeed, there is no such text. I thought there will be. So just not provide here any text for now. We will leave here default size of the text. My mistake. Okay, and let's not provide here any class names for now, and just hardcode here some text. Hi there, for example, hi there, and here for the image, and image will be src. We already have a image in a public folder. If you remember, there is an image logo-open-ai. So let's provide here /logo-open-ai.png, and we'll provide here some width and the height for the image. So let's write here like this. Let's write here width. Let's write here 30 pixels. Height will be 30 pixels, and alt will be just an empty string. Okay, let's take a look at this. Let's go back to browser. And here we have a hi there. Amazing. It will be good to have some margin on the right side of the image. So maybe it will be good to go to the image. Let's put your class name and margin right-4. So some margin to this 16 pixels. Yeah, that should be good. Back here, and we have a hi there. Okay, let's provide some longer message. So I see that it's actually displayed good. Also multi-lines. So let's write here lorem ipsum I want to write. So let's go back here, open new tab here. Lorem ipsum. Click here and just copy some paragraph. Doesn't really matter. Okay, and here, let's paste it. Okay, perfect. Let's save this. Let's take a look at this view. Okay, as you can see, the image is not displayed very nicely when we are increasing the text, the length of the text. So let's try to fix it. The fix will be wrap image in an additional div like this. All right. Hard-coded this div to some specific height. So that your class name, and this will hardcode to the actually not the height, but will hardcode here a width, and the height will adjust itself. So that your width of 30 pixels. You can do it with a tailwind with a square brackets. We will specify number of pixels. 30 pixels, let's say like this. And also you need to make it relative when you have an image as the child here. And this MR4 we can actually provide here now instead. And we can remove it from here. Okay, let's take a look at this now. Let's save this. Okay, now it's too small, but at least it's not stretching out through the entire container. Okay, so yeah, let's get back. And here, as we are writing lorem ipsum, actually we'll write it like this. We'll write here class name. This will be a v full, so 100% width of the container, and you can see it's already better. Okay, so very, very simple fix. By the way, when you want to see the classes, what they do to your element, just open the console here and go to elements and just simply go over this, and you can see what classes are applied, and you will see what will happen when you will untoggle them. Okay, so this is our message. Okay, let's try to make it smaller. I think it looks good, right? So there are no issues when I'm displaying the message. If there will be some problems, we can adjust it later, but yeah, it works good. Okay, now what we can do, let's try to create multiple messages in our chat here. So just simply copy this div what you have up here, and I will copy this and I will paste it under multiple times. So how many times actually? Let's 4 or 5 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Doesn't look that great. Okay, we have a lot of duplication here, but yeah, let's go with this. Actually, I have here also some issues. The issues is just here because we are using here this quotation. Don't mind it. Just save this. Let's get back here, and you can see now it is scrollable. So that's the overflow. If I would remove the overflow from there, you'll see what will happen. Actually, let's go to the overflow up here. Let's go to the overflow somewhere in the chat. Actually, down here, right? So here, overflow scroll. Let's save this, and you will see now I'm scrolling here, but my chat, if I want to see my messages, I need to scroll the entire page, not the chat itself. And I will here overflow scroll. I'm expanding more images in this container, but I'm not increasing the height of the image of the container. I need to scroll inside of the container to get more images. Okay, so yeah, basically that's it. We can remove all the messages. We just need one, so just go back, revert this, so you have only one message. Okay, this one here. If you see here this error with the quotation, if you look here in the lorem ipsum, just simply remove it like this, so we don't have any issues. Let's save this one more time. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, that's done. Again, if you don't want to watch these lectures, how I'm creating the entire layout, I don't want to skip anything in this course. I don't want to straight copy paste the code as I'm doing in my other courses. I want to go through all of this with you. So if you don't want to watch this, just simply get a code from my GitHub repository, or you can just download the project of the particular lectures, and you can skip all this maybe for you boring part. That's it for this lecture. Let's continue next one. We have header, we have our chat view. What is missing on this page is just some text area when we can write the question or simply prompt for AI to answer. Let's begin. Down here under the chat, so chat will be, I think chat will be some of this size, I think, and under this chat we'll have a text area where we can write our input. Okay, so this will be the text area down here. Okay, let's create this one. This will be pretty straightforward to do, to create. So go back to your code. Under this div, okay, just before the last one, let's create here a new div with the class name, as always, will be flex, padding 4 around this flex like this, and in this flex will be inside of this div will be text area. So text area. Okay, text area opening, closing. Actually, the text area can be self-closed, right? Yeah. Okay, and in the text area, I will specify how many rows of this text area we will have by default. So I will add 4 rows. So it's a little bit bigger. Class name. This will be multiple classes. This will be w-full, which will be 100% of the width. Then p-2.5, which is a padding on all the sides of the 10 pixels. Then we have a text dash small, which is a small text. This will just adjust the font size and the line height. Then we have a different text color, font color. So this will be text gray dash 900. Then a background color will be also different. It will be bg dash slate dash 200. And then we will have also some border. So corners will be rounded. For this, we have a rounded class, rounded dash LG. And then we'll provide the border itself. So border will provide by the border class. And it will specify also border color. So border dash gray dash 300. Okay, so that's the classes we'll provide here. Also default text in the text area. So let's provide here a placeholder. Placeholder, this will be the default text which is displayed when the text area is empty. And let's write here, write your prompt here, like this. Let's save this, and let's go back to our browser. Okay, and here is our very simple text area. We can write here our prompt what we want to ask to ChatGPT. Amazing. Okay, so you can see this is very, very simple. Okay, let's see how it looks when it's smaller. Yeah, it looks okay. Okay, let's go back. I would like to change just a very small thing. Let's go back to our code. If you remember what we have done in our underscore document.js, I provided this div around our main and the next script. But really, this div doesn't have to be around the next scripts. It's not necessary. What I want to do, I want to copy this div. Let's remove it, and also let's remove this ending div. And we will just simply move it somewhere else. We will move it in our underscore app.js. I think this will be the better spot. So let's write component in these brackets, in the normal brackets. Provide it on a new line, and provide here this div, which will be wrapper around this component like this, which I think it's much better. This component is your page basically. So just provide this wrapper around all of our pages. Okay, let's save this. Let's get back to our browser, and same thing should happen. So it should work without any problems. No issues in the console. Okay, so we have our header, we have our chat with a message, and we have our input box, our text area. In the next lecture, we will create a separate components for all of these, for all this code. Okay, so it's not stacked in our stack.js. So everything is not here, but we'll create separate components. Okay, but for this, I see you next one. Cheers. And hi there, welcome back. In the last lecture, we finished text area. So this means we finished all of our code. Actually, not all of our code, but only layout code for our learning page. Now it's time to move all of this code to separate components. Let's begin. Back in our code, we'll take a look first on our stack page, stack.js, what we need to separate. So we have a header. This will be the header component. We have here a message. It is actually a container for messages. So message component is just this. Okay, this is a message component. And then we have our prompt component, which will be just text area. So this will be our 3 components which you want to create. Go to your src folder, and in the src folder, create a new folder and call it components. Components. In the components, we'll create 3 components, which will be message component, header component, prompt component. So a new file for each of them. So first header.js, new file message.js, a new file, and for the last component prompt.js. Okay, and now let's start with the header. Let's write here export default function header. Let's write here return empty brackets, copy this, provide to the message, provide it to the prompt. Okay, and now go to your stack.js and let's start copying. So first let's start with the header. So here header, I'll copy it. I'll go to header.js and I will paste it in the return. Simply as this. Okay, you will get the issue because you don't have an import of the image here. So just simply remove it and let's write the image again. So you can auto import it here. Go to the second image and press tab. So it's auto imported for you. Okay, now go with the message.js. So we'll go back to our stack.js and to the part for the message, you'll select this div here. So I'll copy this part. Copy it, go to message, again to the return, paste it here. Okay, and let's fill up here image. Okay, and actually second one, so I can auto import it like this. All right. Now we have header. Now the last one. Okay, so back to the stack.js, text area, copy it, go to prompt.js, paste it here, format it back as it was. Amazing. And yeah, that's the header. Okay, now we need to provide these components back to our stack.js. So we'll start up here. I'll remove simply header. And I'll write here opening, pointy bracket. And I'll write here a header. If you're using Visual Studio Code, it should be auto-imported, of course. So just press the tab. Okay. And that's our header. By the way, you see here, auto-import offered me this @ sign here in the front. I need to provide a full path. That's basically alias for our src folder. So this @ here, @ sign pointing to the src folder. So just relatively to the src folder, I can provide a path to my header. So in the src, @ sign, go to components, go to header, and get a header component. Okay, and let's do this with all of our other components. So here for the message, here is div. I will remove it, and I'll provide here a message. Message, and message is not auto-imported because I didn't change the class name, the function names. So here for a message.js, it should be, of course, called message. Now go to the prompt and change it to the prompt. Okay, so please verify your names for the components header, message, prompt. Go back to your stack page, and here let's write it again. Opening bracket, message, and here it is, press tab, and it should be auto-imported for you as well. Okay, here is a message. By the way, image import you can now remove. Okay, now text area. So let's remove the text area. It will be prompt. Write your opening bracket, prompt, press tab, and that's done. Okay, so that's all of our components here. Amazing. Save this, and it should look exactly the same. So let's refresh here. Okay, that's actually a good error. We are missing here stack logo, and we are missing stack logo in our header. So in our header component, when you will take a look at the header.js, you see we are using here stack logo, and actually stack info. So to get this here, we need to pass here props, right? So I will do it. In the header, I will specify curly brackets. I will specify that we will receive here a logo and info. So that this information will be passed from outside. And now we need to change it just for the logo here in the image, src, just the logo here. And in the stack info will be just the info, because that's are my two props I'm specifying. Now, of course, I need to pass them from outside. So I need to go to back to my stack.js, and here in my header, I need to pass here now a logo, which is my stack.logo, and text, right, or message, or how I call it. The message here in the header.js. Info, my mistake. Info, which will be stack.info. Okay, looks great. Let's save it now. Back here, and let's refresh. And yeah, looks exactly as before. Amazing. You can check also other pages, by the way. Yeah, looks great, even when I will make it smaller. Maybe last improvement. I told you that this @ sign is pointing to our src folder, so why not also simplify this path here to our stacks.json? So instead of writing here // I can just write here @ sign / data, right? So this pointing to src, we have data, and here we have stacks.json. And the same thing actually we are doing also in our index.js. We are importing here stacks. So we can try the same thing. So that there's instead of this .. just a @ sign since it's pointing to the src folder. Let's save everything, test it out, let's refresh, and yeah, it works. So it was successful. Refresh here, try it out, perfect. Okay, so now we have our components separated nicely. It's more clear what's happening in our stack.js, what parts of our layout are reusable. For example, it will be very useful to have a message in a component because now I can just simply create multiple messages, right? And yeah, we have multiple messages. Okay, but yeah, just provide here only one message. Let's save everything and we can continue next lecture. There is still lots of things to handle before we'll get to the ChatGPT. We need to create some API routes. We need to handle the text area. We need to get here the value from this, send it to the server, and yeah, lots of things still to handle before we'll get to the ChatGPT part. So yeah, let's continue next one and see you there. Cheers. In the last lecture, we moved parts of our code into the components. In this lecture, we'll work on the message component. We'll specify here some props and also background color. Let's begin. So to the message, let's open actually message and close all of the other components. So we'll close here others. I'll leave here open stack.js and I will go to the components, message.js. So what information I would like to pass from the outside? I would like to pass the avatar, which will be this path to the logo, and also the text, which is currently lorem ipsum, very long text. Okay, let's pass these two informations. So in a stack.js, as I have in my message, I'll move the ending bracket on the new line, and I'll specify here this prop. So it will be avatar prop, and also text prop. Text prop will be, let's say this is a message from me, and I will ask what is React.js. Avatar here, go to message.js, it will be logo OpenAI PNG. Actually, it is the message from us, not from the AI. So this is actually logo for AI. But anyway, let's reuse it. I will get here the different icon later. So just write here avatar, and it will be this path. Okay, so logo OpenAI.png. Okay, now we are passing both of the informations. We can retrieve them back in the message.js. So here in the message, I'll add here curly brackets. I will specify these two props. Right, so this will be the text and avatar. Avatar will go to src. Avatar and this text I will remove. There are curly brackets and it will be text. Okay, let's save this back here, and here is what is React.js. Perfect. Now let's duplicate this message. And let's say this will be message as an answer from the AI. So will be answer text will be here different. Let's say React.js is a library for creating UIs. Let's say very simple description. I'll add here 3 dots because the description is much longer. Okay, let's save this. Now you should have here the second message, right? So back in our browser, here is the second message. What I don't like about this is that the color for the answer and the response is the same, doesn't look great, and also that the icons are the same, not very good. You can use any icons you want. You can get a link to some icon you have on the internet, or you can get some icon in the public folder. It's completely up to you. What I will do here, I will get here the link to my icon I have uploaded on the internet. So the first icon is actually my answer, not my answer. The first message here is actually my question. So avatar here should be some icon of the user. So I will just simply remove the avatar here. And the icon I have, let's write this HTTPS // like this, THRAGNGRA, like this, okay, .surf.com/avatar2.png. Okay, I hope I spelled it right. I will just simply copy this. Back in the browser, let's open here a new tab and let's paste it here, and it should be, yeah, that's the icon I want to use. Perfect. Nextjs is not happy about it because you need to specify this domain in your configuration of Next.js. So this hostname you can see, trangra.surf.com, needs to be specified in your configuration of the Next.js in order to display this image on a different server, basically. So get back to coding editor. Let's find here next config.js file. And let's specify this domain so we can actually display the image. So that your images like this, curly brackets for object, specify here domains, the array, and he'll specify simply this host name. So just copy it from here, triangula.serve.com, copy it and get it here. Perfect. Now you need to restart your server, unfortunately, so you need to go to the terminal, shut it down, and run it back again. Okay, now back to the browser, let's refresh, and you should see the image here is different. Perfect. So here is my question, what is React.js? And here is the answer from the AI, hard-coded one. React.js is a library for creating UIs. All right, and actually this, as I'm seeing here in the stack.js, there shouldn't be quotation, just UIs for a plural. Okay, now we want to display a different color for the both of the messages. So one can stay as it is, PG slide 100, but the other one should be 200. So it's a slightly different shade of the color. So how can we do this? Let me pass here some index. Let's say to the message one, I will pass here a prop called IDX. And IDX for the first message will be 0. And for the second message will be 1, IDX. Now this number I will retrieve in the message.js, right? So here already IDX. And I will set the background color depending on the IDX. So if the IDX is 0 or even number, so 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, then I will write here, let's say, I'll write here the background color which is slide 100 as I have it. But if the IDX is 1, 3, 5, so an even number, 7, and so on, then I'll write here BG slate 200. Okay, so this background will be 100, and this background will be BG slate 200. Okay, how can we check for the even and uneven numbers? It's very easy with the modulo operator. So I'll just write here const variable, which will hold my class for the background color. I'll call it background color class. And I'll get the IDX from here, and I'll write here a percentage, which is a modulo. So IDX percentage 2, if this is equal to 0, this means this is 0 or the even number. Then write a question mark to ternary operator assigned to the BG color class BG-slate-100. Otherwise, let's assign to the BG color class BG-slate-200. Okay, let's provide a BG color class and get it to the class name here. Now we need to provide it to the interpolation. So I'll write here, I'll wrap the class name string in a curly brackets like this, open and closing one. I will change the quotations for the backtick. Backtick here, backtick there, and now I can remove the BG slide 100 and simply replace it by the dollars and curly brackets and BG color class. Okay, so one more time, if the number is even or equal to 0, then BG slide 100 is here, assigned to this BG color class, and is provided here. In any other case, when it's the number uneven, then this is the BG slate 200, which is assigned here. Okay, let's test it out. Let's save this file back here, and now, yeah, we have this effect now, which is much, much better. Okay, so that's gonna be from the message. Let's continue in the next lecture. Any questions, ask in the Q&A. Cheers. In the last lecture, we improved message component. We passed to the message text, also avatar, and we changed the background color. In this lecture, we'll work more on our prompt component. Let's begin. Back to the code and open here prompt.js. So in the components folder prompt.js. The first thing I want to handle is to get the value from the text area and store it to somewhere. So the way to store the text area value will be, of course, to use the state from the React. So up here in the prompt, I'll write here const square brackets equal and the use state. Okay. Now to the use state, I will provide a default value, which will be empty string, and I will name my variable where to store the state. I will call it prompt input. And the second value in the const here in the array will be the value to change the will be value which will be function to change the prompt input. So usually you will call it set, and now the prompt input. Prompt in input. Okay, so we have a value and we have a setter. Now in the text area, we will capture the changing of the value in the text area. So we will provide here on change event. We will provide a handler function, which will be called whenever we will start typing in the text area. So whenever we will start typing in the text area, we'll call here set prompt input, and we will provide here a value to which we want to set this prompt input. The value we will get from the event. So in the handler, you will get also event in the parameter of this function, and you can specify here the value for the set prompt input event target dot value like this. Now to verify the value has been stored under the text area somewhere here, let's display this prompt input. So let's write here curly brackets prompt input. You will get here issue because you cannot have one, or actually you cannot have two elements on the root. You need to have here one container element in the return. So let's write here empty pointy brackets and wrap everything like this. Okay, now it's fine. Let's save this. Now as you will be typing here, you see I'm displaying this value on the right side. Okay, perfect. Okay, so we are successfully storing the value. Okay, now we can remove the prompt input. We don't need to display it, of course. That was just for so we can see that it works. We can return it to the initial state. And now I want to handle the case. When I will start typing here, and I will press the enter key. So I'll press on the keyboard my enter key. I would like to submit this text area. And I would like to pass it to my learning page, to my learning/stack.js page. Okay, so this text that I'm typing here, when I press the enter, I would like to pass to my stack.js. Okay, let's do it. First, let's handle enter key press. Enter key press you can do like this. You can, under the on change, you will provide here on key down. I'll provide here a callback function, which will be called when we will press any key on the keyboard. Let's write here E, and let's write here console log pressing key. Okay, now we go back here. I will open console log, and it will be pressing any key. When you are in the text area, you can see doesn't really matter what I'm pressing. It's calling this event handler pressing key. But I would like to handle this only when I'm pressing my enter key on the keyboard. So how to handle this? Back here, let's just simply write here if statement. Let's write here if and check here for event.key, and the event.key is equal to enter. And then write here console log pressing key like this. Okay, now let's verify this. Let's get back here. Let's start writing here something. Now press enter. And now pressing key, pressing key. So now it happens only when we'll press enter on our keyboard, not when we are writing here text. Only when the enter is pressed, then the pressing key is displayed, because this if statement is true. The event key is enter. When we are pressing the enter and the message is basically submitted, it's not submitted yet, but we want to submit it. We want to also reset the input to the empty value. So I'll write set prop input and reset to the empty value, like this empty string. Okay. And also let's provide this prop input to the text area. So let's write here value. I'll provide here prompt input. Okay, now when I will start typing here some message, I will press the enter, it appears. Okay, perfect. Also you can see I'm now when I press the enter, I'm starting typing on the second line, which is not that great. I'm writing and press the enter. It's clear the message, but I'm already on the second line. I don't want to this happen. So not this happen. Let's write here event and the prevent default like this. And this should prevent this to happen what you just saw. So let's save this. Back here, start typing here, press enter, and now we are staying on the first line. Amazing. Okay, now you want to pass this value as we are typing here, our prompt input to our stack.js, so we can work with this value. We can send it to the server from here, from the stack. So to do this, let's go to the stack function, and let's create here a submit function, which will be passing as a prop to the prompt. So let's write here const on submit arrow function, in the parameter, I'll specify the text we are writing in the text area. I will call it in this case prompt, like this, and I'll write here alert prompt. Actually, alert and the value of the prompt. So from the parameters here, I'll get this on submit, and I'll pass it to the prompt. So create it again on the new line. I'll specify here a prop name. I will call it the same on submit. I'll pass here on submit. Now back to prompt, we are receiving this on submit function. So I'll specify it in the parameters here as the props right here on submit, and simply I will just call here under the prevent default on submit. I will pass here our value of prompt input. Okay. Now back in Stack.js, we should be able to alert this out prompt. So when I will go here, I will start typing here message. Let's say hello world. Press enter. Hello world is here. So you can see this is already displayed from on submit in our Stack.js. So now we're getting here a prompt, and we can work with the prompt value here. Hi there. Hi there is here. Perfect. The one problem is when I write here empty message, like this, I press enter, I'm getting here empty message, alert. Right? To handle also this, let's go back to on submit. Let's write here if statement, and let's check if the prompt is empty. I'll write here if the prompt dot trim, I'll use here trim. If the length of this is the empty, so 0, then only then return from here. Otherwise, display alert here. Okay, so I'm handling here white spaces. So if for example, if my value, I will show it here in the console. My value will be string like this. So I have here white spaces, basically in my text. I'm considering it as an empty value, but the length of this is 22. So this would not pass my test, and I wouldn't return here, and I would alert this empty message now. But when I will trim this will trim the white spaces, and it will become empty string with the length of the 0. That's why I'm doing this. Okay, that's why I'm trimming my message before checking for the length. So I'm removing the white spaces and then checking for the length. So I'm doing basically this. If I have some white spaces in the text, I will trim this. I will check for the length. I will get 0, as you see. Okay, the same check here. Okay, now when I will try to submit the empty message with the white spaces, I will press enter. You can see nothing on the screen. I need to write here, hello world. And now I'm getting the message. Okay, perfect. So we quite progress. Now we're getting the message to our own submit, and theoretically right now we could just get this message for the prompt and send it to the server and ask ChatGPT for the answer to this prompt. And we'll do it very soon, but there are still a couple of improvements we need to do before. So I'll see you next lecture. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have handled prompt. We capture the value from the text area, and when we will press the enter key, we are getting the value of the prompt in our own submit function in our stack page. Let's continue this lecture, and actually when we will get here a prompt value, let's create a new message. So as I'll write here some question for the ChatGPT, let's say what is React.js, or what is a component. As I'll writing this message and I will press the enter, so I will submit this question. I would like to display this as the message up here. So I'll create here a new box, the avatar of me, because this is my question, and this question text. So what is component? What is component? Okay, let's do it. This will be simple. Okay, and let's close this. Back to our code, and create here a new variable, a new state which will hold the messages which we want to display. So const square brackets messages, and a set messages we will handle with a use state. Make sure use state is imported from React. Default value will be empty string of the messages. Simply, and we'll receive here our prompt of the message value. Basically, we will set these messages into the array. So I'll call here set messages. I'll put here now callback function. In the callback function, you will receive your old messages, your state, your previous state from the messages, or your current state, the messages. So this state you will receive here. which will get you basically, when we will do it initially, we'll get here empty array. So these messages will be empty array. So I will return from here now new array, but I will provide a destructurize my previous messages, plus I add here a new message. So square brackets for the object. Okay, so I'm calling set messages, passing here function. Oops, not the arrow. Passing here function, and whatever I will return from this function, whatever I will return from here, will be the new state. So I'm returning here the array. I'm destructurizing my previous messages, plus I'm adding here a new message to the messages. Okay, that's the idea behind it. So now let's add here this new message. We can specify here our text for the message. That's very simple to provide. This will be a prompt. Then we'll provide here also avatar. That will be also simple because it will be message from me, from the human. So this will be this https strangler.serve. Let's copy this, go up here, pass here avatar, include this value here. Don't forget the comma in the end. Plus, I'll provide here also properties, some new properties for the message, so we can do some operations later with this message, and we can identify if the message is from the AI or from the human. So I'll provide the property called author. What is the author of this message? And author in this case, this is my question, so this will be a human. So this is a message from me. And also I'll provide some identifier of the message, so some unique ID. To get the unique ID, we can get the current date. So basically, to get the current date in the string format, you can just get a new date and to a ISO string like this, and you will get some unique value, the current date, the time now. So I'll specify also ID, and this will be exactly the same thing, new date to ISO string. This will use as the ID. Now we have an array of the messages, right? So we can display these messages here as the array. We can map over the array and we can display the message depending on how many messages we have in the array. So I can remove this. And instead of this, we'll specify here curly brackets. We'll get our messages. We will map through them. We'll provide here callback function like this. And in this callback function, we'll return our messages. So I will return here message component like this. In the message component, we will miss a couple of things. So you need to specify here, first of all, when you are iterating through the items within a map, you need to specify the key. So let's get here a key. By the way, in this callback function, the messages array we are using, we'll get here the value of the parameter here. In the parameter of the callback function, we'll get here our message. So the message we have created here, this object here, with the ID, author, avatar, and the text. So get a message. As a key, we can specify unique value, which is message.id, right? Message.id. Then we'll put here also author of the message. The author of the message will be message.author. We don't have this prob yet, right? When I go to the message, I don't have here author just now, but later I will be using this. So keep in mind, we are passing also author to the message. Now, what else? Avatar and a text, right? So avatar, well, very simple, message.avatar, and then text. Message.text. Okay, now you will save, you will get back to your local host. You will see here nothing, which is good because we don't have any messages, and I will write here first question. So, hi, what is React? What is React? Question mark. We'll present there. Hi, what is React? Okay, we'll still displaying the alert, which I should remove, but after that you see, hi, what is React? And now, what should happen? Actually, it's not happening, of course, because we don't have this functionality. This message, what I'm writing here, should be sent to the server. Out to the server. From the server, or just a S for the server. From the server, we should get back the response from the ChatGPT, and this should be displayed as a new message here, down here. But this is, of course, not happening yet. So, yeah, that's what should happen. Not happening yet, but we'll fix it. Now, here's a second question. Let's say, what is a component? Question mark, presenter. The second message will be added here. As you see, the color of the message is not changing because we are not passing IDX prop as we specified before. So yeah, I think it's simple, just under the key, let's put here IDX, and IDX will be just the number of the iteration. So next to the message, which you're getting here the value from the array you are iterating, you are getting here also index of the item. So you get here IDX, you can call it just I, and pass the I to the IDX. So in the first iteration, I will be 0, in the second iteration I will be 1, in third one it will be 2, and so on, depending on how many items you will have. Save this, and you can see the different colors here. Okay, works just perfectly. Okay, last thing, go back to our on submit, and let's remove this alert. We don't need it now, and we're displaying the message. Okay, that's it from the lecture. Any questions, ask in the Q&A section, and I'll see you next one. In the last lecture, we added messages into the state of the stack page, so we can display them when we'll submit the value from the prompt. In this lecture, we will continue with a small user experience improvement. Let's begin. When I will write here multiple messages, so it doesn't really matter, I will write here multiple messages. You see, the messages are added, but I'm not scroll to the last message, and that's not great really, because when I add a message, I need to scroll down and check for the answer. What I want to happen when I add a new message, I want to scroll to my questions immediately. Okay, let's prepare this functionality. So to perform this, first we need to get access to our HTML element of our chat here. We need to get the access to the pure HTML node. We can do it through the reference. Let's scroll up here under the messages. Let's write here const. We create here a new variable, call it chat reference, or call it chat reference like this, and you will call here hook from the React.js called userref like this, and you will assign here initial value to null. Okay. Now to get a reference here, to get a value to the actual HTML node, you will get this chat reference. Scroll down to your div here, and it will specify here now a reference like this, and it will pass here this chat reference, and this will initialize the chat reference variable with the value of this HTML node, or this div. And now we can simply scroll to this to the last message of this div. We can do it like this. Under the chat reference, we'll write here use effect, and use effect will provide here a callback function like this, and this callback function will be executed whenever a message's length will change. So whenever we'll add new message into the array, the use effect should be called. So I'll specify here as a second value dependency array, and to the dependency array we'll specify messages. So it will be watching the changes in the messages array whenever changes in the messages array is happening. So we will adding new message to the messages. The use effect should be called. So let's try to test it out. Let's write here console logged messages changed. Like this. Let's save this. Back here, watch the console. Clear it out, and let's write here message 1, message 2, and you can see as I'm adding new messages, the callback function is called because I see here this console log. Now what we can do, when this is called, we can just scroll down into the last element in the chat reference div node. We will add here chat reference to get actually access to the HTML node, to this div node. You will add here current, this will get you value, and you will just write here, you will call here a function scroll to. You will provide here as a first value 0, and you will scroll to the, basically you need to specify the number of the pixels, how much you want to scroll, and this will be the entire height of our chat reference div. So again, you will access your chat reference, current, and to get the height of this container, you just need to access your scroll height, like this. Make sure you don't make any typos. Okay, so whenever we'll add a new message, we'll simply scroll down to the bottom of the chat. Okay, so here we are specifying the number of the pixels, how much we should scroll, and we are scrolling down to the height of the entire chat ref container. Okay, when you will save this, get back here, you shouldn't see any change when you will add here first messages, right? But as soon as I will start creating messages under, you can see now I'm always scrolling to the last item. All right, works great. So that's gonna be it from this lecture. Just very small user experience improvement. Scrolling down into the chat reference container, I should say chat reference node here. And in the next lecture, we'll actually work with the API routes. So as we are getting the input from the text area, we want to send this input, for example, questions, hello, or actually, what is React.js, let's say. So it's a question. This value we would like to send to the API server, actually to the API route. And in the API route, we would like to ask ChatGPT for an answer. So let's see you next one, and let's implement this. Cheers. Hi there, welcome back. In the last lecture, we prepared a very simple user experience improvement to scroll on the bottom of our chat container. In this lecture, we'll start working with the API routes. Let's begin. What we want to happen when we will submit our prompt. So when I'll press the enter, I will get here my prompt value here, my prompt value. As I will send my messages, my question, straight after that, I would like to pass this message, this prompt value, to the server. Okay, so I would like to get my message here. Actually, just a prompt. We don't need to send the entire message. We just need to get a prompt, and we'll want to send it to the server, to our API. So API. We will provide this prompt, as we have it here, in our API route to the ChatGPT. GPT. Okay, we'll ask ChatGPT to provide some answer to this prompt. ChatGPT will get us answer. It will provide this answer back here to the on submit, somewhere here. So get a response, and this response we will set to the new messages, so we can display the answer in our messages array, so it's display in our UI. So get a prompt, send it to the API route, pass this prompt to the ChatGPT, get a response, and back to our on submit here, and display this response as the message. Okay, sounds good. Let's remove this, and let's start with the API routes. When you go to the files here in the pages folder, you should have API, and you should have here first API route, very simple one. You can see the API route is just a function which you need to export by default, and the function will retrieve the request object, the response. And in this case, we are responding with the status 200, which is a success, and the JSON data name John Doe. And we can test it out. We can go to browser, and here I can access simply API folder /hello. So /hello. And this you can see we are getting a response with this JSON name John Doe. Okay, but now we need to create our own API route where we will retrieve this data of the prompt, and we can provide this prompt to the ChatGPT. Okay, so in the API folder, I will remove the hello.js. All right, and I will create here a new file. We'll call it completion. Completion, because actually like this, completion, right? I hope I'm not spelling it wrong. Completion. Why I call it completion? Because that's how the API for the ChatGPT is called. You want to provide a completion to your prompt. So what is the React.js? ChatGPT will respond with this answer, which we will call overall as a completion. Okay, that's some naming conventions. Okay, let's add here export default. So we'll export here this API route. So API export default function, we'll call it completion. Okay, he'll pass here a request and response, perfect. In this case, our hello API route was a get function. We send a get request. In this case, we'll be sending a post request, because in a post request, we can also send some data along with the request. So first I'll add here if statement, and I'll check if the request method is post method, like this. Otherwise, I want to respond with the response.status 500, actually return this. You don't need to return this, but I like to return my responses. 500, and respond with the JSON data where the message will be, let's say, message invalid API route. Actually, we can provide here like this, error. It will be additional object, error message, invalid API route. actually, we can already test it out. We can save this, and we can go to this route / API slash 3000 / API / completion, like this, and you should see here error message invalid API route, because when you're going to the URL, this will send a GET request to the completion API route. Okay, by the default to the browser, you can send in the URL bar when you press enter in the URL, this sending GET request. You cannot send any other request through to here, only a GET request. So since the request method here is not a post, but is actually GET, this is false, so you're going to the else block and you're responding with this JSON error message, invalid API route. Okay, so that's what we are getting. Now we just need to handle the post here, and we need to get here our data from our prompt. But this I will handle in the next lecture. So what basically we need to do, we need to send a request from here on submit. We'll send here a request, post request with our prompt data, and we'll receive this prompt data here in the completion function. Okay, that's gonna be it. We have our API completion route. Let's continue next lecture. Cheers. In the previous lecture, we created our first API route, which we call completion. We tested out in our browsers. When we'll access localhost 3000 / API / completion, we'll make a request to our API route, which is currently getting error because it's a GET request, and when the GET request will happen, we're going to else state, and we are returning this response here. Let's continue in this lecture, and let's handle the request method post. Let's begin. Go to stack.js, and to make a post request, we need to write some code. So as we are submitting here, we are pressing the enter key, and on submit is called, we will set here messages, which the message will be my question. All right, we will set the messages in my question. After that, this happened, we need to send a post request to the server to get some response from the ChatGPT. So we need to get a response from ChatGPT and display it as our message in our UI. So let's make this post request. How can we do it? We can do it with the fetch function, which is available here globally. Fetch function you can normally access in your JavaScript. When you will open console, you can see here a fetch function, which with the fetch function I can make an API request. Okay, begin our code here. Under the set messages, we'll write here fetch like this, and we'll specify here a path to our API route, which is /API / completion, right? That's the name of our route, completion. I don't need to write here localhost 3000 and so on. This is automatically filled out. I just need to provide here this subpath to our API route, so /API / completion. Localhost 3000 is filled out automatically. Okay, so that's our route. This is by the default will be sending a GET request. You need to specify here explicitly that you want to send a post request. So as a second value, we'll specify here object. Value will specify a method, and this will be type of the request. Type of the request will be post. Together with this, you will send also your prompt data, so your input, your prompt, what you're writing in the text area. So under the method, you will specify body. That's how you are sending the data, and you will specify a prompt. But before you will send the prompt, you need to stringify it. So we will write here JSON.stringify, and it will send this prompt as the object. Okay, so this will basically what I'm sending here. This is the object where we have a prompt key, and the value is whatever I'm writing in the text area. So what is React? What is React? Okay, that's how my prompt looks like. This will be object where the key is a prompt, and the value is my value from the text area. And before I will send it to the server, I need to stringify it. Very important. You need to stringify it. With a semicolon, this is asynchronous code. So this is returning the promise. So if you want to synchronize it, you can get a response here. You write here await, and you will store this result into the variable called whatever you want. I will call it a response, like this. This is complaining because you need to mark your functions the async one whenever you are using a wait. So we'll to scroll up here in the use not the use effect, on submit, and here we need to specify async. Amazing. Now we need to do changes in our API route, because to our API route we are sending the post request and we are sending the data in the body, which is our prompt. Go to your API completion.js and let's receive this data. So to get the data, you need to get the body from the request, which we are sending, as you saw in the fetch. So you add a const body, and you can retrieve the body data from the request, that body. Now we want to get from the body our prompt data, const prompt equal body dot prompt. That we are sending, right? That's when you will look here. You're sending the body. On the body, you have a prompt object. So I'm on the body accessing the prompt, which gets me the value data. If the prompt is not specified, so for some reason we are getting here undefined data, I will write here or operator. I will assign here empty string. So this is basically just a fallback value. So if this will be undefined for some reason, undefined or null, then I'm not writing undefined to the prompt variable, but instead I'm checking here for the second value. So if it is undefined or null, I'm going with the default empty string, and the empty string I'm assigning to the prompt. Okay, this is a fallback check. Okay, so this we already received a prompt, and to see that everything was good, we just simply console log prompt, and return some response back to the clients, to our application. So return response of status 200, send back JSON data, and send here, let's say, a message all good like this, semicolon here. Now let's save it and let's test it out. So let's get back to here, back to our application. Let's refresh this. So we have empty screen here. Open here console, network, and send here a message. Let's say message will be 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's press enter. And in network tag, you should see completion. Press enter here. Not press enter. Click on the completion. You can see, click here headers. You can see request method post 200. OK. In the payload is the data what we sent. So data we sent was prompt value 1, 2, 3. And as the response, we got a message all good. And that's correct, because we're getting here a prompt, and as a return we are sending this message all good, which you saw here. Now, actually this console log, where we can see the console log. This console log you will not see here in your console, because this is your client code. But what's happening in the API folder is happening on the server. So the code you will see is you're in a terminal where you're running your development server. So when you will go to the terminal, in the development server you should see this message, and actually I don't see it here, so there was some issue. Okay, so let me take a look one more time. I'll clear it out here. I'll send here a second message. Let me send a second message. Press enter. Terminal, something is happening here, but I don't see here actual message. So there is issue in my code. Let's go back to coding editor. Let's try to display here under body console log body. Let's save this. Back here, 1, 2, 3, press enter. Let's see, and yeah, body we are getting here prompt 1, 2, 3. So this looks good. So we are definitely receiving prompt, but the second, you can see the second log is empty string. So for some reason we are getting the second value empty. So let's get back here. We are spelling it correctly. Body.prompt. This should get me the variable here, which I'm logging out here. But it's an empty string for some reason. Okay, actually, let's clear it out completely. Let's shut down the server. I will start it over again, just in case that there's some just weird issue. Okay, let's get back here. I'll refresh and I'll send here 1, 2, 3 again. And still empty value. Okay. Let's try to display here in a console log body dot prompt. Save it. Back here, 1, 2, 3, and undefined. So that's the issue. You can see I'm accessing here on a body prompt, but this prompt is getting undefined. Even though when I see console log of body here, I am seeing definitely I'm getting some object with the prompt 1, 2, 3, but when I will try to access it, my data are not there. So the issue must be in the way we are sending the request. So when you will go to stack.js, I will verify here. That's definitely correct. Method is post. Body is JSON stringify prompt. That's correct. But we are actually missing a very important thing. We need to provide here headers like this. And to the headers, you need to provide here content of application JSON. Right here, content dash type. And this will be type of the application slash JSON. Application slash JSON. And this way, you can receive the data correctly from the body. So that was the entire issue. Application slash JSON, verify this is correct here, everything correct. Let's save this. In your completion API, now that should be correct. So I will just write here one console log of the prompt here, and I can remove the console log body. Now it should be fine. Okay, save it. One last test. Let's write here 1, 2, 3, press enter. And now you should see in the terminal 1, 2, 3. So we are receiving this data here correctly. And you can see it in the terminal. So this value 1, 2, 3 is in our prompt. Now we are getting it in the completion API. What we can do now, we can forward this question to the ChatGPT and we can get a response, and we can response this. We can send this response back to our clients here to this to the response here. Okay, that's it. We will continue next one. Cheers. In the last lecture, we sent a post request from our stack page. We are sending the data in the body of our prompt input. This value is getting to our completion API, and we are retrieving it from the request body. And from the body, we are getting prompt, which is our value we are sending from stack.js. Let's continue. And response let's provide some response from a completion API. Let's begin. So what I want to happen here, actually I'm providing a response, right? Here is the response. We are providing this JSON with a message, all good. I would like to fake here the response over ChatGPT. So I would like to provide here some hard-coded response for ChatGPT. So basically what I want to do, let's write here const and variable name, let's call it result or response like this. And the response will be, let's say, this will be a response from the ChatGPT. For now, this hard-coded one. I'll write here React.js is a UI library, or actually library. Say library for creating UIs. 3 dots. And this response I'll provide here to my as my response data in my in my response. Okay, actually I will call it AI response, so we are not confused. So I get here is the AI response, and as the response to the client, I will be sending here a message. But I will send here a result key, the object with the result key, where the result will be the value of the AI response. Okay, so now we should get this response back to the clients. So in our stack page, I should get this data back here in my response variable here, for what I'm getting here. So to verify this, we are getting this data. Actually, under this, you will create a new variable. You will call it a JSON, and the response you can get from the response.json, which is also asynchronous. So to get a data, you need to write here await response.json, and this will get you the object on which you should have the data you're getting from this JSON here, what you are passing in this JSON here. So you should get there. You should have here the result prop with the value of the AI response, which will be this value here. So to get this value, I'll just for now just a console log it here, or I'll read out JSON.result like this. Okay. So I'm sending the request, post request, the completion API. Here I'm hard coding the value. React.js is a library for creating UIs, and this value I'm responding back to the client. So sending back object with the result key, where the value is this hard-coded value. In a stack.js, I'm getting here response from the server. On this response, to get the value of the response, I'm accessing the JSON function, and on the JSON, I will have a result. Okay, let's try this out. 1, 2, 3. I'm getting here, React.js is a library for creating UIs. So that's what we wanted to see. To fake it, to be it close to real, we need to get here some delay, because for sure we don't get a response from the UI immediately as now. There will be some delay for sure. So I'm not writing the question, right, and I'm getting immediately response. That's not what will happen. So to fake here some delay, go to your completion API, and before you will send a response here, okay, back to the response to the clients, you can create here delay by creating here promise. You'll write here await a new promise like this. Provide your callback function, and write here set timeout. Set timeout, in which set timeout you will write here, actually here, and I promise you getting this callback function, getting the resolve function, and to the set timeout you will write the resolve and 500 like this. And you are getting your issue because you need to write here this function as the async one. So what will basically happen here in the promise is that you are resolving this promise here after 500 milliseconds. You can see this 500, there is 500 milliseconds, so there is a half of the second. After the half of the second, here you will be hanging here 500 milliseconds, and after 500 milliseconds you will send a response back to your clients, so back to your page, stack.js, from which you are sending a request. Okay, and you can provide here any number. If I'll provide here 1000, this I will be delaying by 1 second. 500 milliseconds is okay. So let's save it this way. Let's just sit down. So I will write here 1, 2, 3. I'm waiting. You can see there was slightly delay. And here I'm getting a response. We can increase delay for 5 seconds, let's say 5000 milliseconds. And I will do it this way, 1, 2, 3. I need to wait 5 seconds for the response, which is quite long. Now I got a response. Okay, so yeah, I think 500 milliseconds is okay for beginning. Okay, we are just faking response. We are doing it because we want to prepare our UI, right? So we don't want to straight jump into the ChatGPT and get the response here. We want to test a couple of things. We would like to prepare our UI, so then when we will integrate here ChatGPT, it will be this will be easier to get it done. Okay, that's it. Let's continue next one. Cheers. In the last lecture, we specified AI response in our completion API route. We are sending back this AI response to our stack.js, right? We are getting a response.json, which from there we can get the result. So we are sending the request. From the request, we are getting the response from the API route. In this lecture, the data we are getting back, so the JSON result, we want to display in our UI as a message. So let's do it. Let's begin. Get back to our code, and to do this, as we are getting here JSON result, we simply need to set the messages, right? So we need to set the new messages, need to return a new array, where the previous messages will be provided, plus we'll add here a new message, so the object, as we are doing here. But the data will be slightly different. Author will be not a human, but it will be AI, and the avatar here will be actually image of avatar, and the text here will be not prompt, but actually the results we are getting from the request. Okay, let's remove this alert, and to set the messages first, we will check if the request was successful, because as the response from the request, we don't need to just get the data. That's not guaranteed. Maybe there will be some error happening on API route, and we'll get here this status 500, and we'll not get our data from the ChatGPT, but we'll get here actually error with a message. So we need to check for this case. Actually, to check for this case is very simple. Fortunately, you just need to get here a if statement, and it will check if the response is okay. So response is an okay property, and okay will be true if your status from the server is 200. So say status code is 200. Okay. You can actually see it when you will send a request. When you will go to the network tab and you will send a request, you will send here some message 1, 2, 3. You will see when I click here completion, state here is 200. So this means everything went okay, and we get here a response, a result. And that's what I'm checking here in this if. If the response is okay, then I will set the messages. Okay, if response is not okay, we want to display here just for now just a console log, or actually maybe console error. Console error is like a console log, but it's just have a different color. It has a red color in the console log, so it's displayed. It's more obvious that this is the error message. Actually, I can show you to you. When you write here console log in here, console log, something, it's normal color. When you write the console error, it'll be red. Okay, and also you will have here this. So you will display here what went wrong, okay, what functions have been executed, and what was the last wrong thing. Okay, so basically this stack trace. Okay, so console error. What we want to display in the console error will be our data we are getting from the API. So this object error message. So I will get here console error JSON dot error dot message. And maybe this data are not provided for some reason. Maybe something else failed, and I don't have an error there. I'll use a save operator, so to not get here additional errors about the error. What I mean by that, actually, I'll show in the console again. For example, if I have a const error object and the error is undefined, if I will access here error.message, I'll get here nasty issue. But when I will get here error question mark dot message, I'll just get here undefined and not the issue that I'm trying to access properties on undefined structure. So that's why I'm writing here these question operators here. So to be sure that I will not get the additional issue when these properties will be undefined. Now we can move to the if statement. So if the response is okay, we can set messages. So I will just copy this code from up here, set messages. I'll copy this entire code. I'll paste it here in the response okay. Now this part can stay. We want to destructurize the messages. So I will provide it in the new state. We'll provide the old messages. Plus I'm adding this new one here. ID of the new date to isostring can stay. This is a unique value which will be generated. Author here will be not a human, but rather we can call it author AI. And the avatar will be linked to my public folder to display this link of the logo OpenAI PNG. So remove the avatar value of this. And let's provide here /logo dash open dash AI dot PNG. And as the text here will be not prompt, because that's my input, but I want to rather display here result, right? So JSON dot result. So this data what I'm getting here. Okay, now let's save this. Let's test it out. Get back here. Let's write here what is a React.js question mark. After half the second, React.js is library for creating UIs. Of course, these values are coded, so whatever I have written here will be React.js is library for creating UIs. Okay, that's it. Looks actually great for the beginning. Now we want to handle some user experience improvements, and I will be talking about these user experience improvements in the next lecture. Any questions to the implementation of what we have done so far? Ask in the Q&A section. Let's continue next one. In the previous lecture, we displayed AI response in the messages in our stack page. In this lecture, we'll work on the user experience improvements. Let's begin. The improvement will be in the way how we are displaying the message. So I'll refresh here, so I don't have any messages, and I'll write here what is React, what is React.js. I'm expecting my message to appear immediately, but the response from the AI I would like to have typed. So it would look like something like this. Actually, it would look like exactly the same as you would go to OpenAI or ChatGPT official website. So I'm expecting to start with the typing R, then it will type E, then A, then C, then T. So it will be typed. It will be not displaying immediately the entire text, but it will be displaying letter by letter. Okay, so it's this nice type effect. And this can improve the user experience for the chatbots a lot. Okay, so let's do it. How can we implement it? We'll go to our message.js because here we're displaying our message. First thing, I'll create here a new state where I will assign empty string. Okay, so my idea, first I will write my idea how I will do it. We we have our message that we are getting from our API route, right? Is this text what you want to display? That's what we're displaying immediately here. But instead of displaying it immediately, actually, I will create in the state a new text where I'll be keeping the empty string. It will be initially empty string. And the text I'm passing into the message, I will call initial text. So I will have also initial text, which will be the entire string I want to display. So, for example, React.js is 3 dots or 4 dots. Now I will create a function that will be executed in some time interval. Let's say every 100 milliseconds or every 50 milliseconds. That will be up to you. What value you want to specify. So there will be a function that will be called in some time interval. And every time interval, I'll be changing this text. I will be slicing the initial text and I will be assigning these slices to the text. So first I will slice the R, and in the text I will display R. Then I will slice the RE. I'll display here RE. Then I will slice REA, and I'll display here REA. Then the C, REAC, and this will be happening in some time interval every 50 milliseconds. Let's say I'll be slicing part of this, and this will create this nice type of writer effect. Okay, let's get it done. Let's get back up to our code, and instead of calling this text, I will provide for this alias name, which I will call initial text, like this. Now I will create here a new state. So const in a square brackets, new state. I'll call it text and a set text. It will be the text we will be displaying. I'll write here use state, and I will initialize this to the empty string. Perfect. Now I will create here a use effect like this. All right, and here I will specify a timeout. Okay, so I'll write here const timeout equal set timeout like this. The timeout, as you see, I'm providing function that will be executed after some time interval, and a second value here, the time, this interval time. So let's say 50 milliseconds like this. So every 50 milliseconds, after 50 milliseconds, I will execute this callback function. And also a good practice here in the use effect, whenever this function is cleared out, is good practice to clear the timeout. So I will return from here function like this, and this will be clearing the timeout. So clear timeout, and we'll provide here timeout be assigned to the variable here. Okay, and here in the use effect, in this callback function of the set timeout, will be setting the text. So we'll be mutating the text, and this will re-execute our component. So we'll write here set text. Okay, and to set text, I will provide the slices of the initial text as I showed you before. So I'll write here simply initial text, which is my entire text. I will slice it, and I will slice it from the starting of the index of 0, and I will slice it of the text length plus 1. Okay, so if we have a text React, and I'm slicing text React, initially my text is empty string, right? So length here is a 0. Okay, the length is 0. So as we'll be slicing here, initial text slice starting at a 0 index, which is here, and I'm slicing length 0, which is text length is a 0 initially, plus 1. So I will slice just R, and that's what I will set to the text, just a R. Okay, then the component will re-render. When the component is re-rendered, I will clear the timeout. On the next render, use effect will be called again. Okay, and we will again after 50 milliseconds we will be slicing. But now the text length, we already have an R here, so text length is 1. So I'll be slicing from the 0 index to the text length plus 1, which is text length is 1 plus 1 is 2. So now I will be slicing the first 2 letters, RE, and so on until I will reach the end of my initial text. I will reach the entire length. So that's what will be happening. Okay, and you should be already able to observe it. So when I will save this, I'll go back to browser. Use state, actually, we are importing use state. No, we are not importing use state. That's the issue. So let's write here use state and make sure it's imported from React up here. Now back here, and let's write here some questions. So what is React? Question, and you can see it's nicely typed. Every 50 milliseconds we are typing. We can also decrease the interval. Let's say 25 milliseconds will be much faster. So I'll write here what is React, and yeah, this is much faster. Okay, so this interval here actually is up to you. What you want to set here? What is React? 10 milliseconds is super fast. Okay, we can leave it to 25. We can change it later for something different. The one issue with this is that we are also typing our own questions. So when I'll ask here what is React, I'm typing also my own question. I want to only type the answer. So this will actually resolve in the next lecture. See you there. Cheers. In the last lecture, we added typewriter effect. So now when I will ask the question, for example, what is React, I'll get the answer typed. Not only the answer is typed, but also the question is typed, which is not that great, but this will fix in the next lecture. Let's continue this one, and let's add here one small thing. When you will go down here in your learning stack page into your prompt, when you will click here, you see here this cursor. I think we can call it cursor, is blinking. Okay, and that's showing me as I am typing, right? It's displaying in the end of the text as I'm typing, this blinking cursor. Okay, or basically when I will select. Okay, so when I will select on the beginning line, there is this cursor. When I will select on the middle, it's there, and on the end, it's there. It's blinking here. And the same effect I would like to add to my messages as they are getting typed. So this cursor will be blinking at the end of the text as the text is being typed. So very small effect, very small user experience improvement, but I would like to show you how you can get it done. It's very, very simple. The first thing, go to your code, into your message.js, and your text as you have it here. Let's wrap into additional div like this, and create here a new class and call it blinking cursor, blinking-cursor like this. Let's take a look. Nothing changed, right? Yeah, perfect. Now we'll target this class. So let's go to your CSS file in the styles folder, global CSS, and target here this blinking cursor. And to add this cursor, we can simply provide here after attribute, the blinking cursor. This will create after class here, the blinking cursor, where you will specify the content, and content will be this pipe. You can find it on the keyboard somewhere, depending on what keyboard you are using, but this pipe here, there. Now when you will save this, let's go back to your browser. As you can see, there is this pipe. It's added in the end of the text. If I would add here something else, hello world, this hello world will be added in the end of the text, as you see here. When you want to see the HTML structure, I can right click here and inspect, and I will click here on the text here. You will see the blinking cursor here. It's adding the after, this after properly here, and after is basically behaving as the HTML element to which you can provide a content, and this content is displayed as you see here, this hello world. Okay, you can see the content is hello world, and I will change the content to something else. It will be something else, of course. Okay, so now we have this cursor. Now we just need to make it blinking. But how can we make it blinking? Actually, let's just change this to the pipe. I will create here keyframes. You can create the keyframes by writing the @ sign and keyframes like this, and you need to provide a name for the keyframes. This name can be whatever you will decide for. I'll call it blink because we'll be creating blinking effect. So keyframes blink. In a keyframe, you will specify either percentage or from what state to which state you want to go. I will specify here I want to go from opacity of 0, and I would like to go to the state of opacity 1. So I would like to go display opacity 0, so my cursor is not displayed, to opacity 1 when the cursor is displayed. Now we need to set it into, we need to display it in some interval, and this will do through the animation. So to the blinking cursor up here, we'll write the animation like this. We'll provide our keyframes to it, blink, and we'll say how often should I repeat this keyframe. I will set each second, and it should appear infinitely, so infinite. This is purely CSS stuff, so we don't need to know it. Okay, You can, of course, if you want to get, you can learn more about CSS, you can search on the internet, but that's how it's done. Okay, so animation, my blinking animation will go from opacity 0 to opacity 1, which will be repeating each second. We need to also specify the type of the animation we want to do. In this case, we want to go from the 0 state to the state of opacity 1. So this will be two-step animation. So stepping animations you can do like this. You add your steps like this, and this will be 2 steps, and you will specify this will be jump none. Jump none means you don't want to skip the starting and the ending state. Okay, so I'm saying here, apply blink keyframes in the animation, repeat them each second, and perform 2 steps. 2 steps means I will display opacity 0 and then opacity 1, and I will be repeating this infinitely. Okay, we'll go from opacity 0 to opacity 1. This is a 2-step animation. Okay, and the jump none is specifying that I don't want to skip the starting and the ending state, because you have also types of the jumping. You have a jump start, and the jump end you can specify, and this will be skipping the starting or the ending state, but we don't want to skip the starting and ending state. That's very important to display opacity 0 and opacity 1. Okay, so that's what's happening here. Okay, animation, blink, repeat each second infinitely, and perform 2 steps, and jump none. So go from opacity 0 to opacity 1. Okay, now let's test it out. So let's save this. Let's take a look, and the cursor should be blinking each second, and that's what we want to see. Okay, so now I'll ask the question. Hi there. It will be displayed there as I tapping the text. Of course, it should disappear when the text is finished. It's still displayed. This is not good, but this will fix also together with this. When we are asking the question, this shouldn't be typed. But let's handle it in the next lecture. Okay, so that's gonna be it. See you next one. And hi there, welcome back here. In the last lecture, we added blinking cursor in the end of the text. In this lecture, we need to fix 2 things. We need to disable blinking cursor whenever the text is finished typing, and also we need to disable the typing of the questions. Let's begin. Let's disable the blinking cursor first. Okay, so back in our message.js, because here we are applying the blinking cursor class. I would like to apply this class conditionally only when I'm typing the text. So up here, just before return, I'll write a const, and I will create here a variable called the blinking cursor class. Blinking cursor class, in which I will check the length of the initial text to the text length. If the initial text length is the same as the text length we are typing, this means the text has been finished typing, and then we can write a question mark, and we can assign here class. Actually, in this case, we don't need to assign here class. In the second case, we need to assign the class question mark column here, and here we'll provide a blinking cursor class. Okay, so when the text is finished typing, if the initial text length is equal to the text length, then provide an empty class, which will not display any cursor. But when we are typing, go with the second case and provide a blinking cursor class. By the way, B should be lowercase here. Okay, and now blinking cursor class, we can go to the class name. We can provide here curly brackets, and we can specify here blinking cursor class. Now when you will save this, get back, you can see there is no cursor. When I will type your question, what is React? You can see the cursor is there, but as soon as the text is finished typing, the cursor will disappear. Okay, perfect. So that's the first thing. Now the second one, so we are not typing the questions. This is also simple, and we will resolve it by writing ternary operation. So here, as we are getting here use state, and we are assigning here empty string, we will decide this conditionally. If you remember, in our stack.js, when we are passing the messages, we are specifying author of the message is either a human or AI, and this we are passing this author in the message. So in the message.js, we can retrieve this prop, we can specify here author, and here in a use state, we'll check if the author is equal to AI, question mark, then our state will be empty initially. Otherwise, it will be already pre-typed. So this means we'll assign here the value of the initial text. Okay, so if the author is a human, we already provide the entire initial text to the text variable. So we'll be not applying here anything because the text is already full length. Okay, the text is the same length as the initial text. That's what we are assigning here. Okay, so that question will be already typed. Okay, let's save it now. Back here, let's see it here. So what is React? Okay, and we are getting here answer. So that's what I want to see. Okay, perfect. So things looks great. We fixed these two small issues and we can continue next one. Cheers. In the previous lecture, we disabled the blinking cursor whenever the typing is finished, and also we are not typing the question. So these two things are fixed. Now we can focus on ChatGPT. So the layout of our application is finished for now. We'll be still adding some changes here, but in the next few lectures, we'll focus purely on ChatGPT and how to integrate ChatGPT into our applications. The first thing here, open new tab and let's search here for OpenAI ChatGPT. Just type here OpenAI ChatGPT. Okay, introducing ChatGPT OpenAI. Let's click at this. Actually, this is blog post. My mistake. I'll go back here. I think it's openai.com. Let's click here. Alrighty, and we are looking for the products ChatGPT. Click here, and it should open ChatGPT in your browsers. To get ChatGPT, you need to register. Actually, currently, we cannot even get to the ChatGPT because their server is full. Okay, no worries. We can still do our work done. Open new tab here and search for documentation of ChatGPT. Let's search here for OpenAI ChatGPT and completion documentation. Completion documentation. Okay, I can close the ChatGPT for now. And we'll go here to OpenAI, here, platform.openai.com, docs. Let's click here. And here's documentation. Amazing. We are not looking for the chat completion, what is selected here, but we'll be working with the text completions. That's what we are looking for. Now, what we are going to do, also, you can show you the playground here. We can test out a couple of parameters of the model of the ChatGPT we'll be using. But first, if you are not signed up yet, you need to sign up. Okay, so click here, sign up. And you can either register with a Google or Microsoft account, or you can just create your email address and then register. It's up to you how you want to do it, but let's get it done. Okay, go ahead, register your account. After it's done, we will log in. All right? Okay, I suppose you are registered, so let's get into application. So let's click here, login. Let's write here our email address. Not actually our email address, but my email address. Okay, I'm getting logged in. Perfect. And here we are. Okay, so here is our personal account. And we'll first think we'll go to the playground. Okay, in the playground, that's a very good spot to test out the ChatGPT, the parameters of the model. Here, the mode, completion, that's what we'll be working on. Other modes are in beta, so we want to have a complete mode. Model will be using the text dash DaVinci-003, which is currently the best model to use with the ChatGPT. Every model has a strength and weakness in something else. Some models are faster to respond, but their answers are not 100%, I wouldn't say correct, but accurate, but they're fast. Some models are slower with their responses, but they're more accurate. Some models are more creative, some models are more analytic, so it depends also on the model. But overall, the best model to use now is Text DaVinci 003. And here I have a couple of parameters. About these parameters, I will talk later. So you don't need to know each parameter right now to test it out. We can just test it out without knowing the parameters. We can just write here a question. What is React.js a presenter? Actually, we need to, I think, click here submit or command enter. Okay, so I'll submit this and we'll get here answer, right? So here's the answer for ChatGPT. Okay, so now I can chat with it. So I can write here space, empty line, and here tell me more. Okay, and ChatGPT knows the context, so it can continue the answer. You can see. So ChatGPT knows the context, can realize what I was writing before, and can formulate the answers that are pretty accurate, as you see here. And that's something like this we want to implement in our applications. As I said, about the parameters, about ChatGPT, I'll be talking more later. Now, let's get back to documentation. I guess here, documentation. Okay. You want to here either go to the quick start. Here is a quick start guide how you can get it done, and also some explanation. So if you feel like you can go ahead over this after the lecture. Then we have here libraries. You have here a library for Python, of course, and also which is good for us for Node.js, and that's what we'll be using. OpenAI. We need to npm install OpenAI, and this will install the package we need to in order to communicate with OpenAI API and to get the model into our application and communicate with it. Okay, now guides, text completion. That's what we will be doing in this course. We'll be going through the text completions. You have here different examples of the text completions, what the ChatGPT is capable of. And also it is explaining how you can adjust your questions to get the good answers. So what prompt to provide. Basically, prompt is the question I'm asking. We're calling this prompt, and so on. Okay, but again, about this later. What's important now to test the ChatGPT? As I mentioned in the requirements of this course, we need to actually provide our credit cards because this is paid. This is not for free. So go here to the personal on the right side, on top side, personal, and I guess we need to go to manage account. So manage account. And here we have a billing, okay? And the model of ChatGPT, paying model, is pay as you go. So what you will use, that's what you will pay for. So now you need to provide your payment method, okay? So go ahead, click add payment method, and click at this, and you need to add basically your credit card. Currently, I think it works only with a credit card. Maybe later it will be PayPal there or something. I don't know. Just that's what has to be done. I think, I'm not quite sure. When I'm recording the course, maybe you will get 1 month free, or you will get for 1 month some quota you can use. But as I was recording the lecture course, I had to provide my credit card. But not to scare you that you will pay a lot of money here. It's very, very cheap for testing. Okay, so you will not pay much. I can show you my billing history. Okay, actually overview, I think, or billing usage. Yeah, we need to go to usage in April. This was the time I was making this course here. These three. 2nd April, 3rd of April, and 4th of April, I've been testing the ChatGPT in my course, and that's how I used. So in the 2nd of April, I used 12 cents. In 3rd of April, I used $1.59, and the 3rd day, 66 cents. So overall, to test out everything in app application, I spent something more than $2. The next time I was testing a ChatGPT for the next 4 days, I spent here 7 cents, 38 cents, 91 cents, and 13 cents. So you can see not that much. And also a good thing is you can set up your spending limit. So as you see, I set up my spending limit monthly for a maximum of $20. So I cannot go over $20. And I currently spent only $3.86 as I was testing it out. And you can test your limit to $5 to $4 if you don't want to pay much. So it's not that bad. It's not bad at all. Okay, and this limit you can set up, I guess, in, let me see, settings, no, billing maybe, usage limits. Yeah, here, usage limits. So you will see your limit. My limit is approved by OpenAI. I can spend $120. My current usage is $3.86. My hard limit is $20. You can see here when your organization reaches this usage threshold each month, subsequent request will be rejected. So you can see monthly I can spend only maximum $20. And here's a soft limit. When I will reach the $15, I will get notification by email if I already spent $15. So that's what you can set up here. Okay, so go ahead, specify your billing method. So go to payment method, add your credit card, set up your usage. Very important. You can also set it up to $5 and the soft limit to $2. So you will get notified when you spend more than $2. Okay, so that's what we need to get done. Good thing that they are not paying for the playground, right? So when you will be testing these things, we can test it out freely in the playground. For this, we are not paying. Okay, so we are almost done with this lecture. Before we finish this lecture, I want to get our API key because to set up OpenAI ChatGPT, we need to get API key. So go back to your profile, manage accounts. go to API key, and that's very important. You should never share the API key, because when you have API key, you can communicate with ChatGPT, and other users can use your API key to get your limits, okay, and spend your limits and your quotas, what you are paying for. So you will be basically paying for other users if you will share your API key, because with this API key you can connect to your account and you can communicate with ChatGPT. So never share secret keys. And I will share it with you, but I will remove this after the lecture. So create new secret key. Okay, here it is. You can copy it immediately. Copy it. Go back to your coding editor, and here in the root folder of your application, create new file. Let's call it .env. Let's get here this key. So first, let's provide the name of this key. We'll call it OpenAI underscore API underscore key. OpenAI underscore API underscore key, and here we'll be pasting this value like this and provide this value. Never ever share this. Also, we will be pushing this to the GitHub repository. We don't want to push to the GitHub repository .env file. So while we are still here, go to the git ignore. And as you have here env files, also specify here .env file itself. Save this, and env should be grayed out. That's very important. Okay, so API key is configured. As I said, never ever share this with anyone. After the lecture, you can check the documentation of the completion API as I mentioned. Check the text completion, check maybe quick start, go to the playground, so maybe try different parameters and ask some questions and test out overall ChatGPT. Let's test it out and make your own decision what you think of it. Okay, so that's gonna be it from this lecture. In the next lecture, we'll install the package, OpenAI, and we will be connecting to the model, and we can finally ask some questions and get some answers. Okay, that's it. See you next one. In the previous lecture, I was mentioning that you need to set up the billing, but probably when you were just registered today or yesterday, you get 1 month of grant. You can see here is a grant of the $18 I can spend, and mine already expired in 1st of April, so mine is already expired. So please check this out in your account if you have the grant here, and check when is the expiration. And if you have this $18, you can work with them for 1 month, I think. So you don't need to set up any billing. Okay? So now let's go to the terminal and let's shut down your development server if it's running. Clear your screens and install here OpenAI. So npm install OpenAI. Okay, this just take a couple of seconds. It's done. We can start our servers back again. So npm run dev. Perfect. Now we'll get to our API route. So go to your src pages API completion. Usually we can close all of the other tabs. And the completion will open two things. We need to import your configuration and OpenAI API. So right here, import in a curly brackets configuration from OpenAI, and next to configuration, let's write comma and OpenAI API like this. Now we need to create a configuration. Configuration consists only from our API key. So let's write here const configuration equal new configuration. Let's call this. And let's provide here your API key. So you can provide your API key prop, and the value will be your API key from a .env file. So to get this value, you can write your process.env the name of your key specified in your env file, which we called OpenAI underscore API underscore key, like this. Okay, you can verify value, but you can verify the name of this variable by going to the .env. It should be called like this, right? Okay, now we have a configuration. I'll create here a const OpenAI, and write here new OpenAI API, to which we'll provide this configuration. Okay, OpenAI should be initialized now. Actually, here I have a minus sign, not very good. And we can ask, we can configure the model, and we can ask ChatGPT some questions. So here we are currently hard coding AI response and this promise. I will comment this out for now. And I'll write here a try catch block because there can be some issues, right? So we want to catch errors if something will happen. So I'll try and the catch like this. In the case of a catch, we can catch for errors, and we'll write here console log or console error, up to you. Console log error dot message, and we want to return some response to the user. So write here return a response dot status 500 JSON, and we'll write here message actually like this error the message, and the message will be let's say error on the message, right? So in the case, you'll get here in the try block error, want to catch for it. We'll console log it out, and we'll also return this error back to the clients. Now in the try block, I will configure my model here. Will configure my model here. Actually, that's not a configuration of the model yet. It's just a configuration or API, not the model itself. We are going to create model now. We'll write here const completion equal. Now this is asynchronous, so I'll write here await OpenAI create completion like this. Now you will call this and curly brackets, and you will provide your configuration. Do you remember configuration in the playground? We go to the playground, we have some values already predefined: temperature, maximum length, stop sequence, and all these values we can also configure now here. That will be our configuration of the model. So model name, temperature, token, max tokens, and so on. So here we'll specify model. We'll be using model, and as I told you, we'll be using text DaVinci. So write your text dash DaVinci dash 003 like this. Then we will provide a prompt. So the question we are asking the model, so prompt, and the prompt we have here, right? Since the key and the value is the same, we can just write it like this. Okay, now we'll configure a temperature, yeah, and we'll set it up as the same as in the playground, 0.7, and we'll set up maximum tokens 1024. Okay, I'll be mentioning some of the parameters very soon. For now, I just want to test it out, and before the end of the lecture, I'll be talking about these parameters. In the next lecture, we'll be explaining in more details these parameters. Okay, so here we are providing the question. In the completion variable, we'll get the answer. So I'll write here a new variable, const AI response, or AI result, or response, result, whatever we want to call it. Let's call it a response, AI response. And here we'll get the value from the completion. So to get the result, what the ChatGPT answer, we can get under completion.data.choices. You'll get the array back. You're accessing the index of the array of the 0, because you'll get your answer in the array under the first element, which is under index of 0. And under this, you'll get a text like this. If there are some white spaces on the beginning of the line or end of the line, you want to trim them out. So I'll wrap this in the normal brackets like this, and I'll simply trim this. And then I can provide the result to my users in their application. So return a response.status 200 JSON, and here result. Okay, that's what we are sending also before, right? We have been sending the results. Actually, here we have it here. Okay, we can just simply copy paste it here. Result, but the result will be AI response. Okay, and that's basically it. Yeah, we have created an env variable. If you have done changes in the env file, you need to restart your server. So please, all of us, let's restart our servers and the PM run dev. And we are going to test it out. So go to your browsers now, your applications, I mean, and let's ask some questions. So, hello. That's not a real question, but yeah, hi there, how are you? So you can see this is already coming from a ChatGPT. Let's ask it, what is a React.js component? Okay, and we should get the answer very soon. A React.js component is a small isolated piece of code. It's written in JavaScript and is used to create a user interface. And here we have the entire answer. As you can see here, the question mark in the beginning is, I guess, because I didn't provide a question mark in my question. So what is the React.js components? Explain in one sentence. Okay, we'll get here one sentence, and that's our answer of the ChatGPT, and you can see it's pretty accurate. We are not keeping the memory of the ChatGPT now, so when I will refresh here and I will ask my name. I will tell ChatGPT my name. Hello, my name is Philip. Please remember this. Remember this. Okay. I will remember your name, Philip. So now I will ask here, what is my name? Okay, so you can see that depends on who you're asking. Okay, so you can see it doesn't have a memory yet, and on the memory we will work later in the course. But so far we can ask questions about any framework right now we want, not specifically about the Vue.js, as I'm in the page of the Vue.js. So this also will resolve later. We'll provide some context to ChatGPT, so the ChatGPT will know about what it should talk about, because currently I can ask any questions I want to it. Okay, now about the parameters. I provided at least some parameters here, right? So I'll provide here temperature, max tokens, and the model. Model, I told you, it's some models are most cost effective, some models are very more expensive, and most models are cheaper. The text DaVinci has a good price. Okay, so that's what we are using. It's pretty accurate, and it's most used model currently, so we will be using text DaVinci 003. Prompt is our question. Temperature is the randomness. If the 0 value is provided, the value can be from 0 to 1. If the 0 value is provided, the model is it always provide, or at least most of the time it will provide the same answer. If the value is bigger, then the model is more creative and it's changing the answers. I can show it to you in the playground. Well, let's keep here 0.7. So go to playground, and let's write here. Write me 3 dog names starting on a letter R. Okay, and I want the temperature to be 1. Okay, actually let's start with 0. Let's put a 0 and let's get a submit. And that's the answer. Rex, rather rusty. I will go again. Ask the same question. Okay, so this time I'm getting the different answer, but first time I will always get the same answer. So I can try it out again. So I'll write me 3 dog names starting on R, submit. Rex, rather rusty. Write me 3 dog names starting on letter R, Rex, rather rusty. So you can see on the question, I will getting always the same answer. You will hover over the parameter. You can also get the explanation from OpenAI. So control randomness, lowering results in less random competition. As the temperature approaches 0, the model will become deterministic and repetitive. And you can see it's repetitive, really. When I will increase the randomness to temperature to 1, I'll ask the question, I will get now more answers. Rex, Rusty, Rocco. Again, Rocco, Remy, Rex. And you can see now that ChatGPT is mixing up the answers. So it's more creative. Roxy, Riley, Rex. So it's good to set up your value of the temperature somewhere between in the middle. Somewhere close to 1, but not too low. So either 0.6 is good for a starting point or 0.7, but also depends what you're expecting from a ChatGPT. It is a process of testing, okay? Now the maximum length. The length here is not the length of the words, but rather tokens. Token is not the word. How the ChatGPT works is that it's predicting the next token that should generate. You can actually see it in documentation. We'll open documentation, a new tab here. We'll go to the quick start tab. We'll scroll down here, and there should be somewhere tokens here and probabilities. So you can see not each word is 1 token. More common words are tokens. So I is, for example, 1 token. Have is 1 token. N is 1 token. Orange is 1 token. Cat is 1 token. Named is 1 token, but the butterscotch is not a very common name, so it consists of 4 tokens. Here you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 tokens, and dot 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 is 1 token. And how ChatGPT works is a predictive model. It's predicting what words or token it should generate. So when I'm asking the question, I have an orange cat named butterscotch. Or actually, that's not my question. That's already, I think that's a prompt or an answer. edit the text below to see how it gets tokenized. Okay, so we can write the different values and we will see how this is just a for tokenization example. But if this would be some question, I would ask, for example, I'll just make something up on top of my mind. If I would ask ChatGPT, do you have a orange cat named Butterscotch? And maybe answer of the ChatGPT would be, I have an orange cat named Butterscotch. So the model is predicting what word each token should generate. So on the first token, we have a couple of options. Maybe there is a I, or maybe a V, or something, some other words, maybe pizza or something like this. Okay, and every token has a different probability. So for example, I will have a probability of 70%. It should be even bigger, maybe 90%. Probability of the second one of the V, which will be just a 10%. Pizza will be 0.0%, for example. So depending on the probability, the ChatGPT will go with the I as the first letter. And now the second letter, there will be options like have or do or some other letters. And depending on the probability, the ChatGPT will generate the next token. Okay, because for example, have has the most probability to be after I, and that's how it works. In actual, of course, that's more complex, but that's how it works, and that's our tokens. Tokens are not words. Okay, in the general, there is a. Can scroll down here. I don't see now the explanation of the token, but in the rule of thumb is that approximately one token is approximately 4 characters. Okay, I will write it down somewhere here. Okay, oops, not here. Here, one token approximately equal to 4 characters. You can remember that, or you can write it down somewhere. And approximately one token, this is approximately 0.75 of word. Okay, so one token is 0.75 of word, of the English word, English text. I don't know about other words, but this applying to the English words. Okay, and that's the max tokens. How much should we get as the answer from the ChatGPT together with my prompt? Okay, so if I will go to the playground and I will ask here, what is React.js? This is already counting the tokens. So, for example, here I have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tokens, right? Maybe, and this maximum length is already counting. So, as the answer, I can provide now already only 251 tokens in the answer. If I will lower it for, let's say, maybe 20 tokens, the answer will be too short. It will be not even finished, maybe. So when I will submit this, you will see my answer will be cut. You can see it's cut. It can't really continue here because my maximum length is just 20 tokens, and already my question has a 5 tokens. So and the answer I can just use 15 tokens, for example. I need to increase my maximum length. And now when I will ask the same question, I'll get a longer answer, maybe even complete answer now. So yeah, that's it. We are using the models. We are using the model of mode of a completion. Model will be using Text DaVinci. You can see the other models that are also explained here. You can see each model's strengths and description of the model. So you can go over this, and you can see also more models you can use. We are using the GPT-3, by the way. Temperature, 0.7 currently set up. That's controls randomness. Maximum length, you know. Actually, I can also explain stop sequence when we are here. Let's do it. And in the next lecture, I'll continue with the more parameters and more explanations. So let's continue with the example of the names. Write me 3 names starting on R. Submit, and this will write me the list of the names. The stop sequence is the token on which it should stop generating further tokens. So, for example, my stop sequence could be Rex. Let me write here Rex. Yeah, I'll write Rex. Press tab. That's my stop sequence. When it will start generating tokens and it appears the Rex token, it will stop generating further tokens. So I'll ask for the same question. Write me 3 dog names starting on R. Submit. And probably Rex was the 3rd token. So you can see it didn't generate it. Actually, let's provide here temperature 0, so we'll get always the same answers. Okay, and already the Rex was first name in this case, so you can see stop generating the token. So that's the stop sequence. Maybe we want to stop sequence under a specific item in the list, so maybe second item like this. So I will add here two dot. Okay, submit, and now you can see just generate me one name Rex, and the second not will generate because my stop sequence is a two dot, which should be generated after Rex, right? Should be generated, but since it is stop sequence, it's stop generating any further tokens. Okay, I guess we will leave it here. We'll be testing further parameters in the next lecture. So far, so good. You can see how simple it was to integrate ChatGPT. I'm sorry for the longer lecture. The next one will be long as well. I'm sorry for that, but we need to go through all of this. Cheers. In the previous lecture, we have set up OpenAI API to our application so we can get some answers from ChatGPT, and it works well. We can ask the question and we'll get an answer. In this lecture, we'll be testing this in our applications, but I'll rather talk about the parameters you can see here in the playground and the parameters you can also set up in your competition model. Okay, so let's start the playground. Let's refresh it. So we have here default values. And some of the parameters I was already talking about, right? So here's a mode. We'll be using complete mode, models, different models, text DaVinci 003, temperature will keep 0.7. So this control randomness. When the value is 0, the model is more deterministic. When the value is larger than the 0, then the model is more random. Maximum length of the tokens will get as the answer. This also contain also the prompt, and so the question. Stop sequence where it should stop generating the more tokens. And now the interesting parameters come here. Top P controls diversity via nucleus sampling. 0.5 means half of the likelihood weighted options are considered. This doesn't really tells me much. If you want, you can also go to ChatGPT and ask the question about this parameter, and maybe it will get you to some answers and you will understand it better. That's a good approach. If something is not clear, also to consider to ask it for some questions. But first, listen what I will say, and then you can compare it with the answers of the ChatGPT. So let's start now with the top P. We will get here some prompt, and we'll see what are the responses of the ChatGPT. So let's write here following prompt: a cat sit or set so past time. So a cat set on. And I will write here square brackets like this, and let's write here mask. This will tell to ChatGPT to fill up here this empty word, so it can generate some word for us. Okay, so let's present or actually let's submit, and you can see the ChatGPT generate a mat. I'll submit the same prompt, so I'll copy the cat asset on a submit this chair. Submit this a windowsill. You can see so ChatGPT generating for me options. How this works internally and how this is connected to top P parameter. This I will explain by drawing. Okay, so we have a prompt. Our prompt is a cat set on. And here we want to provide this mask word. What should ChatGPT generate for us? Mask. So ChatGPT will get some collection of the words with the probabilities that should be generated. With the probabilities that's the probability of that the word should appear actually. Okay, so let's say the answer of the ChatGPT will contain this group of words. So I'll write here. This is the prompt. And here the candidate words for the ChatGPT to answer. I'll write it like this. Candidate. One more time. Candidate words that ChatGPT should generate. So candidate words could be mat. But we got this answer, right? So mat. It could be rack. It could be couch. It could be table. Could be moon. Moon. It could be sun. It's complete nonsense, right? So that's the candidate words. When we ask this question of ChatGPT, the ChatGPT can choose from these words. Each word has a probability. I'll write it on the right side in the brackets. P as a probability to the word should be chosen. Let's say probability is here 35% for this word. I'll write it in the without the percentage. I'll write it like this. Without percentage, I will say the probability from 0 to 1 is 0.35. That's a 35%. Right? Now, RAC, let's say probability will be 25%, so 0.25. Let's say coach would be probability to generate this word of 0.2. Let's say table probability would be 0.1, and the moon and the sun probability will be super low, it will be 0.05, and the sun will be same, probability will be 0.05. One thing to notice here, the entire probability, when you will sum it together, you will get the value 1. When you will sum this together, you will get the value 1. And so this means, actually, when the top P is 1, then ChatGPT can choose the words from this entire group. Actually, not here. Use this pen here. So ChatGPT can choose from all of these words when the top P is 1. This is like a threshold. If the top P is 1, then we can choose from all of the candidate words. So now the ChatGPT can generate a word with the largest probability. It will take in the account also temperature. So when the temperature is more random, it can maybe decide between the mat and the rag and so on. Okay, that's the top P. Now let's see the example. The top P will be something else, like 0.5 or 0.8 or 0.9. For this, we need to compute cumulative probabilities from each word. Okay, so next to it, I'll write cumulative probabilities. So cumulative probabilities. It's spelled like this. Probabilities. Okay, I'm not sure how it's spelled probability. Let's or with a P. Probability. Okay, good to know. So I have a typo here, right? Probabilities. It's hard to talk and write at the same time. Okay, so this will be cumulative probabilities, and cumulative probabilities are computed the following. So for a math, cumulative probability will be the same, 0.35. Okay, so actually I'll write as a CP for cumulative probability will be 0.35. For the RAC, cumulative probability will be probability of math plus RAC. Okay, so this will be cumulative probability here. Cumulative probability will be math plus RAC, which is equal to 0.6, right? 0.35 plus 0.25 is 0.6. That will be the cumulative probability of RAC. Now the couch. Cumulative probability will be, as you can guess, math plus RAC plus couch. So math plus RAC plus couch, which is in total, I guess, 0.8, right? 0.35 plus 0.25 is 0.6 plus 0.2 is 0.8. I mean, okay, so here is a cumulative probability 0.8. And you got a point how this will continue, right? So let's, table now. Table. So CP, cumulative probability, will be math plus RAC plus coach. Actually, I'll write here as a equal sign plus table, right? Plus table, this will be now 0.9. Now moon. Okay, CP, again the same thing. The table together plus now plus moon. So here will be cumulative probability 0.95. And the last one, sun, CP, same thing, k plus sun, and we'll get 1. Okay, so for all the set of the words, cumulative probability is 1. So that means when the top P is 1, that's why we can choose from all of the words. Okay? When we also, the top P will be, let's say 0.8, we will find which word is crossing 0.8, and here, or is equal to 0.8, is this one here. So we can choose only from mat, rack, and the coach. So only from these 3 words. So the top P is 0.8, we can only choose from mat, rack, or couch. I was spelling it right. I don't think so, like this. Okay, and the top P will be 0.9, for example. I'll scroll it a little bit down here. So if the top P will be 0.9, then we can choose where we're crossing it here. So we can choose from a mat, plus rack, plus coach, plus table. So we can choose from these 4 words now. Mat, plus rack, plus couch, plus table. Okay? So that's how it works, top P. So as you see, when the top P is small value, such as 0.3 or under 0.5, we have a very small set of the words to choose from. So this means that model is more predictable. If the top P is larger, then we have more words to choose from. So the model is more creative. And now let's test it out. So that's how the top P and the cumulative probabilities works. And let's test it out in our playground. So go to the playground and let's test it out like this. Get set on a, here the word should be filled out. We'll set temperature to complete randomness, so 1 value, and top P will set to top P1. So we have all words we can choose from. I'll copy this, so you need to write it all the time, and I will submit this. So get set on a mat. Okay. Get set on mat again. Okay. Mat again. Okay, so that was interesting. Let's actually refresh here. Maybe there was something wrong. Sometimes model 6. The temperature is 1. Sometimes model is funny. Okay, so again, temperature 1, top P1. Again, same thing. Get set on submit. Mat a cool. Okay. Get set on mat. A mat. Get set on yoga. Okay, you can see I have this big set of the words and complete randomness. So you can see we can getting some nonsense. So we can say the model is now very random and also very creative. And sometimes it doesn't make sense. So let's test it more. Get set on a mat. Get set on submit chair. Okay, get set on windowsill. Okay, so you can see we can choose from the larger set of words, and also it's very random. Now let's try to provide the top P to some small value. Let's say 0.2. I will refresh first. Be sure it's good. I will set the temperature to 1, so it's still random, but the top P will be 0.2 only. So it will be a small set of the words to choose from. Okay, so same thing. Cat set on mat. Cat set on chair. Cat set on windowsill. Again, cat set on mat. Cat set on chair. Cat set on windowsill. So you can see more or less I'm getting the same answer as now. So as my top P is smaller value, the model is more predictable, right? So cat set on chair. Cat set on windowsill, and so on and so on. If you are not getting the same results, do not worry. So sometimes model can behave not that much predictable. So if you see different results, it's completely fine. But that's overall top P, as you see. There's a set of the words we can choose from, but the top P is small. We don't have so many words to choose from, but the top P is large. We have the entire set of the words to choose from, as I showed you here on the example. Okay, that's not a real example that ChatGPT can generate, because there is a lot of parameters that can be taken into the account. That is just an example how this is computed. Okay, so we get some kind of words that should be generated with its underlying probabilities. The entire set of these words, probability is 1 when you sum it together. But TOPI is affected by cumulative probabilities, so cumulative probability is computed like this. Okay, so get the first word with the largest probability will stay the same, and then you're just adding together the words, and you'll get the cumulative probability. And depending on the top P, you will choose the set of the words from which the answer should be generated. Okay, I hope this is clear. Okay, so that's the top P. Now let's continue with the other parameters. Luckily, they are much simple to understand. Let's refresh here. We will get here default values. Let's keep it like this, 0.7 and top P1. And we'll talk about the frequency penalty. Here's a description, how much to penalize new tokens based on their existing frequency in the text so far. So if the word is appearing in the sentence or in the text very frequently, we can penalize it. So if the value is 0, we are not penalizing it at all, so it still can appear a lot of times in the text. But when I will penalize it for the maximum value, then the word that is repeating, it will start appearing less and less in the next answers, for example, or in the same text if the text is too long. We can see it actually when I write 0. And I will write here, write a poem where every second word is sushi. Write a poem where every second word is, in a quotation, sushi. Okay, let's submit this and let's see what will be generated. Okay, so here's our poem. And you can see the word sushi. I can copy it. Actually, when it's finished writing, it's appearing quite a lot. Every second word, as I specified, should be sushi. Or should it try to have every second word? It's not really every second word, as you see, but yeah, it's quite often is appearing here. Now, when I will write here frequency penalty to be 2, and I will ask the same thing, write a poem where every second word is a sushi, submit it, you will see already appearing some issues. You can see the model has some problems to generate more tokens because it should penalize the sushi, so sushi shouldn't apply. So you can see here is quite frequent in the beginning, first 2 lines, but it's here is becoming less frequent, and in the last sentences is generated very weird things, and there is no sushi word at all. So that's a frequency penalty. We can penalize it even less. For example, just frequency penalty of 1, and let's try it out. Okay, and let's see. Yeah, it's still appearing, but it's not so frequent. It's not every second word. Okay, so that's a frequency penalty. You can play with it later. Again, let's refresh to get the default values. Now we will go with the presence penalty. So what's a present penalty? It's not about the frequency, but how often the word appearing in the sentence. So how much to penalize the new tokens based on whatever they appear in the text so far. Okay, increase the model's likelihood to talk about new topics. Okay, so what prompt we can figure it out? Let's write again with a poem. That's a good one. Write a poem about trees. About trees. Dot, and use a word trees a lot. Use a word trees a lot. Okay, let's submit this. And we'll get, a lot of trees, as you see. Finish until it's finished writing. And trees is presented quite a lot in this poem. Now, I will remove the answer. And I will write here presence penalty again to maximum. And let's see now, submit. And the trees should be much less appeared in the text. They are still appeared, but not that often. You can see just 2 here, 2 there, 2 here, and the last one is trees. So that's the presence penalty. Okay, I want to keep them at a 0 values usually. Depends on the context. What you want to generate, really. Depends on it, what you want to generate. And now inject star text. That's very self-explanatory. When I write here hello world. Hello world. All right, I will submit this. You can see hello world will be injected into the start of the answer. Hello world is injected in the beginning of the answer. Okay, now inject restart text. Again, already hello world. And I will submit it again. Or just right here, hello. Submit. You can see hello world was added. And hello world is added in the end of the text. So that's the start text and the restart text. One is added into the beginning and one is added into the end. Now we can also try now the show probabilities. Let's click here, full spectrum. Click here. Let's not inject any words. And let's write here the question we wrote with the top P. Let's write here a cat set on a mask. Okay, so a cat set on a mask. Or actually, I can write a different example because this will generate only one word, right? So a math, and you can see probabilities on different words. What was the probabilities of other words to be generated? And you can see sometimes probabilities, as I told you, they cumulatively should add to the one. I see that's not the case. It can be close to the one. You can see it's not always the one, but very close to one. The cumulative probability of all of the words here. Okay, my mistake. Okay, let's generate something else. Let's write something about React.js, let's say. Okay, submit. And you can see here probabilities of each word. So React, you can see it is actually composing from multiple tokens. 99% was chance to generate. You can see this is adding together to one. The next token, act, 100% to be generated. So this this will create together React. JS probability was 87%, but also model considered is straight after it. So it could also generate React is without writing JS. So you can see how it works. Every token is generated. There is some percentage of probability that the token should be chosen as a next token. You can just click over. For example, here the manage word, easy to manage, was just a probability 4%, but I think because of the temperature of 0.7 was chosen. But it could be also easy to maintain, easy to understand, easy to read, and so on. So you can see each token has some probability to be chosen. Okay, so we have covered all the parameters. Now it's up to you how you want to set them up. It requires a lot of time to test out everything, where you will get the ideal values. You can maybe search on the internet, or maybe you can ask the ChatGPT itself for what purpose you want parameters. For example, you can ask the question, I would like to have a ChatGPT to answer the questions about the programming. What are the ideal parameters to have chosen? Or you can just test it out according to your own experience, or you can search on the internet. I think we'll go with the default values. So we'll just play with the temperature. I think we'll keep it 0.7. Maximum length we'll keep as we have, 1000 something. So the answer can be long. And the top P will keep 1. That's the default value. We'll keep the top P1. By the way, I didn't mention best of. So best of is that basically on the server side, in the ChatGPT servers, it will generate multiple answers, ChatGPT, and it will just choose the best of this answer. So best of 1, it will generate only server side 1 answer, and it will choose this answer. But if I have a best of 20, it will generate 20 answers on the server and will choose the best of these 20 answers. This of course means you will spend a lot of tokens. If you will choose best of 20, server side it will generate basically 20 answers. So you will spend 20 times more tokens. So you will pay a lot for this. So usually it's okay to have just best of 1. Okay, so yeah, that's all the parameters we have covered here, right? There is nothing else here. So that's gonna be it. We will continue next lecture. We will get again back to the programming. See you there. Any questions? Ask in the Q&A. Cheers. And hi there, welcome back. In the last lecture, I explained all the parameters we have available in the playground and the parameters you can apply to your own configuration in your API route. In this lecture, I'll show you how you can debug your code in your API route on the server side in the case you have some issues or you want to figure out some values. Let's begin. So currently, we can very easily debug our client-side code, so the code we have in the browser. JavaScript we have in the browser. So when I want to debug my JavaScript side code, I can go to my page. For example, let's go to the pages of learning, stack.js. And here we can write debuggers to our, let's go actually to components, to prompt.js, and we can write a debugger here. For example, debugger here, one, and we can go to stack.js, and we can go on submit, and we can write a debugger to here, debugger. And of course, save it. This is the client-side code. This JavaScript code will be executed on the client whenever we will submit our prompt. So when I will go to the browser, and I will refresh here, I'll write a question. What is React.js? Question mark, enter. You'll see I'm jumping to my code. And I can debug my code here. No big deal. Go to the submit, I can check the values and everything, what I'm getting. But what if I want to debug my server-side code? This will not work because the code is executed on the server, so we cannot get into the debugger in our browsers. In that case, let's shut this down. Go to the resources of this lecture, and there is a link to my GitHub repository where you find the configuration for the debugging for Nextjs. Here's a configuration for Visual Studio Code, so this will work only in Visual Studio Code. Copy this entire object, go to your code, and go to your server-side code, so to pages API completion.js. Now, here we want to debug this, so we'll click here on the left side in the panel for debugging, and here is a run debug, and create a launch JSON file. Click create a launch JSON file, and select here Node.js. Okay. We will remove everything what we have here, and we'll paste the configuration I have provided to you. Now let's save it, and now we can debug our code. We'll go to the terminal. We'll shut down our server here, so it will not running from a terminal here. We'll go to Visual Studio Code. We'll go to competition.js, and we'll place here debugger. We can write here manually debugger, or we can just click on the line where we want to start debugging. So for example, here I will click on the line 10 like this, and there is this red dot. Now already on the left side in debugging mode, I have here my Nextjs configuration, Nextjs debug server side. I'll click here, and it will start the server here on localhost 3000. Now when this will be executed, and I will jump into this line of code, I should stop here. So when I will go to browser and I will ask some question, ChatGPT, refresh here, I'll say, what is React.js? I'll jump here. You can see, I'm getting a request body. On the request body, I have a prompt. What is React.js? I'll get here a prompt. Here's my prompt. What is React.js? I'll create here a model with a configuration. I'll get here a completion. So I'm providing to completion my model, prompt, temperature, max token, and so on. Okay, so here I'll get a response from the API. So completion. There we have a data. Then we have a choices. On the choices we have an array, as I told you, and under the first item we have the text. That's a response from ChatGPT. Okay, and then we'll trim it out and we'll send it back to the client. So we'll continue this, go back to browser, and this will continue. We'll get my response back. So that's how you can debug your code server side. So with this configuration, very, very simple. So if you have any issues in the code, maybe you want to debug it, that's the way. I will shut down the server here. So I'll remove the breakpoint here, this red dot. I'll shut it down by pressing this red square. I'll go to my folders. I'll close this terminal here, and I will set up my server normally from here. Okay, and yeah, and that's done. Okay, so that's gonna be it from this lecture. Let's continue in the next one. Cheers. In the previous lecture, we talked about the debugging on a server and on a client. In this lecture, we will get back to our API completion route, and we'll provide some more informations for our AI. We'll provide some more context to it. Let's begin in the completion.js, and up here, as we have a configuration, under the configuration, let's write const AI prompt, and I will provide here some information for our AI, how the AI should behave, what personality it should have, what name it should have, and what answer it should answer. So AI prompt will be just simply string. and I'll write here following. That will be prompt for AI. For AI, the following is a conversation with Walt. So the following is a conversation with Walt. Okay, the following is a conversation with Walt. Walt is a helpful and creative. Walt is helpful and creative. Walt is helpful and creative. All right. Walt's only knowledge is React.js library. Walt's only knowledge is React.js library. Dot. He can only answer questions related to React.js. He can only answer questions related to React.js. He only cares about React.js. He only cares about React.js. Dot. Vault provides often code examples. Vault provides often code examples. And Vault provides answers formatted in Markdown format. Vault provides answers formatted in Markdown format. Formatted in Markdown format, comma. So that's it. That's the entire string. You can get this string from the resource of this lecture. The following is conversation with Vault. Vault is helpful and creative. Vault's only knowledge is the React.js library. He only answers questions related to React.js. He only cares about the React.js. Vault provides often code examples. Vault provides answers formatted in Markdown format. Yeah, I think that's good enough. Let's copy this. You can test it out. Let's copy the entire string. Go to your browser. Of course, you are in a browser, but go to the playground here, and I'll remove this. I'll refresh it actually, so we get here the default values. Let's paste it here. Okay. Now create here a new line, and in the new line will be my prompt, my questions. So I'll ask here, what is? Well, I can actually do it like this: a human column. What is a component? And under this, I'll write Vault column like this. So when I will provide this prompt to AI, I am referring to this AI as a Vault. So I'm providing some information to how the Vault should behave. Here I'm providing my question. You can see I'm providing a human in front of it. What is a component? And Vault will answer here. So you will see when I will submit this, the answer should be like this. You can see Vault sent me this string. A component in React.js is a reusable piece, and so on and so on. So I don't need to tell here what is React.js component, what is a React.js, and so on. I just ask the question, what is a component? And since Vault is the information only that he should only care about the React.js, he will be answering, of course, what is the React.js component. So I added some personality to this bot. Okay, so I can ask the question of what is your knowledge? Submit. My knowledge is limited to React.js library. Actually, I should format like this. I should do this, right? Human, so we get a nice format. Vault column. My knowledge is limited to React.js. Now, human. I don't know what's called that. Human. What can we ask now? Do you know something about Vue.js? Submit. Well, no, I don't know. I don't have any knowledge about Vue.js. My knowledge is limited to React.js and the library associated with it. Let's write here human. Oops. Human. What is a state? Submit. State in React.js is an object that holds data which can be used to render components. So you can see now that our AI bot Vault only answers the questions related to React.js. It doesn't know anything else apart of the React.js. It only asks the questions related to React.js. Also, it formats the Markdown code in a Markdown format. So I will provide here human provide example, provide code example of let's say of a React React component. Okay, let's see what will happen. Yeah, you can see in Markdown format. This is when you have a 3 backticks here. This is the Markdown format. So that now in our code, when we will receive such a thing, we just need to format it through some formatting options. We need to download some package and format this code. But you can see we have provided context to our AI. Okay, so we have this AI prompt we have already provided here, and I would like to format it the same way here as I'm formatting it. So I'll get this AI prompt, and then we'll be passing this AI prompt here to our OpenAI. Let's write it here under the OpenAI. Let's write here const and call it formatted prompt. And the formatted prompt will be containing of this AI prompt plus /n plus my prompt plus what Vault should answer. So Vault column, and it will be Vault answer. Okay, so what's happening here basically? It's basically I'm formatting it this way. I can remove all of this. I'm providing this. The following is conversation with Vault. That's what I'm providing as the AI prompt. That's what the AI prompt holds. Plus /n means the new line. So I'm adding basically new line here, and I'm providing my prompt, so my question. So for example, what is a component? Question mark. And plus, actually here should be also a new line. My mistake. So here should be plus prompt plus /n plus Vault. So here after my question, I will add a new line, and then I will write a Vault like this. So I will get a prompt of what Vault should answer. Okay, so that's a prompt I'm sending to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT will answer here in some answer. Okay, that's my formatted prompt. That's what you could see here. That's what I'm getting here. You can see in the playground. Okay, and this formatted prompt we will pass to our model. So to prompt, I'm passing formatted prompt, and we'll get here answer. Oops, and let's save this. Perfect. Okay, so now we go back here. Of course, this prompt I'm applying to all of our pages. I'm applying the same prompt to Vue.js, to Svelte.js, and so on. So we will configure it later to have it customized. But for now, just go to home page and go to React. To React page. Here we'll be testing out, and right here prompt. What is a component? Question mark. Enter, and we should get here. Answer. A component is in React is a reusable piece of code that can be used to create UI elements. It is used to build the user interface of an application. Components are written in JavaScript and blah, 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 blah. You can see it's exactly about the React.js. So I don't need to specify what is the React.js component. I can just write it what is a component, and already our AI has this context. It can talk about what is state. I'll get your answer soon. State in React.js is an object that stores dynamic information about the component. While we are waiting for the answer, also good practice would be to maybe display some loader icon, or the answer is getting prepared, and so on and so on. But yeah, this is up to you to implement. Okay, so we are getting our answer. Also, you can see also we have getting our code example, which is great. In the next lecture, we'll continue with this. I'll try to format this in the React Markdown format, so it's displayed nicely. Okay, so that's it for this lecture. Let's continue next one. Cheers. Hi there, welcome back here. In the previous lecture, we prepared the better prompt for the AI, so the answers we are getting are customized to our needs. The prompt is specified here in the completion. Of course, you can customize it as you want. You can change the name, whatever you want about this prompt. You can provide your own specifications for your AI. In this lecture, we'll try to get some code examples from the AI, and we'll try to format them nicely. As you see here, we are getting here these 3 quotation signs, which means this is a Markdown format, and we can actually format this code nicer. Okay, let's begin, and let's try to get some code examples for the AI. And For this, actually, I would like to copy this example so we can test it also offline. So let's do it this way. In your code in a competition.js, will be debugging it, and here in the AI response, I'll write a breakpoint here on this line. Now I will go to terminal and I will shut down my server here, and I will run my server from Visual Studio Code. So we'll go to debugging mode. I will run it here. Okay, debugger has been attached. Actually, 2 debuggers have been attached. I don't know why. We have only 1 here, right? Okay, doesn't matter. Now I'll go to the browser and let's ask a question. Let's ask a question, so we'll get here some code example. Write me example of React JS component, or just write an example of a simple component, and provide a simple and short explanation. Simple and short explanation. Let's press enter. Okay, I should jump into debugger very soon, as I'm here now, and here is there is the response from the AI. So data choice at the index of 0. Here is the response. I'll go to the next line, and here is the AI response. Okay, you can see here is the example: 3 quotation signs, JS, import React from React, and here is the example. Here is the ending of the code example, and here is adding to the 2 new lines. And this example is a basic React component. That's the string what will be displayed, and this string I want to copy. Let's copy it like this. What is in between these single quotation signs? Let's copy this entire string. Copy it, shut down your server. Now scroll on the top of the file, and let's write here const, and this will be our hard-coded value that I just copied, and we'll call it AI response. AI response. Provide your quotation signs and paste there the entire string. Okay, so that's the example that ChatGPT generated. I have copied and I provide it as my hard-coded value here as the AI response. So when we'll be testing the markdown and formatting, we don't need to always send a request to the server. Actually, we need to send a request to the server, but we don't need to get the answer from ChatGPT, but we'll be sending back our hard-coded answer, this one here. Okay, so here I have my AI response. By the way, these values I will call different. I will call it AI underscore prompt, because they are constants which I'm not planning to change. And this I'll call AI underscore response. And this AI prompt, what we're getting here, we need to change here, AI prompt. Okay? Now I will uncomment these lines of code where we are creating artificial delay. You can see await here, a new response. We are waiting 500 milliseconds. I will remove this AI response here, and I prematurely return a response from the API route. So I will copy this return of 200. I can remove the breakpoint, and I will paste it under await like this. And you can see all the code is grayed out down under, because here I am returning already, and I'm returning the response from the server. And the results of this response will be my hard-coded response, AI response, like this. So this way, we are simply just skipping over here. We're just simply returning the hard-coded response we are getting from AI, so we can test out formatting. Okay? So when we will save it this way, back to the terminals, and we will start our server here back, and pm run dev. We'll get back to our browsers here, and I will refresh, and I will write here any question. Doesn't really matter, because we'll get always the same answer. 1, 2, 3. After 500 milliseconds, I will get this answer. Okay, you can see these 3 backticks means they should be in the markdown format. It should be formatted as the code. Okay, as a block of the code. And this should be on the new line after it. This example should be on the new line. So we need to do these formatting changes, and actually changes. And these changes we'll do in the next lecture. Okay, so for now, just send this hard-coded response back to the client. This hard-coded response also, if you has been given different response from the ChatGPT, you can also go to GitHub repository and you can get my answer here. You can copy it and you can paste it to your file. Okay, let's save it and let's do the changes with the markdown in the next lecture. See you there. Cheers. In the previous lecture, we hard-coded the value we got from ChatGPT. In this lecture, we will use this hard-coded string we have here displayed, and also we stored in the variable in our API route. We will use it and we will format it in the nicer manner. Let's begin. As you see in this string, we have these three backticks here, three backticks here and three backticks in the end. And what is in between denotes code. So we would like to format it as a normal code, as it will be displayed in Visual Studio Code. This is the Markdown formatting. If you see these three backticks, this is Markdown formatting. So in order to format it, we need to get a package that will help us to display it nicer. And for this, we'll use a package called React Markdown. Open your tab and let's search here for React Markdown npm. React-Markdown npm. Here is a package we'll be using. Let's open it. Okay, there's a lot of description about the React Markdown. We are just searching for the simplest way how to format the text. Okay, you can see React Markdown. We just need to put the children as a Markdown and that's it. And it will be formatted nicer. Okay, so yeah, let's do it. Let's install this, npm install React Markdown. Go to the terminal. Show the server. Right here, npm install React Markdown. Okay, let's wait until this is installed and we'll start up the servers immediately after. Okay, a few more seconds and we are ready. Okay, npm run dev now. Let's back to our code. We will go to our message, right? So go to your message component and we want to format this text we are getting back. So this text here. First, we need to import your React Markdown. So on the top of the file, let's write here import and import your React Markdown. React Markdown. Actually, path to this is wrong. It should be just React Markdown like this. Okay, so import the actually without the curly brackets, my mistake. Like this. Import React Markdown from React Markdown. To test it out, just for now, under this div, let's write here React Markdowns. Close it, open it, and provide here your Markdown in between. So we can provide the Markdown we have here. Let me see here some simple example here. This one here, hello world. This one. Copy it and paste it here. Hello world. So this is Markdown formatting already. This hash symbol and this asterisk. So when you will save this, go back to your localhost 3000. Let's write here some question. And you can see hello world is formatted in the Markdown. That's how it should look like, formatted in the Markdown format. Hello world. You can see world is in between asterisks. It's a italic format. I will inspect this. You will see this. Hello world is H1. Okay. There is no H1 here on the hello. Notice this. But this hash symbol is saying that anything after this should be in the H1. So Markdown works like this, that it will parse your string. You see if there is a hash, so it will create in the behind the scenes, it will create a H1, the hello, like you see here. And this asterisk says saying that this should be emphasis tag. So there should be em and world. And then there's no formatting on the exclamation mark, so here, this. So you can see React Markdown will take this string, these special symbols, hashes, asterisks, and will format it in the way you see on the screen. Hello world. Okay, so it works. Perfect. Now we can remove it. And instead of this, we'll provide React Markdown to the text we are displaying here. We will change this div to React Markdown. Like this. A class name can stay. We can keep here blinking cursor class. That's no big issue. And yeah, let's try it out. So let's save this. Go back to browser. And you can see your function is already formatted. Yeah, looks much better. Let's try it one more time. 1, 2, 3. And import React from React, const component, return div. I am a simple component div, export div for my component, and here is the explanation. This is a simple basic React component, and blah, blah, blah. But this code block is very nice formatted. You can also provide additional stylings and options, but for now it's good enough. Okay, perfect. So our Markdown works. We can provide some more options, but we will do it in the next lecture. So see you there. Cheers. Hi there, welcome. In the previous lecture, we provided React Markdown to our message component, so the text we are getting back is nicely formatted if it contains some Markdown format. Let's continue this lecture and let's highlight the code. The code is in nice format, but it could be better. So let's start. Open new tab again, and let's search here now for a package called React-syntax highlighter. React-syntax-highlighter. npm, we'll go to this here, npm, you can read about the documentation here, how to apply it, and so on and so on. I will show you this. So let's copy the command npm install, go to the terminal, shut down your development server. Paste it here. Oops, what I'm pasting, where is this command? Control V. Oh, it's not pasting for me. One more time, here. npm install react-syntax-highlighter. Let's press enter. Okay, this will start installation and we can run npm run dev back. Okay, now back to our message here. We'll import the things we have just installed. So let's write here import, and we will import here. We will import here Prism. This is the syntax highlighter we'll be using, Prism. Okay, and this is from React syntax highlighter. React syntax highlighter like this. Prism doesn't say as much, right, when you will use this component, but we can create an alias name for it. We can call it S syntax highlighter. Syntax highlighter. Okay. Now we'll actually let's not import here anything else. I will show you later what I wanted to import. Now let's go to your React Markdown here, and you'll specify here now class name. Let's provide a new line like this, and it will provide here components prop. Components like this, and to this will provide object. In this object, you will specify what parts of the markdown you would like to specifically format differently. And the parts of the markdown we would like to highlight or we would like to format differently is our code blocks. So you need to target here code. Okay, like this. Okay, like this code, and this will be a function. And it will be a function. In the code, you'll get past some of the properties such as inline. I will be talking about these properties soon. Okay, so inline, class name, children, style. That's what we will care about, and you'll destructurize props here. Rest of the props. Now I will write the code first. We'll test it out, and after that I will be talking about the code. Okay, it will be much simpler. So let's write it first. So here in the code function, we'll write here const match, and here I'll write here such a backslashes. It will be the regex expression. You'll write here language dash brackets backslash in this direction w plus like this, and here you will call exec, provide here class name, double pipe, and empty string. Okay, I will talk about this. Don't worry. You will explain this how this works and what I'm doing here after the code is implemented. Okay, now we have a match here, and we'll write here. Now we can return here some JS text. We'll write here return if the code is not inline, and we have match question mark return me from here syntax highlighter this way. Okay, in a syntax highlighter, we'll specify the language you should highlight. So language we can get from match the index of 1. Then we'll provide a pre-tag. Pre-tag will be what will be the container tag of our code. Okay, so what element will be wrapping our code blocks. I'll just simply write here div, because it's a pre-tag, and it will destructurize the rest of the props like this. So this is the case if the code is not inline and we have a match. We will display the syntax highlighter, and here we'll provide the children also. Children. If that's not the case, if this is not true, we'll write here a question mark after this. No, not question mark, but a column after this. Write normal brackets. If that's not the case, we just return here normal code block like this. Code block. We'll provide here class name, which will be the class name we are getting from up there. So curly brackets class name, destructurizer of the props, and provide here children. Okay, let's save this now and let's see if we achieved something. Let's go back to browser. Here's our application. So right here's some question, and one more time. Okay, and you can see it's already formatted nicely. Okay, so we are getting here this this formatting for our code block. Perfect, this works. We can also change the theme of this. It can have a dark color if you want. We can just simply import here, right here, import on top, import in the curly brackets, Darkula from here. But this path is wrong, not from the dist ESM, but you will import it from CGS. So React syntax highlighter, dist CGS, styles prism actually, styles prism here. So that should be import. And this Darkula stylings you will provide down here in a syntax highlighter. You'll write here style, and it will provide here this dark color. Now when you will save this, it should be dark color like this. Okay, so that's how we are formatting the code. And now we can debug it, so you will see what actually we are getting here. Okay, so now I'm thinking how to debug it for you, because when you will run a debugger now here, you will always get here the code, you will get the slices of our original text one by one, because that's how we have implemented this. So when you will keep a debugger here, you will get back and you will refresh and you will ask the question. You will get, actually we have still debuggers here, by the way. So you will get here, but your children will go, children is an empty array, because I will forward this code. You'll see after every 50 milliseconds we are adding more and more. Okay, so children is here, import React. And I would like to get here already complete string so I can show you this entire thing. Let's shut it down. Let's do it this way. Keep the debugger here. Go to your competition.js and this AI prompt from here. Actually, the AI prompt, but the AI response, copy. Copy the AI response, go to the message.js, and for now, copy this AI response here. Like this. And this AI response provides straight away to the text. Comment out the text, just click on the line and click Control or Command and backslash to comment it out. And provide here AI response like this. So now it doesn't matter what we're asking, we always get the AI response as the message. Okay, so whenever I write anything, it will be already, we will get here this AI response that I had coded just now. Okay, so let's open the console, write here 1, 2, 3 or anything and press enter. Get to your code here. And you will see as the children, we are getting this string, import React from React and blah, blah, blah. That's what we're getting. So now, where I'm getting here, what I'm getting here in the code block, I'm getting here inline. So this will tell me if my code is inline, and it's not, it's undefined. Okay, the class name. As you see, the class name for this code block is language.js. So React Markdown figured it out that this code block is JavaScript code, and the class name it is suggested to use here is a language.js. Children is your Markdown, the string. Style is undefined, we are not providing any style. And the props is the rest of the props we don't care about. Now the match, we are providing here regex expression and we're calling here exact function of this expression and providing the class name, which is the language.js. This will parse this class name language.js according to this pattern. And the pattern here is language dash any word after it. And when you will see, that's the pattern I'm using here, language-js. So this will basically, when I call exec here, in the match, I will have items of array of the two items, where the one item will be language and the other one will be JS. So I'll go here and you'll see here we have an array where the first, actually I said it wrong, where the first pattern, the first string we are getting here is the language-js. So in the entire string, this pattern is matching. Okay, and the second item is JS. Okay, whatever is after this dash. Okay, so we are getting the entire string language.js, and the second item is what is after the dash, which is just the JS. Okay, and now if we don't have an inline, so if our code is not inline, if it's undefined or false, and we have a match which we have, then we want to highlight this code. So as a style, we're using dark color stylings. That's what we are imported up here. As the language for this formatting, we are using match1, which match1 is this here, JS. So this will be JavaScript language formatting. And the pre-tag, so that's the tag which is wrapping my element, will be div. Okay, so I will continue here. I'll get this. To see that the div is a formatting tag, this div is a container tag around the code block. We can just hover over this, and we'll see there is a div. So that's what we specify as a pre-tag. Okay. So, and depending on the code block, it doesn't have to be always language. This class doesn't have to be language, just JavaScript, right? But right now we are passing the JavaScript code there. But it can be also language dash, I don't know, it can be SAS or CSS formatting or Bash or something else, okay? That's why I'm parsing it down here in a match. I'm getting 2 items, and the first item, which will be the name of the language, I am passing as the language here. Dark color, there's a styling of the entire code, the dark styling. Pre-tag is the tag which is wrapping my code block. And here I'm structurizing the rest of my props, and the children is the code block of what I want to display. Okay, that's basically it. I want to also show you an example when the code is indeed inline, when the inline is true. So the example of the inline code would be, I'll get here const inline code. Inline code would be code which is only on one line. So that will be 3 backticks, and here there's some functions. So function A, curly brackets like this, and 3 quotations after, 3 backticks after. That will be the inline code, which is only on one line. I can get the inline code and I can provide it to the here. All right. Let's save it this way. Now let's go back to the browser. That's what we are now. It's how we are formatting it. But let's open the console and let's write here something, right? So let's refresh first. Open. This is not right here. 1, 2, 3. And what we'll get here now, as the children will be this function A, and inline will be true. Class name undefined because we didn't specify what language this is. It's just an empty function. It doesn't provide information about the language, so the class name is empty here. The React Markdown figured out our previous example of this one up here, because there is JS. You can see there is the 3 backticks and there is a JS language. Okay, that's why it's figured out the language of the class name. But here I didn't provide any language. You can see after the backticks and before the function, I don't have any JS or JSX, and I'm not specifying what this function is. So there is no JS, so class name is empty. Class name is empty. So when I will parse it out with the match here, with the exec here function, I will get here an undefined or null. Yeah, I'm getting here null. So now this check here will not pass, and I will jump in the second one. So I will display just a normal code block with the class name, which will be undefined. I will destructurize it to my props, and I will provide the children, which is this function, and it will be displayed this way, as you see now on your screens. Not very nice, but that's the second option when your code is inline. I can specify this as a JavaScript code, so I can write JavaScript /n, like this. Okay, and this should be JavaScript code. You can see it's nicely formatted now. Okay, there are also these 3 backticks because I think I need to escape them when I reach the end. Here I need to escape them with the /n. So I will create a new line before end. So here like this /n. Okay, let's save it now. Yeah, that's better. But this shouldn't be already inline function, I think. So when I will refresh, open the console, provide here any prompt, doesn't matter what. Okay, and when it will go inline here, you can see inline is not true any longer. Class name will be language.js, and the children is our code block. Yeah. If I will change the language, for example, JSX maybe, the class name should be language.jsx. So when I will go here, here should be language JSX. So let me see. Yeah. Okay, so that's a few examples I can show you Okay, so formatting is definitely works. If any questions related to the React Markdown or a syntax highlighter here of the code, what we are doing, just ask in the Q&A. Let's leave it this way. In the next lecture, we'll do the cleanup. Okay, so see you in the next one. Cheers. In the previous lecture, we finished React Markdown formatting. In this one, we'll do cleanup in our code, and then we will try to get a response from ChatGPT. Let's begin. In your code, we have here a couple of debuggers, also some hard-coded answers. So let's remove the hard-coded answer. Just uncomment here text as we had before. Scroll up, and let's remove these hard-coded answers. We don't need them. We still have some debuggers in our code, so search for them. Let's write here Control, Shift, and the F on the keyboard. So you can search here on the left side, or you can just write here Edit, and here is Find. Or actually find in files, that's what you're looking for. Find in files, Control Shift and F, or Command Shift and F. And search for debugger. And we have a couple of debuggers as you see. So let's find them and let's remove them. Here, here, and here. Now we will get back. We'll get back to our ChatGPT, to completion.js. And we'll uncomment this. We'll comment this code. The promise and response status 200 with the result of a response commented out. So we'll get normal response from ChatGPT. Now let's save this. Go back here. Let's refresh, and we can test it out normally. So in the prompt, let's write here. Write me an example of a component, and also describe it. Let's presenter. And now this answer should come from a ChatGPT. So let's see what we'll get here. Okay, component, that's old syntax that React used to work with. And we have return div. Okay, that's correct. This is an example of React component. Yeah, and we'll get the answer back. This text is quite slow, as you see, so maybe we should increase it to the 10 milliseconds, the typing. But yeah, it works well. Write me example of state. And we should get example of state now. So let's see. Okay, that's also old syntax how you define the state in the class components of React. So we need to be more specific maybe. Write me example of state in functional component. Okay, yeah, that's new syntax already. I can see it. Yeah, that's how you define the state in a functional component of React. Perfect. So you can see very nice example. Let's speed it up a little bit. Go back to your code and message.js. Scroll out top and let's provide here 10 milliseconds. Will be better. Okay, let's write me example. Or let's ask for something specific. Write me a code for stopwatch. For stopwatch app. Let's see what will happen. Okay, this is taking longer, so maybe there will be good to display some loader, yeah, because this is a more complex prompt, I guess. So yeah, let's see what we'll get here. Okay, so we're getting here an entire code, how to create a stopwatch in React.js. I don't know if I have enough tokens, by the way. My tokens number is 1024, so let's see if it will not get stuck in the middle of the displaying here. But yeah, we have a stopwatch code here. Okay, so this works very good. Okay, so just last check here. Yeah, everything is fine here. In the next lecture, I'll start working on new things. And this new thing will be the memory of ChatGPT. As you see now, it doesn't remember its context, what I'm writing about. I showed you example before when I asked for my name. So I told ChatGPT my name, but when I asked what is my name, it didn't know what is my name. So we don't have a sense of the memory here. Before we'll implement memory, also I would like to identify different users in my ChatGPT. Currently, we don't have any authentication process here. So I would like to create some simple authentication. Actually, it will be hard coding authentication here, so I can test out different users in my application. And more about this in the next lecture. So hopefully everything works for you. Be careful with your quotas. Don't generate long answers. Don't test it out here, but rather test out the ChatGPT in the playground. And when you're sure that your parameters and questions are correct or formatted good, then provide them to your application here, because here you're spending your quota, and more quota you spend and more you need to pay. If you provide your billing details, if you're on a testing mode, so you have this grant, $18 or how much it is, then it's okay. All right, so that's gonna be it from this lecture. Actually, I will close this tabs we don't need. We can still keep here open playground and a quick start for OpenAI. We need something. And let's go to the next lecture. See you there. Cheers. In the previous lecture, we worked on the syntax highlighting of the code we got back from ChatGPT. In this lecture, just very quickly, I would like to fix one thing. Let's begin here in message.js. When you will look at your use effect here, we are using here set text, and whenever we will call set text, of course, the component will re-render and will call use effect again. Good practice is when you're using a use effect and you have here some dependencies, so some outside values you are using here, such as initial text, for example, or text, it's good to place them in the dependency array. So your use effect will be only reacting when these values change. So when the value of the initial text or text change, only then call this use effect, because currently without dependency array, the use effect will be reacting to every re-render of your message component. But by writing dependency array and writing inside initial text, for example, initial text and the text, this will be only reacting to changes of initial text and the text, and the use effect will be only called when these values change in the dependency array. So let's try it out now. Back here, and let's write here something, 2, 3. Okay. Oh, I should write actually some code example. Write me a component example. Okay. And you should get here a code example. You can see everything works as before, so that's what we were looking for, if the typewriter works as before. Okay, so that's it from this lecture. Let's continue in the next one. Cheers. In the previous lecture, we added dependencies to use effect in message.js. In this lecture, we'll fix one more issue. Here in message.js, let's increase the interval of a typewriter effect, let's say 50 milliseconds. So it will be pretty slow, 50 milliseconds. Let's save this, go to your chat here, and let's write hi there. And notice here the cursor as we'll be typing. You can see it's on the bottom of this div. It's on display after the text, and that's kind of a problem, right? So to fix this, actually it's happening because now, because of the markdown, we have a multiple child elements here. You can see paragraph, we have a div here, then we have a paragraph, and so on. So what we can do instead now, in our CSS, styles global CSS, we are covering here a blink cursor after, so straight after the div class. But instead of providing here after blink cursor class, I will say here this pointy bracket pointing to the right side, and we will cover here last child, and after the last child. So you will write it this way here. So I am not targeting strictly what is going after the blink cursor, but rather after the blink cursor child element, which will be the last element. Okay, so actually better example, right? So if you have a div, and this div has a class of blinking cursor, actually I can write class here. So if you have a class here, I will just call it BC for a blinking cursor, right? Then you would append, as you had it before, but you had just after, you would append straight after this div the new element. So you would add here after this div after. All right. But now because of the markdown, we are rendering the text inside of the div where the new elements are created. because of Markdown. So inside of the div, we have a paragraph, for example, and inside of this paragraph is the text now written. So what I'm doing here, I'm targeting the last child. So I'm checking inside of the div element. I'm checking what is the last child. If there is only one paragraph rendered out at a time, this is the current last child. So I will provide the after this paragraph, not here, but after the last child inside of the div container. Okay, if I would have at the time rendered out two paragraphs, one paragraph here, and the next paragraph where the text is rendered out, then I am providing after not this one, but the last child inside of the div, which is this one div here, this paragraph here. So I'll be displaying the cursor after this one. So always after the last child inside of the blinking cursor div, display me this content of blinking cursor. So that's what I'm doing here. I hope it's clear. Okay, so let's say with this adjustment, and let's take a look at this. So are some questions. How are you today? Let's see. Now it should be fine. Yeah, it's after the text. It's a little bit slow, I would say. So let's change it back to 10 milliseconds. Back to message and back to 10 milliseconds. Amazing. Okay, that's it for this lecture. See you next one. Cheers. In the previous lecture, we fixed our typewriter effect. In this lecture, we will start working on something more serious. We will try to fake authentication, or actually we'll try to identify different users in our application so we can get personalized responses from ChatGPT. Let's begin. So what is my idea? I would like to implement here a select box. Okay, we'll have here a select box. Where we'll have 4 options, or how many options you want. All right. Does I want to draw straight lines? So, and in these options will be IDs of users we can choose from. So for example, I can choose that I will be as the user 1, I can be as the user 2. Because it will be longer IDs, will be U1, something, something, something. That's some ID. Okay, U2, U3, U4. As soon as I will click some of these options, so I will decide I would like to be, I want to communicate with ChatGPT as user 3, for example. I will select this user 3 in my select options here. I will select this. All right, what will happen? I will send a request. I will send a request to our API route. Okay, and I will create a session. I will send back this session back to my browser. Okay, I will send the session back. Okay, a session is just some identifier. Okay, so I will select ID. For example, this U3. I will send it to the API route. In the API route, I will store it as the session. Okay, we'll talk about this later. We'll simply store this in the API route, and we will return it back to the clients where we will store it as a cookie. Okay, so we'll store it as a cookie. Okay, which will be encoded. Okay, it will not be this UID, will be some encoded string. Okay, choose the ID, send it to the API route, store it as a session, get it back to the browser, and store it as a cookie. Okay, so that's the idea what we want to do. Okay, we will store it here. When you will open in your console on the right side, you will go to the application. We'll be storing it in the cookies here. Cookies on localhost 3000, so you will be storing it here. Why I'm doing it this way? I don't want to implement authentication. That's not the focus of this course. If you want to implement authentication system, go ahead. I will just do it very, very simply for testing purposes. I just want to get here straight these hard-coded IDs of the users. I want to store them in the sessions and as the cookies in the browser, so we can identify the user when the user will come to our page. Of course, in the production application, you should do it with normal authentication, but here we want to focus on ChatGPT, and I want to show the simple implementation. Okay, so let's get it done. Go to your code, and we'll implement these keys. We'll generate some IDs. So go to your and close all of this here. Close all. Open your stack page, and here write the variable about the stack const. and call it session keys, session underscore keys, and it will be array of these keys, and we'll generate them now. Let's go to a browser, right click, and we'll do just this. I'll write here new date, to ISO string. I'll generate this, perfect. I will copy it, and I'll get it here, and I'll write it as the user one dash this. I'll copy this, paste it multiple times, U2, U3, U4. Maybe I will just change some numbers. Right here, different number, 1, 2, 3, 4 to 1. Doesn't really matter. 9 and 9. Really doesn't matter. Okay, so now we have a session keys. Perfect. Now we can display them in our select. So go down, down, down here. We'll find a good spot for this. A good spot will be just under the header. So I'll write here select, normal select element. I'll provide here some classes. So class name. Class name can be on the new line. Class name will be a little bit longer. I want to style it a little bit. So let's write here bg gray dash 50. Like this. Will be provide this background color. Then border dash gray dash 300. So will be this color border. Then text dash gray dash 900. I don't know why I'm spending so much time with something like this, but let's write it. Text gray dash 900. Then text dash small, so will be small text dash, then will be rounded, so rounded dash LG. And the width of this element will be 200 pixels. So let's write here W dash square brackets and 200 pixels inside. And some padding around. Padding will be padding dash 2.5. Okay, that should be 10 pixels around padding. And margin top 5. Margin top 5. So margin on the top, which should be 20 pixels on the top, like this. Let's save it. Gets back here, and you see you have here the select box. Okay. We need to fill it up with some options. So write the first option, which will be the default option. So inside of the cell, let's write the not uppercase but the lowercase option. Option, open it, close it. Let's write here choose session. Let's write here value. A value will be just an empty string like this. So that will be our default value, choose session. And now the specific values we'll get from the session keys up here. So get back here under the first option, write the curly brackets like this, get your session keys, map over them, provide the callback function inside, like this, map over the session keys, which we'll call just a SK for a session key. Okay, here I will write the option, and since we are iterating here over items, those are the key, and the key will be just session key. Then the value will be as well session key. Value over the session key, and that what do we want to display will be also session key, like this. Okay. Save it. Back here, and now you can choose from these options here: U1, U3, U4, and so on. Okay, that's gonna be it from this lecture. Now we can choose from the different sessions. We're still missing some implementation. We'll work on this in the next lecture. See you there. Cheers. In the previous lecture, we have generated some session keys. In this lecture, we will prepare a function to select the key. So when I will open the select, I can choose the key, and the key will be displayed on the screen. Okay, let's begin. Get back to our code. We will need to create a state for this. So scroll on the top of the function, and under the first use state, let's write here const square brackets, and we'll call it active session. Okay, so active session and set active session. Active session, perfect, and a use state. And by the default, this will be, you can guess, empty string. Okay, active session and set active session. Now, when I will be choosing some options on the select, you will provide onChange. onChange will be executed when you will choose some options, right? So let's write here onChange and call here a function handle session change. Handle session change. Of course, you don't have this function yet, so copy this function name. Go up here. Let's say here just on the return. Let's write your const handle session change arrow function like this. Perfect. To this function, you will retrieve the event. And from every event, you will get a value. So const session event target dot value. If we don't have a session, we want to return from here, and you can display console log, and in the console log, we'll display some error, some message, not valid session. Okay, and then finally we can set active session, which will provide here session. Okay, oops. Now we have a way to set a value. To see that we can select that the value has been selected, we will display it. So a good spot to display it is here will be here in a select. About the select, let's write a div. And here we can display active session, column, curly brackets, and a curly brackets active session, and provide here some class name to this div and margin top 4. So some margin to this element. Save this. Back here, we have the active session. Choose the session U2. It's selected U4. It's selected U3. It's selected U1. It's selected. When I will select choose session, it will stay the same because choose session is the option with the empty value, empty string, and we are checking for this here if we don't have a session. So I'm choosing this, not the valid session, and we are returning. You can see it also in the console when you will go here. Not valid session when I'm selecting choose session. Okay. Hey, we can choose U4, U3, U2, U1. But as well choose this one, not valid session. Okay, that works for me. Let's continue next lecture, and I will go to the second part. We'll create an API route, and we'll be sending this to the server where we can store it. Okay, so that's it for this lecture, and we will continue next one. Cheers. Hello, welcome. In the previous lecture, we prepared implementation to set active session. In this lecture, we'll go to our API route and we'll be preparing a solution to store the session because we need to send it to the server and we need to store it as a cookie back in our browsers. Okay, so let's do it. Open new tab and let's search for package iron session Next.js. Iron session Next.js. We're looking for this iron session npm or this GitHub repository. You can choose. Click here, and here it is. Node.js stateless session utility. We need to install it first. So where is the installation command? Let's go down here. npm install iron session. Get this command. Go to the terminal. Shut the server down. npm install iron session. After it's installed, we'll start it up back again. So just wait a couple of seconds. Come on, faster. It doesn't want to move. Okay, so while it is installing, I'll go back to browser. And we need to take a look at how we can set up the session. So if you want to use the session, so the session will be contained on the request object, you need to wrap your API route with iron session API route. Okay, with iron session API route looks something like this. Okay, so you need to import this function from iron session next. And as a second value, this is the API route. As a second value, you need to provide this configuration, cookie name, password, cookie options, and so on. And there are examples how you can do it. Okay. All right, so let's take a look if it has been installed for me. Yes, let's start up the server back again. Okay, and we'll prepare this implementation. I will do it a little bit differently. Let's see one more time. So what is important for us is to basically prepare a function which will receive API route, which is this part, and the second part is a configuration. Remember this, okay? Go to your coding editors. You will create here a new folder. In the src folder of our applications, create a new folder and call it lib, simple lib. In the lib folder, create a new file and let's call it session.js. In the session.js, we'll import this part here with iron session API route, like this. And we'll export function from here, which will utilize this with iron session API route. So I'll export your function. I will call it, let's say, with session. all right, or with the next session. Yeah, let's call it with next session. My custom function, I will be exporting from here. To this, I'll pass the handler, where handler will be my API route. Okay, actually, I can call it API route. Yeah, let's call it API route. This will be my function that will be passing in when I will be specifying this function in my API folder. And from here, I will return this wrapper with iron session API route. I'll call this, and here I will pass the API route, and the second value, as you saw, is this configuration object. In this configuration object, we need to pass the password. We'll use your password to decode session. Okay, so the password will define in an env folder soon. I'll just write an empty string for now. Then cookie name will be the name of the cookie you'll be storing in your browsers. We'll call it user session, user-session. You will see it later. Then cookie options. And to the cookie options, there are some default one already provided, which is provided secure. And secure will be true when we are in a production environment. So if the process.env.node_env is equal to production, then provide the secure settings. Okay, so in the development environment, we can secure will be false. In the production environment, if secure will be true. Okay, now the password. So password will be very simple. Go to the env.env file. Now I'm exposing again my secret key here. I need to remove it after. Okay, and we'll call it secret cookie password. So under this, let's write here secret underscore cookie underscore password. And let's write here some, it has to have 32 characters at least. So just some random values, at least 32 characters, okay? Mine is 51. Okay, so it has to be at least 32 characters. Okay. Back to session.js and provide here this value of the password. So process.env. I will copy the value from here, the name of the variable, secret cookie password. Amazing. Now, when we have this with next session function, we'll go to our API. So our pages, API, and the completion.js, and we'll import it here. Okay, so import here. In a curly bracket, we are calling it, how we are calling it, with next session, right? So import with next session from lib session. And now what we'll just do, we'll wrap our entire completion this function. So I will export default, async, I will remove the function and completion, and instead of a completion, I will pass here my with next session. And to with next session, we need to pass API route, okay, the function. So I will simply pass here arrow function. So I will wrap my request and the response in the brackets, and I will write here arrow, so it will be arrow function. Okay, now we are just missing one bracket. So scroll down on bottom of your on bottom of this file, and here we are missing the bracket. So here, normal bracket. Okay, and this has to be defined differently. Remove also async, and async has to be here. Okay, so if you take a look at this, I'm exactly doing the same what's happening here. But I have this intermediate function which I'm calling with the next session. Into with the next session, I'm passing my API route function, which is this arrow function. So this is getting passed inside of the with next session as the API route, and I'm returning from here the with iron session API route, this wrapper, because it has to be wrapped. You can see it here. That's what we are returning, right? Returning this with iron session API route, where we are passing our API route, which is passed from outside. Here's API route. And the second value is the configuration object. You can see it here. The second value is the configuration object. So we are doing it exactly the same as here, but we have it. We are doing it easier way, I would say, because we have this wrapper function, and this way we can just pass here this wrapper function and our API route inside. Okay, so we don't need to pass this code here, but we are defining it in the rlib folder. I hope it's clear. And to test it out, please uncomment this code for now, so we are not spending our API quotes. So this, and to test it out, just write here console log, and we'll console log here, write here session, column, and here write the plus, and request.session. If you will see the object in your terminal, everything is good. So here console log session, request session. Since we have done changes in our env file, go to the terminal and restart your server. Go to the Nextjs ChatGPT and npm run dev. Okay, and let's try it out. So go to the browser, localhost 3000. We don't need to choose test session yet. We are not doing anything with this. So let's write here some question 1, 2, 3, press enter. Go back to the terminal, and you should see here session object. And you see this, everything is good, and we have configured the sessions. Okay, now let's finish it up here and continue in the next lecture. See you there. In the previous lecture, we have configured our API route with a next session, so we are able to use a session object here. On this session object, we'll have a function to set sessions and to retrieve sessions. So let's begin, and let's try to save the session. The thing what we need to do now is to select this session key and send it to API route. Okay, so as I'll be selecting this, I'll be sending a request to the server to store this. Okay, so we can do this from our stack.js, because here we are handling session change, right? And as soon as I'll get the value of the new session, I'll just send the request to the server, and on the server I'll be storing this session. Okay, so let's prepare API route. We'll be reusing our completion.js route. I will change your request method. We will be using here request method put. Okay, so scroll down here. Let's move the else here, and let's write here else if. So under these curly brackets, let's write here else if. And let's check here if the request method is equal to put. Request method is equal to put. And let's format else nicely after it. Perfect. Okay, so just we need to send a request to /API/completion, and we need to send a put request. Let's do it. So in our stack.js, here, just about the set active session, let's write here await. Let's mark it as an async first. Await and fetch. I'll choose your endpoint. So endpoint is /API set API/completion. Actually, completion. I'm spelling it the entire chorus wrong. I apologize for that. Okay, so completion. I guess I will get excuse since I'm not a native speaker. Okay, so /API/completion question mark, and we'll be sending it as a query parameter. I'll be calling this query parameter because in the end these sessions are just UIDs. So we set them as the IDs for the users, right? So we can differentiate between the users. So let's call it here, when we're sending it to the server, UID query parameter, and pass here equal sign, curly brackets, $sign, and session. If you want, you can call it still sessions, completely up to you, but I will be sending it as a UID parameter to my server. Perfect. So now on my server completion.js, I will try to retrieve this UID. So let your const, curly brackets, UID equal request.query. Simple as that. This should get me the UID. Okay, and what I can do is with UID, I will just simply write a console log for now. We will not store anything yet. So console log, I'll write here should set UID, should set UID column plus and UID. Back to the server, I will add here return response dot status 200. I'll add here set back JSON simply with this UID. And yeah, that's basically it. Let's test it out. So now when I will be changing UIDs, I should be sending the requests. Let's see it. Let's open here this network tab. Let's choose here U1. Actually U1. And there is a request completion UID. We are not specifying the type of the request. That's why you see here error. So back to our stack.js, and here as you have a fetch, you'll specify here method. Okay, so curly brackets, method, and method will be put. Okay, now it should be fine. So one more time, let's change the session to U1. Completion, you can see the headers Here is a completion UID is equal this. We are sending to the server. Payload, this is a payload. We are sending as a query parameter and preview. We are getting back our UID. Okay. And in the terminal, you should see, you should set UID U1. I will select here U4. You should see in the terminal, should set UID U4. And that's basically, nothing is happening really. We are not setting any values. We are just we are sending them to our API server here, not doing anything with this just yet. Okay, we'll finish it here, and in the next lecture, we'll store the value actually. Okay, so see you next one. Cheers. In the last lecture, we prepared a request to send our session key as a UID query parameter to the new API route in completion.js. So far, we're just console logging out this data, and we're not storing anything. So let's continue in this lecture, and let's store this UID. Let's begin. So in the completion.js, let's remove console log. And first, let's check if the UID is provided. Because if the UID is provided, we cannot store anything. So let's write here, if we don't have a UID, then simply return invalid response. So return a response.status 500 and send the back JSON with the error message. So let's write here error, column, message, column. And here will be error message. Let's say invalid UID provided. Invalid UID provided. Perfect. Okay, but if the UID is provided, we can store the session. So we can do this. A request. We will access session object, which is available. We will create here a new property called the user, and to user will provide the object. Whereas the data, he'll provide the property UID, and the value will be UID we are getting from up here. Since the key and the value is the same, we can just simplify it this way. And I will just save the session. We'll write here await request.session.save, and that's it. Request session save. Okay. What do you think will happen? Will we store this session on the server side? Will we store it somewhere here? And actually, it will be tricky. We'll not store it here. This will basically just instruct the response we will be sending back to the clients, to the browsers, to store this session in the cookie in its encoded form. I've not sent the request yet, so I will just draw here something. Okay, so what we are doing now? We are in our browser, right? We are clicking on the select box to select UIDs, right? We click here U1, let's say. Okay, this will send a request, right, to our API route. So we are going here to our API, to our API route. We are on our API. On our API, we are retrieving this UID, right? We are retrieving this UID, and we are storing it as we think in the session. Okay, so storing this as the user, right? We are storing the user. We're creating the object where we have a UID of some value. When this will happen, we are sending back the request to the clients. So back to our page, back to our browser. Okay, but we are actually not storing anything on the server. That's not the case. But we are rather instructing the response to set the cookie in the browser. So there should be somewhere in the response header, there should be some set cookie parameter. Actually, write it like somewhere down here. Set cookie or something like this. Set cookie of the value. I don't know what will be value. This will be just encoded string of this data here. It will be, I don't know, fx3270db blah 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 blah, and it will be set in our browser's cookies. Okay, so this will be stored in the cookies in our browsers. And the name of this cookie will be the cookie name we have chosen, if you remember, in our here user-session. Okay, so it will be stored here. This some UID. It will be not really saying much. It will be encoded version of what we have stored here. So what's the idea now? Whenever we'll be making further requests to the server, we'll be always including this cookie in the request. And this we can decode on the server. So when we will get this back to the server, from this encoded information, I can get back this decoded user and UID. That's the idea. Store this in the browser, and on any further request to the browser, include this cookie and decode it on the server to retrieve the UID of the user. Okay, so that's what I wanted to say. And let's see it now. Okay, so let's save everything. Go back to your browsers. And let's see the network. So I'll click here, choose session, and I will choose a session U3, let's say U3. Click on the request headers. And in the response headers, you should see here parameter set cookie. That's what I was talking about. Set cookie, user session, notice this, user session is the name of the cookie, how it should be stored. And here is some value, which is not really readable, FE26, blah, 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 blah. So now, theoretically, if I would now send this back to the server, on the server I could decode it and get back my original UID U3, this one here. Okay? So this basically here, what I'm setting the cookie is this UID here. But I cannot decode it here. I cannot decode it in my client because I don't have a password to decode it. I can only decode it on the server because on the server we have a password, right? This password here. Secret cookie password. That's our secret password. And on the server we can decode it. And we'll see how we can retrieve it back on the server in the next lecture. But just note here this, please. When I'm choosing here this UID and sending it back to the server, on the server I'm just encoding it to this format and sending back instruction for the browser to set this cookie. So when I will go to the application now tab, I will check here cookies, HTTP localhost 3000, you can see this value is here. Okay, this value is here, stored as a cookie. And the cookies are automatically included in your further request. When I will be making the request now from the browser, you will see this cookie will be included. And also when I will be changing these UIDs here in my browser, this should be changing. So let's try to choose U1. I choose U1, you can see the value has changed. U2, value has changed. U3, value has changed. And now what I want to also say, now on any further requests, let's open here back network tab, clear it out, and let's write a request to our other completion API. So let's write here a message. Let's say hello world, and press enter. And now when you will look on this request, which is our post request to get the response from ChatGPT, then you will take a look on the response headers. The cookie should be somewhere included here. Not the response header, my mistake, that's what we are getting back from the server. On the request header, as you can see, the cookies are automatically added in your request. So here we are sending to the server user session FE, which is basically storing my browser as the cookie. So that's we are sending back to the server. And back on the server, when I will receive this, I can, with the package of my session package, here, request sessions, we can retrieve this cookie and we can decode it back to its original form, which we saved it with in the first place. So that's the process. Okay, so we have a UID U1, sending it to the server. Here we are encoding it to some form, fx, blah, 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 sending back to the client, storing it as a cookie. And on any further request, back to the server, we can retrieve its original form, U1. Okay? So we will be sending back cookie with this fx, and from fx we can get U1 only on the server, because only on the server we have a key to decode it and encode it. And actually we don't get the raw U1, but we are storing it as the user, right? We are storing it as a user object where we have a U1. Okay, any questions? Ask them in Q&A. Hope this is clear. We'll continue in the next lecture. Okay, so see you there. Cheers. In the previous lecture, we have stored the session through our API endpoint. In this lecture, we'll try to retrieve it. Let's begin in the completion.js, and up here in our post endpoint, we're checking for a request method post, we will be getting this session. Okay, it's actually pretty straightforward. As I told you, we can extract it from the session object. So what we'll do, we'll write your const. In the curly brackets, I'll get a user, and I'll try to destructurize it from the request.session, and that's basically it. So as I'm storing it here, Okay, here I can retrieve it by just accessing request.session.user. If the cookie is provided, that's very important. As I was explaining to you, the cookie has to be provided in the request here. And when the cookie is stored in the cookies in the browser, the cookie is provided automatically, so you don't need to do anything. The request session will do this job for you. So here in the post request, in the post endpoint, you can just simply extract it and you will get your user information, this UID. This console log we can remove. And we'll write here a simple check. We'll check if we don't have a user. If we don't have a user, then not continue here because we need user. And let's return here status 500. So let's write here response status 500. Return JSON with the error message. And the message will be, let's say, session missing. Session is missing. Okay. Also, since we are here and we are checking for the data we are missing, also check for API key of your configuration. If this is missing, also we can't continue. We can't continue without API key. So just, another simple thing, just copy this and check here if we don't have a configuration API key. If we don't have a configuration API key, return status 500, and the error will be different. That's right, OpenAI API key is missing. Okay. Now, when we have a user, to verify that we have a user, we will just console log out this console log and write here user.uid plus string space wants to get some answers. Wants to get some answers. Okay, let's save this. Back to browser. Refresh this, let's write here hello world. And in the terminal you should see, actually you cannot see it right, I will just clear it out one more time. I'll send the request one more time. Hello world. It says that the active session is not selected here, but we have active session. We need to also update our UI, but when you will take your application and here is the key, that's all good. So I'll write here hello world, enter. In a terminal, I should see U3, this entire UID wants to get some answers. Now when I will select here, let's say U1, and I'll write here hi there. I'll get here U1 wants to get some answers and so on. Okay, I'll go to U4, and U4 wants to get some answers. Maybe you're asking, we could do it much simpler. No, we could just simply include our UIDs or our session keys in a stack.js. We could do the same thing and just simply send this as a query parameter in our endpoint where we want to get answers, right? So in API completion, I could do this right here, right? Yeah, I could do it. That's definitely true. I just wanted to show you in this course how to store the sessions, how to retrieve them, and how to work with them. Okay, and with these sessions, I can just change the UIDs on my in my UI. They will be stored as a cookies, and I don't need to include this in any of my other endpoints. So that will simplify lots of things for me, because maybe later I want to have a multiple endpoints. I would like to identify user. So this way I don't need to send all the time as a query parameters UIDs. The cookies are included automatically and I can decode them on the server. So that's what I want to show you. Okay, that's it. Now we can retrieve the users on the server, and we can try to implement more personalized answers, but we're still missing some parts of code, but we are going slowly there. Okay, so that's it from this lecture. Any questions, ask them in the Q&A, and I see you next one. In the last lecture, we have retrieved a user from the session in our completion post endpoint. In this lecture, we will fix one thing, or actually we'll implement one feature. We want to fixing anything. The issue is that when you will refresh here and you have an active session selected, you see there is no active session and there is nothing chosen here. But if you think of it, when I will select here, I want to be logged in as a user 4. When I will refresh my browser, I want to see this session to be active. Okay, I don't want to select again. This is a little bit confusing. So I would like to somehow persist this. Okay, let's implement this. So idea will be, as soon as I will land on this learning stack page, I want to send a request. Because when I will land here, I want to send a request to the server. Okay. To the server. And on the server, I would like to retrieve a session of my user. Okay, so as we did it in our post endpoint, so just retrieve the user. Get user. And this user object, okay, that will be user object with the UID, right? Set back to the client. Okay, set it back to the client and verify if this UID of the user is the same as some of the session in my options, and if the same, select this as an active session. Okay, send it back to the client and choose the active session if the UID is matching some of the sessions in my options box. Okay, so select it. Okay, I hope this is clear. Let's do this. First, we'll implement API endpoint to get the user. It will be very, very simple because we just need to retrieve it from the session if it's provided. So let's go to our API folder. In API, we'll create a new file. We'll call it user.js. I will create here, first we need to import with next session, right? So let's import here, import with next session. Amazing. Now export default with next session. Call this, we'll pass here our API route. API route, amazing, with a request and a response. We can also simplify it if you want. If you don't want to pass an anonymous function like this, simply what you can do also, just simply write the function here. Function, you can also provide a name to it, user route, let's say, where you have a request request comma response, and this user route you will pass back here instead of the anonymous arrow function, and that's the same thing. Okay, now we can just work on our user route here. So we will check if we have a request session user. If we have a request session user, then all good. Return here response.status 200. Send the JSON back with the request session user. In any other case, else we'll return just null data. Return response status. Again, also 200 is successful, but data are null. Okay, so that's our user route. Now we need to make a request to the user route and to retrieve the user. Let's do it in our stack page. So stack.js, we'll create here use effect up here. Use effect, and here arrow function. We want to call this use effect only once. Not when the page will re-render, we don't want to call it again. So to call the something once, use effect especially, you'll provide your empty dependency array, so just empty brackets, empty array here. Now we want to make a request here to get the user. So to do it in use effect, you need to create a wrapper function if you want to use async. So we'll write here just a const get user function like this. This will be async function. Async, and down under this function, we'll call get user here. Now we'll just get a create here fetch. We'll call here fetch. Okay. This will be just a get request, so we don't need to specify the method. So I'll write here /API endpoint is called user. And this will get me a response. So const response. Let's assign it in the response variable. And from the response, we can get the JSON. So that const data equal await and response.json. This will get me data, and I can console log them. Console log. I'll write here user fetched column plus and data question mark dot UID. So if the data are null, we won't get here issue. So I will use this question mark save operator if my data are null. Don't throw the error, but rather return me back the initial null data. Okay, so it should work. So let's save this, please. Get back to browser, and now when you will refresh and you have a cookie set, go to the console, refresh here, you should see here user fetched, and there is the UID, U4. I will select here U1. I will refresh page. I should see here user fetched U1. Okay? I can go also to home page. I can land back on the React page and user fetched. You see, it works. Perfect. If I will remove the user from here, so I'll go to my application. I'll remove the cookie. Just right click it and delete, or just press the backspace when you're selecting the cookie, and it will refresh and it will land here. You can see user fetched undefined. So we don't have any user. So we need to select the U1, let's say, refresh, and user fetched U1. Okay, so that's it. And I think we should implement something more and set it to the state. No, we'll do it in the next lecture, setting use user to the state, and we will simplify it also. Okay, so see you in the next lecture. Cheers. And hello, welcome back in the new lecture. In the previous one, we have created a new API endpoint to retrieve a user, and we call this endpoint through the request in useEffect. In this lecture, we'll simplify this and we'll move this useEffect into its own function. Okay, let's begin. So to move this into its own function, we'll create here a new folder. In our src folder, we'll create a new folder and we'll call it simply hooks. And in a hooks, we will create a new function, and we will call this file use user. Usually when you're wrapping your useEffect in the function, it becomes the hook function, and you want to call it with a prefix of use. That's a convention in the React. So use user.js. And simply here, we will create here a function, use user. So first let's export it, export default function use user, and this will be simply wrapper for our hook function, which we have defined in stack.js. So in the stack.js, I can copy this entire function here, and I can paste it here. Okay, and we don't have a useEffect here. We are not importing it, so please import it. useEffect from React. Perfect. Now to get this value, so if I will remove this part here, if I will remove this part here, and I want to retrieve the value of the user here, and I need to do a couple of changes in my use user.js. So the first change will be to store the data we are getting back into the state. So for this, we need to import here use state from React. And up here, we'll use this state. We'll create a state of the user. So I'll add here user and set user, and I will write here a use state where the initial user will be null. Now, as soon as I will get my user here, I'll call here set user and provide here data we are getting from the response.json. I can remove the console log. And now to extract this data from this function, you will just return it. So return curly brackets, and you will pass here user. Okay? And this way I can call this function and retrieve the data back to my stack.js. Okay, so back in a stack.js, to get the user, you will just write here const curly brackets equal, and you will call here use user. Don't forget to import it from hooks. So what we are getting back here is the object which contains user, which we returning from here, right? So I can destructurize the user back here, and it will get me user. And I can console log it out if you want. Console log user, and you should see in the console log in your browsers this user. So let's save this. Get back here as refresh, and you will see here your user. It's displayed multiple times because your page itself is refreshed multiple times. So that's fine. If you see it 4 times, completely fine. Also, Nextjs is calling your component multiple times, actually twice. Additional time, it's calling it additional time because of strict mode. And yeah, that's something that provides you more information about the errors or warnings when you're working with the React. But that's really not a topic of the course. So if you see this rendered out, displayed multiple times, it's completely fine. If I will choose here U2 or U3, doesn't matter. I will refresh the browser. You will see it here. When I will change it, in the real time, you will see old one, but then you need to refresh to see the new one. Okay, that's completely fine. Okay. U4 and here is a U4. Okay, so that's good for now. There are still some improvements needed, but we'll work on them in the next lectures. Okay, that's it. See you next one. In the previous lecture, I forgot one thing I wanted to do. In the stack.js page, I'm console logging out user. I want to console log it out. Let's remove this. I want to display it in JSX. So scroll down, find your active session. We're displaying it, copy this line of div, paste it under, and this one, let's display here not active session, but user, or UID, better, UID, and display here user $UID. So we'll see it on the screen, so what UID is currently selected. So when I will save this, we'll get back here, I'll refresh, you can see currently UID is selected, this one, U2, and active session in my options here is not selected at all. That's fine. This is one of the things we want to still fix. And I will choose here U4. Active session will be U4, but my currently set UID is U2. I need to refresh in order to get here U4 back. That's also some of the things we want to still fix. Okay, so that is completely fine. Then I will remove from my cookie, my application, completely. And I will refresh. I'll get here empty UID. I can select it again, U3. Refresh, and I will get here U3. Okay, so that's what I wanted to do. That's how it should work for now. See you next one. Hi there, welcome back. In the last lecture, we displayed UID in our UI. In this lecture, we'll work on active session. Current problem, or actually not really problem, but the situation is that when I will reload the browser or I will land on a stack page, is that the active session is not set, even though we are getting back UID. Okay, when I will refresh, the active session is not here. So let's fix it. Let's get back to our code, and let's create here use effect. Let's specify here use effect with a callback function, which will be called initially when we'll reload the browser or we'll land on a stack page. So I'll write here use effect, just above our previous one. Call it this. Write here semicolon, and let's write here callback function, which will be called only initially. So we'll write here empty dependency array like this. Here we want to check if we have a user. So if we have a user fetched, we are getting back user. If we have a user, we can set the active session. So call here set active session and provide your user.uid. And basically that's it. And here dependency array is complaining because we are providing here outside dependency, which is user. So specify a dependency array user. So the callback function will be called whenever user will change. Okay, so when we'll fetch a user, we'll get here some value from the user. Callback function will be called, and we will check if we have a user. If we have, we'll set the active session. Okay, so let's save this. Let's go back here, and I will see when I will refresh, we are getting back active session. So when I will select here U1, it's U1. I will refresh. Okay, we have still U1 here, and I will go back to my other pages. You can see U1 is here. I'll go here to Svelte. U1 is here. All right, so this works. Let's continue next one. A very short lecture. Okay, so see you next one. Cheers. In the last lecture, we set active session after we reload the browser or we land on the stack page first time. In this lecture, we'll fix the issue with our selection. Let's begin. The current issue is that when I will reload the browser, and before that I will select a session, so let's say U1, I will reload the browser, and you will see the active session is selected, the UID is here, but here in our selection, we have default option choose session, and the U1 is not selected. So let's fix this. Get back to our code, and the issue, and actually the fix is very simple. Let's find here our select, here it is, and the only thing you need to do is specify here value and set the value to the active session. And yeah, that's it. You can save this. Get back to browser, you will see, we'll reload here, and U1 is selected, and I will go to U3. U3 is selected, I will go back to the other page, let's say view, and U3 is here. I will refresh, and U3 is still here. Amazing. Get back to React, and U3 is selected. Okay, now I will select here. I will click here on the selection. You will see I am still able to click here on the choose a session, and we'll click here choose session. Actually, that's good. It shouldn't select anything. But what I want to do here, I want to disable this option choose session. So let's do that. Get back here. Here on the option, we'll provide disabled attribute, disabled property actually. And here we'll provide here true or false value for disabled, and we'll say here true for disabled. So it's this option is disabled when the active session is not equal to empty string. Okay, so if there is some selection, so active session is not equal to empty string, so if either U1 or U2, U3 or U4 is selected, then this will be disabled. You will see. Okay, so let's save this. Let's get back here, let's refresh, and you can see now choose session is disabled. Refresh, choose session is disabled. Amazing. I'll go back here. Here, choose session is disabled. Let's get back here. Let's go to our console. Let's go to application. Here we have our cookie. Let's remove it. Let's refresh. Okay, you can see, and now I have here choose session available initially, which is good. That's our default value. When I don't have any session, any cookie here set, then this session will be default. This selection will be default, choose session. But when I will click here, for example, U2, okay, now choose session is disabled. That's what we want to see when I refresh. We're getting here also UID as well. This is still disabled, amazing. So just very simple check. If the active session is not equal to empty string, so we have currently set value U1, U2, U3, U4, then this will become true and we'll disable the option. Okay, that's gonna be it. Any questions, ask in the Q&A section. I'll continue in the next lecture with the new stuff. See you there. And hi there, welcome back. In the previous lecture, we have done one improvement in our selection. We are setting the active option after we reload the browser or we land on the stack page. In this lecture, we'll start working on the new stuff. Let's begin. What we want to do now is to store the conversation between us and ChatGPT into some database. We will be not really using any external database such as MongoDB or Firebase, but rather we will be storing it in memory database. Okay, so we'll be using one package called LowDB, and with the help of LowDB, we'll be storing this data just locally. Okay. So what is my plan is that when the active session will be selected, then we'll be storing the conversation between currently U2 user, which is selected, and the ChatGPT. So it will look something like this. It will be simple object. We'll start drawing here. The simple object where the user will be U2 user, right? U2 user, some also other letters after. I'll just identify this as a U2, okay? So U2 user. And under U2 user, we will have an array of conversation between ChatGPT and us. So, for example, if I will write a message "Hello world," that my message will be here as the first item in the array. Hello world. All right, and the ChatGPT will provide the answer. So let's say, what do you mean? So this will be the second item here. What do you mean? All right, and so on and so on. And then I will answer something else. That will be my answer, and the ChatGPT will answer again. Okay, so now that's my chat conversation, right? So here are 4 items in the array. My question, ChatGPT answer. My question, ChatGPT answer. And so on and so on. And this way I will keep the conversation. If I will be making the conversation as the other user, for example, I will select here U3 user, then very simply, I will add new user into my database, for example, U3. All right, and we'll create here array, and it will be keeping here the separate conversation between U3 and the ChatGPT. Okay, so that's the plan. That's how it will be stored. Maybe we'll be providing also some additional additional properties. Maybe we'll store it as a U2, and under this we'll have a let's say items, and this will be array of the conversation. I don't know. Actually, item is not a very good example. We don't want to select as the items. Okay, but this is the core stuff. Just very, very simple. ID of the user and array of the conversation. That's the main point. Okay, I will delete this, and it was enough of me talking, right? So let's start working. Let's open here a new tab, and you should search for LowDB. Okay, so LowDB like this, npm. Here it is, npm.js.com, and here it is. Simple. Use local JSON database. Use native JavaScript API to query written in TypeScript. Okay, so this is the database, JSON database, local one, not using external one. Let's install this. So let's copy this command. Let's go to the terminal. Okay, let's shut this down. Okay, and let's paste it here. npm install or I LowDB. Will take just a few seconds and we'll prepare everything we need. So npm run dev back. Okay, back to coding editors. And we will initialize this in our lib folder. Okay, so go to src lib, new file, and let's call it lowdb.js or db.js, whatever you want. LowDB for me. Now we'll need to import here a couple of things, and this initialization I think you can find also somewhere here. There should be some documentation. You can see this, how we will initialize this, and that's how we'll be initializing it as well. So if you want, you can check this example, but I will show you my example here. So we need to import here some things from Node, which are native here in the environment. We don't need to install anything. So let's just write here import in a curly brackets join and their name like this, and we will import it from Node column path like this. Then we will import the next thing, which is a file URL to path from Node URL. Now we'll be importing LowDB. So import in the curly brackets low from LowDB, not /lib, just a LowDB. Okay, very important. And now import last thing. It is a JSON file. And JSON file should be uppercase. JSON file, I hope I got it right, from LowDB and now /node. Like this. Okay, that should be correct import, I think. Yeah, there should be LowDB/node. Okay, yeah, let's continue. Now, I was actually verified. Why I'm not verifying it here? Yeah, LowDB/node, it's correct. LowDB here, perfect. Okay, so now we will find we will select the directory name where we want to store our JSON file, where we'll be storing our data. So we'll create a variable for it, which we'll call const. That's not how you call it, but you will specify your const __ their name like this. And we will use here their name function, which we have imported from Node path. And we'll write here file URL to path. We'll call this, and we'll provide here import.meta URL. Looks kind of weird, I admit, but what this will do for you, it will get you the full path to your current directory, which is lib folder. Okay, so actually I can write it for you. So import meta URL, what this will get you will be path to your lowdb.js file in URL format, which in the case of the file looks something like this: file column / and the full path to the file lowdb.js / and it will be basically my structure in my Mac computer, so /users /Filip Jerga and blah 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 blah. In the end, it will get to the lib folder /lowdb.js lowdb.js. So this import meta URL will get me this. Wrapping it in a file URL to path, what this will done for it, it will just remove this front part file. This will get you full path to your lowdb.js file, so /users /blah blah blah /lib /lowdb.js, and the their name, it will get you there's the directory name in which your current path to the file residing. So this will basically just get me the path to my current folder, which is /lib. Okay, so /user /Philip blah 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 /lib. If you want to see it in action, so you trust me, what you get, what we can debug it or console log it out. Yeah, for now just console log it out. I'll just very quickly, because we are wasting our time like this, we'll write a function test, and here I will just console log out everything for you, so you will see. Maybe for future you will know what you will get here. Import meta URL. Okay, now let's console log import meta URL, but wrapped in the file URL to path. Okay, and the last thing, I will just console log out __ their name, right? That's what we want to see here. This is their name. And you can see that it's exactly defined in also documentation here. Okay, so I'm just following documentation. All right, so let's see it in the action. In order to see it in action, we just need to get test function somewhere into our API route where we are calling this. So export, I will just write here export function test. And very quickly in API folder, we'll go to user.js, and here in our user route, we'll call this. So I will import somewhere here, import in curly brackets test from lib, lowdb, and in user route, we'll call this. And of course, we are calling user route on our stack page. So when I'll go to stack page, I'll refresh here, you should see in a terminal. Don't mind it if it's called twice, that's completely fine, because in the React we have a strict mode, and this is calling twice. Some of our code, which is the user effect, is calling also twice. That's why we are selling here two of these logs. No worries about that. What is important here is to notice this first one is your import meta URL in this file format. You can see the second one is already missing file. This is a path to current file, lowdb.js, and the third one is just a path to the current folder. Okay, so that's the directory name. Okay, oops, I want to remove it. So that's what you get here. Okay, back here, let's clean it up, remove the test, and import from user.js. Let's get back to lowdb, remove this part here, and let's continue. Okay, so now we have a their name. We will get here, now we need to specify here a file in which we'll be saving our data, basically our message history, our conversation with the ChatGPT. So let's write here const file like this, and you will use your join function which we imported, and you will join together our their name, the directory name, and you will join together also the new part which is the db.json. Okay, so basically specifying the path to the new file, which will be db.json. So you will get your full directory name to your lib folder /db.json. Okay, so we have a file. Now look at your async function, which will be initializing our database. We'll call this async function dbconnect. Here we'll create a variable called adapter, and adapter will be new JSON file, like this, where you will provide your file. Okay? Basically here I'm just specifying that the database should be storing the data in this JSON file. Okay? And here, under this, I'll create a variable called db, and here I'll create a new low, like this. I will call this because it's a constructor, and here I'll provide the adapter. So I'm initializing my database, which is called low, providing the adapter, which will instruct the database to store the data into JSON file, db.json. And I will return database from here, return db like this. And I will export default from here, dbconnect, like this. Okay, or if you want to do it as a one-liner, you can also export async function dbconnect, whatever works best for you. Okay, you can do it also like this. Now when we have a dbconnect, to test everything out, we will be using the db in our API completion. So we'll go to our pages API completion, and here we'll import dbconnect. So import in curly brackets dbconnect, perfect, from lib/lowdb, and to use it, where we can actually use it in our post. Yeah, the post is okay, and I'll write here const db equal await. I will call the function dbconnect, which are importing, like this, dbconnect, and then I will console log db. So we see that everything works fine. If you see here that some data, we'll see it soon, it's all good. Also, yeah, let's keep it like this. No worries in that, and let's refresh here on localhost. Let's write here some prompt, doesn't really matter, 1, 2, 3. And go back to the terminal. And if you see that this in a terminal, hope it's visible. I'll just write it like this. Let me clear it out for you. I hope it's visible on screen. I will do it one more time. I'll just write here some prompt. If you see this, and then that's good. That's the important part here, low. The adapter and the data null. So you can see that in the currently database we have null data. So no, we don't have any data here. But if you see this low, instance of low, then that's fine. This is our low DB, which is with the adapter JSON file and the data currently null because we don't have anything stored. Oof. Okay, so let's keep it this way. Our database has been initialized. Now we are ready to store some data to it. In the next lecture, I'll show you one improvement we can do, and then we'll be storing some data. Okay, so that's it from this lecture. See you next one. Hi there, welcome back. In the last lecture, we have initialized our database, LowDB. In this lecture, we'll work on one improvement, and that will be caching of our database. Let's begin, and let's see how this can be done. In a function dbConnect, we are returning instance of our database, and instead of returning every time the new instance, let's actually cache this instance, and if the cache instance is available, then return the cached version of our database. Okay, so what I will do here, I will create here a variable let, I will call it cached, like this, and to cached, I will assign global, not global, but the global dot and low db. Okay, a global is just a global object that's available in a Node.js environment, and on global you have a lot of things, and one of these things will be low db. Initially, global.lowdb will return you undefined because there will be nothing. So under this, I will check if we don't have a cache. So if the cache is undefined, then do the following: get a cached and assign to it global.lowdb, and to the global.lowdb assigned object where we create a property. Let's say we'll call this connection or con for a connection, or we can call it simply connection or con, and connection will be null initially. Okay? So first time I will call this cache will be undefined. This will be undefined, so this will return true, and we'll do this. We'll assign this object, the connection null, to the global.lowdb, and to this will assign to the cached. Okay, this will happen initially. Now, very important part here in our dbConnect. What we'll do here, we'll write an if statement, and we'll check if we don't have a connection. If we don't have a connection, actually cached dot connection, then create a new instance. Okay, that's completely fine. We can create a new instance here. We'll remove this part. We will pass it here, and here to the cached dot connection we'll assign rdb, and from here we'll return cached dot connection. Okay, so that's what's happening. Now, one more time. Initially, first time this is called. Here this will be undefined, right? So this will end up undefined. So this will pass because this is undefined, so this will return true. We'll assign this object where the connection is null to the global.lowdb, and this will assign to the cached. Okay? If, now we'll call it the dbConnect somewhere in our code, and if you don't have a connection, so this is null, and this will be initially null, so this code will run. We'll create the adapter database, and we'll assign to the cached.connection our database. So this will be not any longer null. This will be not null. So on the next time, we'll call this function. This is not null, so this is not called any longer, and we will just simply go straight here, and we will just return cached connection. So we will not be repeating these steps on any consequent call of the dbConnect. Okay, I can show you this. I'll write here console logged calling dbConnect connect here, or calling. Let's write here. Let's write something more. Let's say db init, and from here we'll call. Okay, console log same, and let's write here db from cache. Okay, let's have it like this. Let's go back to browser. Actually, first we need to restart our server to be just sure everything is fine. So restart your server on here, npm run dev. Okay, make sure this is running. Go to browser, refresh here, and just send here any message, doesn't really matter. 1, 2, 3, send it. I will see here db init, notice this, db init, db from cache. That's okay, because the first time it was called, we have done this, we have sent to the cache.connect our database, and then we went here, and this console log db from cache was called, and return cached connect and returned our database. So now when I will create it out, now notice this, I'll create it out, go back here, and I will write here a new prompt, 1, 2, 3, I'll press enter, and you will see db from cache. There is no any longer any db in it. I'll write again, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It doesn't matter. You can see always db from cache is called, so we are not initializing our database any longer. Okay, and that's what we wanted to see. Yeah, by the way, this call you to want to see some answer, we can remove, and also we can remove the other console logs. Now you see that it's okay. So I can remove this console log, I can remove this console log. I'll go to our API route completion, and from here I will remove the console log of a DB. Or actually, this keep. Yeah, let's keep this. I will show one thing later. But this console log user UID wants to get some answer we can remove. Okay, let's save this. Our database is cached. Very good. Let's continue next lecture and store there some data, the actual data, conversation between us and the ChatGPT. See you in the next one. Cheers. And hi there. Welcome back in the new lecture. In the previous one, we have cached our database. In this lecture, we'll work on the exciting stuff. We'll be storing our message history into the database so we can provide it back to the ChatGPT in further conversations. This way, the ChatGPT will remember its context. Let's begin. First, in DB Connect, I will initialize some initial data to our database. So under here, as we are setting to the cached.connect, we'll write here db.data. I will assign here object. I will call message history, which I will initialize to the empty object. Why I'm doing this is basically under this data I'll be storing our message history. So we'll have something like this. We'll have a message history, which is the object, under which we'll be storing the keys of our UIDs. Okay, so we'll have let's say U1, key, U1, and under the U1 we'll have this array of messages between me and ChatGPT. Okay, like this. And then we'll have a maybe conversation with the U3. All right, and it will be another conversations like this, and so on. Okay, so that's the idea. So when we'll initialize database, we'll initialize database where we have a message history, which will be initially empty object. To verify this has been set, please save this. In the completion, we are console logging it out, right? So let's go back to our browser. Okay, and actually refresh here, so it's nothing here. And let's write here 1, 2, 3. Up, press enter, terminal. And okay, when you see that data null, since our database is now cached, we're not seeing any new changes here, so we need to shut down our server. So please shut it down. Run here npm run dev again. And now when you will refresh, you should see it. So refresh here. Okay, and now in the terminal you should see, let's write here a prompt first, of course, 1, 2, 3, press enter. And now in terminal you should see, you can see data message history, which is the empty object. Okay, and under this empty object here inside, you'll be storing right this U1 and under array of conversations, U2 and conversations, and up to our U4, right? Because we have only 4 users. Okay, so that's the idea. Now let's store the messages. Go back to our code. And to our completion, I will move this away from this console log. I will remove from here. And initialization of the database, I'll copy, remove it. Okay, I'll scroll down a little bit. These things will comment out for now because we'll be testing with the real data now, with the real responses from ChatGPT. And we'll initialize our database up here. Okay, so up here. Okay, DB, await DB connect, perfect. So here we are connecting to database, and we want to store here first our prompt. Okay, so I'll first store here our prompt, our human prompt, so what we are writing. But before that, what I will also do, very important thing, let's write it first, I will explain it. Let's write db.data. Remember, now we have a message history, which is an empty object. That's your message history. Don't make any typos here. So it should be the same as you're writing here, message history. Get it back. Okay, message history. Let's access here now your user UID, right? That's what I mentioned before. Under the message history, we'll have our user UID, and there will be array of messages. So let's write the user.uid, and here as an empty array. What's the problem with this is that every time I will make a request here and I will access my completion API, I will be always setting empty array to my message history. So I'll be always overriding my message history. So what we'll rather do here, if there are already some data stored in message history under the user UID, then reassign this data. Otherwise, if there are no data, initialize it to the empty array. That's what's happening here. If you have a data, provide this data back to our message history under the user ID. If you don't have this data, initialize empty array. Perfect. We can, by the way, simplify it. We can simplify it this way. It will be exactly the same thing. You will write the OR operator here. It's the same thing. Okay, now we have our assuming empty data under user.uid in the message history. What now we want to do is to push the messages. So we will push here a new message. That will be our human prompt. We'll get this line here, and we'll push here a new message because that's an array, right? So let's write here push, and push here human prompt, normal prompt. Actually, we will formulate this prompt into the format like this. Let's say we are asking question, how are you? How? That's what I'm writing into the prompt in our UI, right? How are you? So that will be the prompt. How I want to format it in the message history actually will be like this. Let's say human colon how are you. This will provide more context to the ChatGPT. And similarly, the responses of ChatGPT will be formatting in this format. Either we can write AI column or robot column, or we are calling our AI vault, right? So we can provide the vault. Vault, column, I am good. That will be our AI response. I am good. Okay? So that will be our format. So for this reason, I will go up here. I will create here a new variable. Const user underscore name. And this I will call human, as I mentioned before. And here I'll write a const AI underscore name. This will be our vault. Okay. This will be our vault. Okay. And down here, when we are pushing the message to database here, we'll format this. Okay, so we'll format it in the way mentioned. So I'll write here backtick so we can interpolate. Okay, dollars and curly brackets, username, column. Now the actual message, dollars and curly brackets this will be the prompt. Okay, and also we'll add empty line after this, /n. So there are also empty lines. Okay, and exactly a similar thing we'll do with our AI. So we'll copy this line. Okay, we'll find where we are getting AI response. So here we are getting the response from AI. So what AI is responding to us, the message. And under this, we'll paste this line. Okay, we're pushing here the message. Well, this will be not username, but rather AI underscore name. And this will be not the prompt, but rather AI response. And also new line. And now we have it. We are storing our data to the message history. Now what we need to do to verify that we are storing this, just write your console log. And console log our message history. So let's get it done here. Semicolon. Now we can verify this, okay? So go to the browser, refresh. Okay, I'll stay here as a U2 user, and I'll write here, hello, my name is Philip. Okay, let's present her. Hi Philip, my name is Wolt. How can I help you with React today? Perfect. Let's take a look at the terminal because we are console logging this out. So you can see under the message history, we have this data. Human, ask, that's what I wrote there. Hello, my name is Philip, empty line here, /n. Okay, why am I writing here empty lines? This /n I'll explain in the next lecture. But my important part here is hello, my name is Philip. Answer of the Wolt is hi Philip, my name is Wolt. How can I help you today with React? Now, okay, so I'll go back here and I will write here what is React question. And I will get answer, right? So yeah, blah, blah, blah. In terminal, you can see now we have a conversation. Human, Wolt, my previous question, like an answer from Wolt. And now the next question, what is React? And a new answer from Wolt. So now we are keeping this message history. I'll clear it out and I will switch the user. So go back here, I will go as a U4 user. And I'll write here, hello, I am John. Presenter. Hi John, how can I help you with React.js? And now let's take a look at the terminal. Now you should have here two conversations. Here is a U2 user, where we have previous conversation. Here is our new conversation that I created now with a U4 user, which is the human. Hello, I am John. Wolt is responding, hi John, how can I help you with React.js? Now we can create a third conversation. Back here, U3. And hello, how are you? Just nothing more. How are you? Okay, I'll get some answer, of course, and you can see now we have three conversations here. You can see here the U2 user, U4 user, and U3 user. So now we are successfully keeping the message history. Next step to remember the context for the ChatGPT is to provide the history back to the ChatGPT. So the next conversation I will be doing, I'll simply access my DB the data message history, and I will provide it. I'll provide it here to the prompt. Here. So I'll provide the entire context together with my message history. I'll provide also the new question there, so that this way the ChatGPT will remember everything what we had talked about before. Okay, very, very simple. Okay, that's gonna be it from this lecture. See you in the next one. Cheers. Hi there, welcome back. In the previous lecture, we prepared the code to store the message history. We are not using it yet. We are not providing it back to our completion API. We are still providing formatted prompt. We will change it very soon, but I would like to talk about a different thing in this lecture. So let's begin. In loaddb.js, where we are preparing our database, we are writing here const file equal join their name and db.json. So what I'm expect to see is that in our current directory, as we talked about before, so in our lib directory, so their name is our lib directory, I'm supposed to see db.json file, right? db.json file here, but I am not seeing any JSON file, right? So when I'm doing some operation in our database, in our completion, when I'm setting the data to the DB data message history, I would expect that some JSON file will be written, but there is not. So what is actually happening? Where these data are coming from in our terminal when we are communicating with the ChatGPT? These data are simply stored in the memory of our computer currently, and we are not storing them into the JSON file. Why we are not storing them into the JSON file is the reason that we are not writing. We need to explicitly write the one command on the DB to write the data we are specifying to DB data message history, because when we will not write them, they'll be stored just in the memory, and when I will shut down my server and will run it again, the data will be gone. So when I will provide here some data, hi there, how are you? All right, I already have this data here in the message history, as you can see here. Some data are here, but when I will shut down my server, I'll run it again. I'll refresh here, and I'll write here hi there again. The data what I will have here, hi there, will be just hi there and nothing more. So, as I mentioned, to store this data to a JSON file, what you need to do, you need to access your database and you need to use the write function. I will do it just under, will return from here. I'll write here db.write, I think should be like this. And it should be await. Okay, so await db.write, and it should write the data into the database. It should create a JSON file in the early folder with the name we have specified in loaddb.json. Okay, let's save this one. And now, what you should see, I will write here message, hello. Now you should see already. We have here db.json, and I have here my messages hi there and hello, and also answers from me, from Walt, from Walt, which is great. So now we are storing it. But one issue again, I know. When I will shut down server again, so I'll go to the terminal, I will shut it again. I'll run here npm run dev, and I will write here any message. Doesn't really matter. Hello again. You will see what I have here is just a hello, and my previous messages are not here. And I have overwritten my previous messages in a db.json. So that's the other thing. When we want to get our old data back from a JSON file, we need to read the database. So before we'll start writing the database, we need to also read it. So you will do it in completion again. Before you will start writing any data, as you have db connect here, you will write here await and db.read. Okay, and this will read the data from the database. The one issue I can see right now what can happen here is that when you will delete this file, when I will, for some reason, will get deleted or cleaned up, this file will not exist, and I will read here data. This will return me empty database. Basically, I'll get here empty data, and when I will try to write to the message history, I will be writing to the undefined, and this will return me error. I'll get here error. Error, because when I will read the database and I don't have any JSON file, it will get me back undefined, and db data message history will be undefined as well. And I will try to access the properly UID, it will get me error. Remember that. So what we will simply do before we'll start writing to database, we will access db.data, and we'll provide to the data message history, right? An empty object like this. Okay? But if we already have a DB data, so DB return me some data from the JSON file. So in the end, we got the JSON file. Then go rather with the JSON. File. So this will be just a fallback option. So I would like to do something like this. If you have DB data, send them back to the DB data. Otherwise, create a new message history. And as you saw before, we can simplify it this way. Okay, and this way, I don't need in my loaddb.js, when I'm connecting here, I don't need to create here this default data. That's not necessary any longer, so I can remove it from here because we are doing it in completion here. Okay, very, very good. Now it should work actually. So let's save this. Let's save everything. And now let's remove the db.json. We'll start from the beginning. We'll remove it completely. All right, I will shut down my server. I'll start over and we'll write some meaningful messages, okay? So let's refresh here also. Just start with a clean sleeve. Let's choose your user. I can say with the actually I can change it to you too. Why not? And I'll write here, what do you know? Okay, let's wait for answer. I know React.js library. We'll check the terminal. We have our history here, but let's see if we have a JSON file. Yes, what do you know? I know React.js library. I'll write here, my name is Philip. Please remember that. Presenter. Okay, and here it is. My name is Philip. Please remember that. Amazing. Let's try in the other user, U3 user, and I'll write here, hello. My name is John. Please remember that. Okay, press enter. Let's check the terminal. Messages are here. Let's check our database, JSON, and the data are here. Now, let's try to shut down completely the server. Shut it down. Clear it out. npm run dev again. We are starting from scratch. We'll go to the browser. We'll refresh it and we choose a different user. Let's say user U1, let's say, and I will write there, hey, my name is Peter. Remember that. Okay, perfect. Let's check the terminal. You can see we have the entire history back. When I will go to the JSON file, entire history is stored now in a JSON file. Amazing. So now we are keeping the history as well. Amazing. Okay, so that's gonna be it from this lecture. In the next lecture, we'll continue with the completion and we'll provide our database history back to our completion API, so we'll provide some more context to our ChatGPT. That's gonna be it from this lecture, and I see you next one. Cheers. And hello, welcome. In the last lecture, we wrote the data to our database, to our JSON file db.json, and also we read the data before we'll start using them with a db.read. In this lecture, we'll use this data from the JSON file and we'll provide them to create completion. Let's begin. So currently, what we are doing, we are providing formatted prompt. We are not needing this any longer here, so we'll remove this line and we'll provide here other message history. But we'll do it this way. Let's remove formatted prompt from here. Okay. We'll access here our AI prompt. Actually, this one uppercase, right? So our pretext, basically. So the following is conversation with Vault and so on and so on to provide some personality to Vault. So this will be providing as a part of our prompt. Okay, so AI prompt. Okay, now plus we'll join this string with our message history. So db.data.message history at the index of user.uid, user.uid. Perfect. But this is array, right? And we want to provide here one long string, not array. So what I will do, I will write here on the array join and join by empty space like this. What this will do for you, I will show you. Let's take a look here. So let's explain on this example here. If you have some array here with more than two messages, just copy this array. Go to your browser, open a console log here. Let's paste here this array. All right, you can see it is an array of 4 items. What will happen when you will call here join and you will join it by empty space. Like this, you basically create one string of all of these messages joined together, and every item in the array will be joined to the next one by the empty space. So when I will press enter, we'll get one long message of all of these items from array. You can see, and this will provide more context to ChatGPT. Okay, so now, we are joining this together with AI prompt. Okay. Let me see, we are providing here empty space here, a new line here in the end. Not really, but I think it's not necessary to provide a new line. In this case, we are joining this together with our entire message history. Yeah, it will be okay. And then in the end, we will get here join plus Vault and this. Okay. If you would like to see what we are getting here all of together, you can just copy this. And before we'll get any response, we'll write a console log and we'll console log it out just to see what you will get here. Okay, so this will be our new prompt that we'll be providing to completion API. And you will see it in a console log as well. Okay, so let's save this and let's try to get some context out. So I will go as a U2 user, which is my Philip user, I guess. What do you know? My name is Philip, right? I've wrote it before to ChatGPT. So let's get back to our browser. Refresh this, and I will go as a U2. So I will go here, click here U2. I'm now U2 user, and I will ask here, what is my name? Question mark. Okay. Press enter. What is my name? Your name is Philip. Okay, so you can see it works. It works like a charm. Amazing. Okay, and this works. We can take a look at the database. So here in the database, we extended 2 more messages. What is my name? And your name is Philip. And in the terminal, you should also see what prompt we provided to ChatGPT. So here's the prompt we provided to ChatGPT. The following is conversation with Vault, blah, blah, blah. Okay, this is the end of the Vault personality. I can also provide code examples for common task. And here on the new line, we have a human. My name is Philip. Please remember that. Then the Vault. Hi, Philip. Nice to meet you. Now, a human. What is my name? And Vault column. And that's what we provided. That's what we provided to ChatGPT, and the ChatGPT filled out here the vault part. And here in a history dot stored here, you can see what is my name, and your name is Philip. So yeah, it works just great. And yeah, now we can ask anything. So what is a component? And it will continue. Okay. Yeah. We can try different users. So I can go try different contexts. So U3, it should be John user. So I'll go to now U3. What is my name? Question mark. Your name is John. Okay, so we can keep the multiple context this way. Amazing. All right, so basically that should be it. And the main part of the course is finished. We'll be just doing small improvements in a few places, but yeah, we are almost done. It wasn't that difficult, right, to prepare all this implementation. Of course, there could be lots of improvements. I will talk some of them, but let's finish it here and let's continue next one. Cheers. In the previous lecture, we provided history, the message history, back to the ChatGPT when we are asking for the completion in our completion.js. In this lecture, I'll talk about the problem of max tokens. So let's begin. Currently, we don't have that much messages in our db.json, right? But it's getting bigger and bigger as more messages I write. Right? If you write 10 more messages, I will have here more tokens. And all of these tokens we are providing back to ChatGPT. This means we are spending more quota, we are spending more data, we are paying more. At one point, we can cross over this max tokens. We can go over 1024 tokens, and this will be only our question. So in answer, we'll get nothing, basically. So that can be definitely a problem. We can increase max token, I think, to 2000, and in some cases there is also limit 4000, which is quite good, but still we'll be paying more. So what can we do in such a cases? We can keep here some maximum memory for ChatGPT. There are a couple of solutions we can do. One of the solutions would be just simply we'll count words or we'll count tokens. Doesn't matter. You can count words and we'll cross some word count. What I can do here I could have some check. If we'll cross word count is more than, let's say, 300 or something, I would then ask ChatGPT in the background. This wouldn't be my answer. I would ask the ChatGPT in the background to summarize all of my history into one sentence or two sentences. So I would provide to the ChatGPT my entire message history like this, and I would tell to the ChatGPT summarize everything from here into one sentence or two sentences or in a specific amount of words. Okay, so I would basically do the same thing here, like this, and then I would ask the prompt. I would provide message history, and I would ask the following message histories plus please summarize into the one sentence or two sentences, and that's I would store back to the memory, and that I would provide in the next iteration when I would ask the question. Okay, so basically just summarize. If you will cross some threshold, then simply summarize. Okay, and this, of course, this will create additional requests to ChatGPT. We will pay more, but we'll pay more not so often, right? We'll be summarizing. Okay, the other solution would be to simply get rid of this and just keep the track of our items in the array. So let's say if I will cross 6 conversations between me or ChatGPT, or 3 conversations between me and ChatGPT, or when I will have more than 6 messages in the array, then simply get rid of the first 2 ones. Just remove these first 2. Okay? So that will be the second solution. And we'll go with the second solution. It's much simpler. We'll keep only specific message history or a specific count of the message history, and it will be, and then we are done. Okay, so here we can remove the console log. We don't need it anymore here. And up here, as we have an AI response, we'll create here, or actually let's do it here, const, and call this memory size, and let's write here 6 items in the array. Now I will scroll down here, and before we will return some data back to the user. So here we have a db write, we'll remove the console log also here, we don't need it. Before the db dot write, I will do the following. I will write here if db.data.message_history, db.data.message_history at the index of user UID. The length of this array is larger than the memory size. Then simply remove the first two items. So again, access db data message history at the UID, and simply do this splice 0, 0, 2, and this will remove first two items from the array. That's it. If we will cross the memory size, just remove first two items and then write it to the database, and that's it. Okay, now we can test it out. So let's save this. I will do it like this. I will remove the db.json file so we don't have any message history, so we can keep track of this. Okay, let's save this. I will restart the server just to be safe. All's good. Back to the browser. Here I will refresh. I can continue as a U3 user. I will write here, hello, my name is Philip. All right. That should be my first message. What is my name? I'm sorry, I don't know that, only React.js. Okay, nice, because we told to AI to not answer any questions related to React.js. And my name is not related to React.js. But you saw before when I wrote a message, hello, my name is Philip, please remember that. It answered, but now it doesn't want to answer. Okay, interesting. Let's go to the terminal, and actually don't enter the terminal, but the JSON file. Yeah, we are keeping this, perfect. Okay, so, then tell me about React.js. Okay, sure thing, React.js just library. All right, let's see the terminal. Terminal, I am going always there. db.json, we have here now 6 messages. Okay, so now check this out. These 2 messages should go away. When I will write the next message, what is state? Question mark. In React state is object, blah, blah, blah. Back to the db.json, and yeah, you can see there is no messages. First message is, hello, my name is Philip. Okay, just straight, what is my name? And here is the answer. So now we are keeping maximum 6 items in the array. Okay, so that's my solution, how to prevent to get too large memory. Okay, yeah, everything works well. Amazing. So we are almost done with this project. Just few UI changes, very small ones, and then we'll deploy to Vercel, and that's done. Okay, so see you next one. Cheers. In the last lecture, we talked about the database memory, which we resolved in the following way. We store the memory size to the value 6, and it will cross this threshold. We are simply removing 2 first messages from our db.json. In this lecture, I will talk about the other issue. Let's begin. So currently we have this conversation history, at least for me. I was talking here about what's my name and tell me about the React and so on, right? So that's my message history for my U3 user in a React context. But when I will go to other framework, let's say I will go to Svelte or Vue.js, I will go to Vue.js and I will write here, hi there, what is Vue.js? Question mark. I will get answer what is Vue.js for sure. Vue.js open source JavaScript framework and so on and so on. But my message history will get mixed up a little bit, right? So first I asked here about the React, and the second question was about Vue.js, and we are mixing the context, and we can get weird answers after some time, right? And in the end, we should only ask here questions about the Vue.js, and we shouldn't provide any context about the React in the conversation about Vue.js. What's my point is that I want to clean the message history when we'll enter the new chat window, and we'll be talking about the new framework. So we'll go from one stack page where I have a history. I will go to the new stack page. I want to simply wipe out the entire history and start from the scratch, from the empty history. That will be my solution. Okay, so when I will land here, for example, I was in the previous in the React, I will land on a view. I want to get rid of my message history. Okay, let's do it. I will do it the following way. In the completion.js, I will create here a new check. We'll be sending a request method of the type delete. So somewhere down here, here's a put. Here, let's put the else on the new line, and let's write here else if, and if the request, not message, but the method is equal to delete like this, curly brackets, and let's move else back as it was. Okay, so if this is a delete, we'll get here first user. So to get a user, we can just simply, we are getting user up here. So we'll do the same thing. We'll get the user from the request session where is delete here. So we'll get a user here. I'll make it a check if I have a user. If the user is presented in the session, then I would like to clean up the history. So I'll write here const db. I'll get in my database here, const db await and db connect, like this, call it. Basically, I need to do the stuff what I'm doing already up here. So yeah, I need to connect, I need to read from the database, I need to reassign the message history, and I would need to do it every time I will use the db connect, which is kind of repetitive. So what we can do in such a case, I'll copy these two lines here from here, await db read and db data message history. I'll copy them, remove them. I'll go to the db connect, and I simply write them here. Okay, so every time we'll call the db connect, we will read from the JSON file and we'll try to reassign the message history. Okay, so this way, begin completion, I don't need to do these steps here, and also don't need to repeat them down here in a db connect. So yeah, let's continue here in a db connect. And then I would like to clean up the history. So I'll write here db.data message history at the user.uid, reassign it to the empty array like this, and return here response.status 200 JSON, and let's send here a message. So actually how we are sending the result, right? So I'll just send a message back. Yeah, let's send just message, and let's write here message history cleared, history cleared, this way. Okay, in any other case, the default response when we don't have a user, so I'll write here return a response.status. We can return also status, and what status code we'll go with. We can send here 200, why not? 200 in JSON, and write your message. Let's write here nothing to clear. Okay, because we don't have a user, so there is no user chosen in our UI, so there is empty session, so there is nothing to clear. Okay, nothing to clear. We can also return 500, and we can set the session is missing, or user UID is missing, or something like this. I'll keep it this way. Okay, let's save this, and now we need to clear the message history. We'll be doing it in our UI, so in the stack.js. We'll repeat here use effect, so I'll copy use effect, then we'll paste it down here. And actually, I didn't need to do that. I'll just write here empty array. I will remove the if statement. I will remove the if statement. I'll create a function. I will call it clean chat history function, like history. I will call it down here, clean chat history. Okay. And what we need to do actually, like here, async, asynchronous function, I will just call here fetch. So await, fetch, and like delete the request to our completion API, right? So let's write here /API /completion, and method here will be simply delete. Don't make any typos, delete. Okay, let's save it and let's try it out. So let's go here, let's refresh, and the message history should be already a refresh for U3. So we'll go to U3. Let me take a look at db.json, and it's not cleared out. Oh, we are not writing database. My mistake. We forgot to write the data. So yeah, await db.write, of course. Okay, now let's save this and let's get back and let's refresh. And now when we will go back, the data should be gone. They are still here, which is not that great. We are getting user. The method is delete. In our stack, we are sending here request clean chat history, clean chat history is here. Calling API. Method is delete. Let me take a look. Yeah, here I'll just network. Let's refresh browser, and I'm looking for here is a 500. So something went definitely wrong. Response here. Preview is missing, and here internal server error. So yeah, we have some problem in our code. Let's say console log and localhost 3000/API/completion. Okay, let's go back to the coding editors. And check also our terminal. Let's check the terminal. Man, yeah, here we're getting issue. DB is not defined. So you can see here, await db.read. So there is issue. And the issue I didn't realize when you take a look at hello DB, I'm trying access to here db.read, but DB is only accessible in this if statement. All right. Okay, here we have only this block scope in the if statement, so I cannot access the DB outside of the if statement. So what I should rather do here, because we are accessing the DB to the cached connection, I should copy the cached connection, and rather here, right here, cached connection.rate, and here, cached connection data, reassign message history, and now it should work. Okay, let's save it now. Back here, let's refresh, and now you are not seeing any issue. When you will go back to your code and you will check your db.json, you can see it's just empty array. When I will get back here, I will go as a U1 and I will refresh here. I should see here U1 as empty array, which should I expect to see. Now as a U1 user, I can write some messages. Let's write here hello there. How are you? Okay, I have these messages here, which is great, but when I will go back here to the React, for example, it's cleared out. So now when we'll enter the new conversation, the message history is cleared out. Let's remove the complete db.json file. Let's see if it will be still working. Remove it. Let's write here, hi there, my name is Philip. It's Philip, press enter. And back here in db.json, hi there, my name is Philip. Yeah, that's here, perfect. I will go to the new chat, to Svelte, let's say, cleared out, and message history is cleared out. So now we can see on the enter of the new chat, we are clearing up the message history. I'll go to U4, refresh here, there is U4, and it's reassigned to the empty array. So you know why it's reassigned to the empty array when I will change the user and I will refresh the page, right? Because in a completion.js, as we are landing on the page initially, we are making delete request. We have the user presented, right? And it doesn't matter if we have a message history, we are initializing to the empty array, and this empty array we are writing to the database. So that's why when I refresh the page, and even though I don't have a message history with some particular user, we are reassigning it to the empty array, and that's completely fine. That's okay for me. Okay, but we are clearing the message history, and that's what I wanted to see. It's working. Okay, that's gonna be it from this lecture. And in the next lecture, we will still do one more improvement, and then we are done with the ChatGPT. Okay, so see you next one. Cheers. And hello, welcome back. In the previous lecture, we cleared out the chat history as we enter the stack page. In this lecture, we'll provide more personalities to our chatbots. Let's begin. Currently, in our completion.js, we have hard-coded AI prompt, right? So here it is. The following is a conversation with Volt. Volt is helpful, and so on. Volt's only knowledge is React.js library. So you can see it doesn't matter on which page I am, Vue.js, Svelte. It always will talk about the React.js. It will always only have a knowledge about the React.js, and it will be the main topic. So let's configure multiple personalities here. We'll do it like this. We'll go to our API folder as we are. An API folder, I'll create a new file, and I will call it bots.json. Bots.json, and here I will configure multiple personalities for my bots. So write here JSON, call it brackets. So JSON object. And in the JSON, I'll write here a React key, and like this, and here prompt, like this. Okay. And here will be the personality for React.js, and here will be prompt. Okay, I will copy this key, paste it under, and this will change for Vue, and this will change for Svelte. Also, I verify that my keys here, React, Vue, and Svelte, are the same as my my keys in my other JSON file. We are keeping in our data folder stacks.json. And we need to make sure that these keys are same as the keys here, React, Vue, and Svelte, because we'll be using these keys, React, Vue, and Svelte from this file to locate our bots.json keys here. So they need to match. React, Vue, and Svelte needs to match React, Vue, and Svelte here, and they are matching. Okay, so here as a prompt, we'll go to the completion, and we'll copy this line here. So we'll reuse this. So copy this. go to bots.json, and as a React prompt, we'll paste it here. Okay, now we'll go to the view, we'll paste it here, and we will fix it simply. You can rework it completely. You can write your own personality for Vue.js. You can write the Vue.js is friendly, the chatbot is friendly, it has a different name, and so on and so on. You can completely rework it as you need. I will keep it exactly the same, but I will just change here. The conversation is with Volt. Volt is helpful and creative. Volt's only knowledge is Vue.js live, Vue.js framework. He can only answer questions related to Vue.js. He only cares about Vue.js. Volt provides often code examples. Volt provides answers from a dynamic format. Yeah, correct. Now Svelte, the same thing. The following is conversation with Volt. Volt is helpful creative. Volt's only knowledge is Svelte. I'm not sure how they define the Svelte. I think they define it as a framework, but it doesn't really matter now. He can only answer the questions related to Svelte. He only cares about Svelte. Volt provides often code examples and so on. Perfect. So now we have these bots. Perfect. Now in completions.js, we don't need AI prompt anymore here. We'll get this prompt from our bots file. So let's remove it and import here our bots. Okay, so import bots from bots.json. Import bots from bots.json. Amazing. We're getting our bots here. Let's scroll down here, and here we have an AI prompt. I'll create here this new variable here, const AI prompt, and we'll assign prompt from our bots, which is our JSON. And now we need to access here our specific prompt, right? So here I'll need to provide either React or Vue or Svelte dot prompt, like this. Okay, but we are not getting this key here yet. So we need to send it to the server. We need to send it through the server here. We need to retrieve it, and we need to assign here the value. So how we are going to do that? We will go now to our stack.js, and as we are asking for the answer from ChatGPT, so let's find here a post request where we are sending this request, somewhere here. As we are sending a request for API completion, we will also inform here, we'll provide here a query parameter about what completion we are talking about. We are talking completion for React.js, Vue.js, or Svelte. So I will change these quotations to backticks. We can interpolate here value. I'll add here a question mark, and we'll pass here a query parameter, which I will call stack, and I will extend to the stack key. Remember, to every page here, you're getting stack key from props up here, which can be either React, Vue, or Svelte, depending on the page where we are currently on. Okay, so this stack key will be sending in a post request, right? So stack key, and this we are sending here. Amazing. Now, back to completion, I will try to retrieve this query parameter. So up here, as we are getting a body, we also get here the query parameter. So let's write here const curly brackets, stack, and get a stack from request.query. Amazing. So we should have a stack here now. We'll go down to AI prompt, and we'll replace the Svelte with the bots stack, and we'll get prompt from there. And now AI prompt will replace here by AI prompt we are setting up here. Of course, you can also choose a default value, some default behavior for your bot if the stack is not sent or something went wrong. Of course, you can do it. I'm sure that every time we'll be sending this key. Okay, let's save it and let's try it out. Okay, so I'll check my current history. We have empty history, which is great. And I will start here in a Svelte. So I'm starting as a U4 user, and I will say, what do you know? Question mark, I will copy this question because I will be reusing it. What do you know? Question mark. What do you know? I know all about the Svelte framework. It works already, which is great. And to not clear up the history, when I will go to the new page, I will switch to different user. I will go now as a U3 user. I'm switching to U3. I'm going back. I'm going to Vue. I'm as a U3, and I will paste here, what do you know? All right, I know Vue.js, progressive JavaScript framework, amazing. I will switch now to U2. I'm as a U2 user, I'll go back and I will go to React. And I'll ask here, what do you know? Oh, I even did, actually I could know, I'm U2. Okay, I thought I didn't switch the user. I know the React.js library. Okay, a little bit of panic moment. Let's go back to code, and yeah, here we have it. So U4 user was on Svelte page. What you know, I know all about the Svelte framework. U3 was on the page of the Vue page. I know Vue.js progressive JavaScript framework, and U2 user was on a React page, which was I know React.js library. Amazing. Now just test of our previous feature. So I'm as a U2, and I will go to, let's say, back to Svelte. And now when I will go back here, you can see we overwritten it to the empty array. Amazing, that's what we want to see. I'll write here, hi, I am Philip, please, or I will get the instruction, remember that. Remember that, presenter. And here it is, hi, I'm Philip, please remember that. And I'll write here, what is my name? Okay, they are very strict about it recently, that they want to tell me my name, but it's fine. Okay, we know that we are keeping this history here. Okay, that's all great. It works. Pretty happy about it. That was the last improvement from the ChatGPT side. We have different personalities for bots. And in the next lecture, just I think one user experience improvement, and then we are deploying to Vercel. Okay, see you next one. In the last lecture, we provided multiple personalities to our AI bots, which we configured in the API folder bots.json. In this lecture, we will continue with a small user experience improvement, and after that, we are deploying to Vercel. Let's begin. Okay, so what I want to improve, let's refresh here, so we'll have no messages, and yeah, when we don't have any messages displayed, let's write here some message, which will inform us that there are no messages. Okay, so for example, no messages yet, ask something, something like this. Get back to code, this will implement in a stack.js. We'll scroll down to our JS part, down here in the return. In the return, we should have a HR. Down here, here's our message box, and in our message box, let's write here a new line. Let's write here curly brackets, like this, and let's check here. If the message's length is equal to 0, if message's length is equal to 0, and then display here this warning message. Let's add here div, close the div, very important, so we don't have any issues. And then let's write here no messages yet, no messages yet, dot, ask me something, perfect. Let's style it a little bit, so let's write here class name, and we'll write here bg yellow, so background will be yellow, bg yellow 200, padding 4 around, and it'll be a little bit rounded, so rounded 2 pixel actually. Okay, save this. Back here, and no messages yet, ask me something is here. Looks better. Now when I will write here something, let's, hi there. It's disappeared, hi there, I'm Bolt. Okay, how can I help you? What is framework? What is framework? Okay, and here we have answer. And you can see Svelte is modern JavaScript framework. So you can see it's always providing the context of the Svelte into the answers. That's gonna be it from this lecture, very quick one. We'll start deploying our application to Vercel in the next lecture. So for this, I see you there. Cheers. And hello, welcome back here. In the last lecture, we have handled the case when we don't have any messages. In this lecture, we'll start deploying our applications to Vercel. Let's begin. First step of deployment will be to push our code to our GitHub repository. Of course, I suppose you don't have any GitHub repository yet, so we need to create our GitHub accounts. Okay, so in the browsers, go to github.com, and I'll be already logged in. Don't panic if you don't have an account. Just, you should see already here signing or sign up, so go ahead with the sign up. You just need to provide your email, your name, and that's gonna be it. No payment details, of course. That's open source here, so you don't need to pay here for anything. So actually, I will log out. Why not? I will log out, and yeah, here is a screen. You can just click here, sign up, provide your details, please, here as instructed, And after you are done, we can sign in together. So we'll go to sign in and let's sign in, okay? Okay, signing in, authentication code. Okay, verifying, and I am back here. Perfect. So first thing first, we'll create a repository here. So a new repository, we'll choose here whatever you prefer. So Nextjs-ChatGPT, and hopefully I don't have this repository name yet, and I have, okay. Because I'm already, as I was creating the course, I was deploying everything to the GitHub repository already. You should see here no errors. So in my case, I need to change the name a little bit. I will call it ChatGPT Messenger, ChatGPT Instructor. Even better, ChatGPT Instructor. Okay, and yeah, we can keep it public or completely fine. I will click here, create a repository. Okay, now what we want to do is to get all of this code, our entire folder structure we have here, push it to GitHub. Okay, what we need to use? We need to use, in order to do it, probably most of you already have the Git, but we need here locally, we need to have install something called Git, which assures the communication with between a local environment with our in a remote environment. So we need to this tool called Git. Okay, so we need to install the first Git before we want to before we can deploy our push their code to GitHub repository. So for this, back to browsers, search here for Git download. You should go to the website downloads, Git SCM, click here, choose your system, macOS, Windows, or Linux, Unix. We'll go with the simplest possible installations. We'll go with through the GUI client. So when we'll click, for example, macOS, you can, of course, up to you. You can use a brew, you can use port, you can install it through the Xcode. The simplest way would be binary installer. So just download the binary file, which you can open and follow the steps. Basically the same step as a Node.js, but you just click here, continue, install, and that's it. The same thing you have on Windows, and you go Windows, you have here exe file probably. You will choose your system, either 32-bit or 64-bit. Again, you will download it and you can follow the steps. Whenever you are done with the installations, you should be able to go to terminal, and in a terminal you should be able to write git -- version, and you should see here your git version, which is for me 2.15.0. Little bit outdated, but I'm fine with this. Okay, so that's very important. So go ahead, install Git. Okay, and when your Git is installed, we can continue with the deployment. Not the deployment yet. We'll be pushing our code to GitHub. Okay, so I suppose your Git is installed, and I have another problem right now because I already deployed my project. This one, what you see here, what we have been working on, is already deployed to GitHub repository. So what I need to do now, I need to create a clone of my project so I can deploy it to this GitHub repository what we created. Of course, you don't need to do anything if you don't have any GitHub repo yet, but now I will stop the lecture. I'll create a clone of my project and we'll continue with the deployment so I can show it to you from the scratch, okay? Okay, I am done. I have cloned my project. I'm calling it now Next_ChatGPT, and it's exactly the same project as you have now on your computers, and we are going to push it to the GitHub repository. Okay, so now when we have a Git, we have a GitHub, we can use the Git to push the code to the GitHub. So we'll follow these steps here. Git init. Actually, this should be already done for us because when we have initialized to the Nextjs installer, we should already have it. So please shut on your servers in your project folders and let's write git init, but it should be already done. You will just see reinitialize existing Git repository. Perfect. Next, we'll verify the very important thing. We'll go here and you will see here to the env file. This should be grayed out. We don't want to push this file to GitHub repository. Also, we don't want to push node modules to GitHub repository. So if you don't see it grayed out, you need to check git ignore and you should have it here, .env. Okay? Very, very important. Okay, so when this is grayed out, we can continue with the next step, which is git add, git commit, git branch. Okay, let's do this. When you want to push your code, we need to add all of the code to prepare it for commit. So when you git status, you will see a lot of... actually, let me do one thing you don't need to do. you don't need to do this because I have just reinitialized my GitHub repository, so my old Git file, it's still existing. And yeah, don't do this what I'm doing right now, okay? Okay, so you don't need to do this. I just reinitialized my Git file. So now when you validate your Git status, you should see all of your files and folders are red. That's all the files and folders you want to push to GitHub repository. So that's your entire project except env file, node modules file, and then .next file. That you don't want to push. But all of this, what you see here, you want to push. It's currently red, so when you want to push it, you need to write now git space add space dot to add all of it. I'll clear the screen. And when you will run now git status, everything should be green. So that's all of the files, folders you want to push now to GitHub repository. Amazing. I'll clear it out again. Okay. Now, when you want to push all of this, you need to commit. You need to write here git space commit space -m quotations, and here will be your commit message. So whatever changes you have done, whatever code you are pushing now, you should describe the code you are pushing. Since we are pushing our entire project folder, we are not pushing just part of our code, I'll write here just init project. Okay, I'll press the enter. Now, we are going to push this, but not so fast. Let's go back to our browsers. We'll call here git branch-m main. It will create a main branch. So let's copy this command, paste it here. Now copy the command. So now we are linking. We are linking our local repository, our local code with a remote repository we have created here. Okay, so our local code linking with a remote GitHub repository so we know where to push. Back to terminal, let's paste it here. Okay, and just last step now, git push-u origin main. This will push all of your code now. Press enter to GitHub repository. So when you press enter, you'll get back to the browser as you will refresh here. And here you are. Here is your remote code now. So the same version of your local code that we have wrote is now in Git repository here, GitHub repository. Why we have done this? For a simple reason, we want to get all of this code to get it, and we want to link it with Vercel. So Vercel can read from GitHub repository, can use this code to deploy it to the Vercel. So it's available on the internet. Okay, so first step done. Our code is on the GitHub repository. Hopefully it was successful for you. If not, ask questions, Q&A, and we'll continue in the next lecture. See you there. Hi there, welcome everybody. This will be the last lecture of this course. We are going to deploy all of our code. We push to the GitHub repository to Vercel. Then we will test it out on Vercel, actually on the internet in our deployed application. And then we will wrap up this course. Okay, so let's begin. Clear this tab here we have, open new one, and let's search here for vercel.com. Vercel.com is maintained and created by Nextjs creators. We can deploy here our code. Develop, preview, ship. So let's sign up. Sign up is fortunately very easy. Actually, not sign up. You can just log in. So click here, login. And we can log in with a GitHub, which is great because we just created GitHub repository in the previous lecture. So just continue with GitHub. And this will link GitHub with Vercel. And here we are. If you see here empty page, no worries at all. What we are going to do is to create a new project. So click here add new project. Amazing. And we need to search here for our project to link it with a Vercel. You shouldn't see here this project here. That's completely fine. Let's just write here ChatGPT -instructor. That's how I'm calling my repository. If you are calling your repository differently, you can see it up here. ChatGPT instructor from me. If you're calling it differently, you need to look for a different name, right? So here, ChatGPT instructor is not found. No problem. Just click here, configure GitHub app. Okay, and here we will link it. So go scroll down, down, down. Here are our repositories. Click here, only select the repositories. Click here, select repository, and let's look here for your repository. You want to link it. ChatGPT for me -instructor. Here it is. Press enter. It will be added. You will click save, and this will get you back to Vercel. And here we are back in the Vercel. Now here you should see ChatGPT instructor or your application you want to deploy. You will just click here import, and that's it. And that's it. Next, we don't need to change here anything. Of course, you can change the project name if you want. I will keep here default one. Root directory will stay the same. Build and output settings we don't need to change. The only thing we need to change before we'll deploy here is to add environment variables, because our code on the GitHub repository, as you see, doesn't contain .env file, and we need environment variables in order to communicate with ChatGPT. We need to set them up to our remote environment. So what we'll do, get back here, we'll click here environment variables, and we'll add them here. So I'll go back to env file. I will copy OpenAI API key. I'll paste it here. I'll copy the value, enter value with the sk dash, and then enter value, copy it, paste it here. Let's click here add. Now I will continue with the secret cookie password, copy it, paste it here, and the value will copy as well. Enter a value, please. Paste it here, click here add. And we are done. We will just click here deploy, deploying, and yeah, let's see. So building, this will take very short time. I will just close all of my tabs here. We don't need them. And after the deployment is done, the building is done, we can access our applications on the internet. I just want to let you know that you should be careful when you will be sharing with other people your application, because your application currently is using your quota on ChatGPT. If the other user will be accessing your applications and they will be communicating with ChatGPT, they will be using your quotas. So ideal way would be implement some authentication and monetize your application. So just provide some limits to your users, monetizations. So you would have some subscription model. You would pay your users to access your ChatGPT. Currently, we don't have it, of course. It's lots of work. So I will leave it up to you how you want to handle this. Okay, so just make sure don't share this remote version with some other people. You can share it with the family as a testing project, whenever you want. But be careful when other users will use this and they will be connecting to ChatGPT. They will be spending your quota you set up on the ChatGPT. But if you set some limits for $5 or $10 on the ChatGPT, no problems at all. You will not spend more than that. Okay, it's deployed. So I'll just click on the screenshot here, and here is our chat-gpt-instructor.vercel app. And here we are. So I can go to React. We are on internet now. I'll choose your session. Let's say U1. Now I'm communicating as a U1 user, and I'll write here, hello, my name is Philip. Please, okay, I'm good. Please remember that. Okay, hello, my name is Philip. Let's wait for answer. Hopefully ChatGPT will answer us. It's taking some time to ChatGPT, and maybe we have discovered some issue. Okay, no such file or directory open. Vercel srclib.db.json.tmp. Okay, that's actually bad. That's very bad, because as it looks like when we will deploy our applications, we cannot access JSON files. Okay, that's actually a problem. We will need to use our memory. We will not be writing anything and reading from a JSON files, but rather we'll keep that only history in a memory. And a good solution would be to replace the JSON database with actual MongoDB or Firestore. Okay, so if you see this issue, no worries. I'm going to fix it. Fix will be very simple. Important to see that your application is deployed. You see this error with the accessing JSON file. No worries in that. Let's work on the fix in the next lecture. Okay, so see you there. Cheers. And hi there, welcome back. This will be the last lecture. It should be the last one, but this will be the last lecture. We will fix the issue with the JSON file, and then we'll wrap it up. So we have the issue that we cannot access the JSON file, and actually the Vercel is restricting us to create files in the production environment. So we need to find a solution for this. Solution will be very simple. Go to your code, go to loaddb.js, and as we are reading here the JSON file, we'll remove this line. We'll be not reading any file. We'll be using just in-memory database. So if there is no read and writes, we'll be using in-memory database. No worries. It's okay. And we'll remove this db.json file. We don't need it this way. Remove it. At least you could see how it works locally. Now we'll go to completion.js in our API folder. So let's find here pages API. completion.js. And here the same thing as we are writing here. So db writes we will remove. db write, do we writing it somewhere else? Right here. Remove as well. Okay, so remove the writes. We'll be just using memory database. So writes are not here. Dot rates are not here. Inner load db.js. Let me see. Read. No here. Write. No here. Okay, perfect. So that's actually very good. Let's say everything. We'll test it locally first. Okay, so go to the terminal, to your project folder, run here npm run dev. And actually, before we'll start development server, also let's console log out our message history, so we are pretty sure that we are getting still message history. That'll be a great idea. If you run already server, just shut it down. Go to your code, and in completion.js, just find your post request. Scroll down, down, down. As you're returning the response, down here, console logged out the db message history. So just console logged out the entire history here. Semicolon here. Amazing. And now let's run development server. So go back to terminal, npm run dev, and copy the URL, http localhost 3000, and go back to the browser. Okay, and now just go to new tab, go to localhost 3000, choose your framework library. I will go to React.js, click here, and I'll go as a U1 user, doesn't really matter to me. And I'll write here, hello, my name is Philip. Please remember that. Hello, my name is Philip. Please remember that. Press enter. Go get the answer. Okay. In the terminal, you should see history for U2. Okay, I also been as a U2 user on the page, and then I switch to U1, and here I have answer. Perfect. Now I will go back to browser, and I'll ask you, ask ChatGPT, what is my name? Question mark. Your name is Philip. Amazing. This works. Do we have history? Yes. Perfect. I will switch as a U2 user. I will go back to menu. I will go to Vue.js, right? And I will write here, what do you know? Question mark. I know Vue.js JavaScript framework. Perfect. I will check the history. Yes, it's here. U2, U1 is U1 is still there. U2 is there. Amazing. And yeah, this works. Amazing. And now I will go as the U3 user. I will get back. I will go to Svelte. And what do you know? Question mark. I know everything there is know about the Svelte framework. Amazing. In the terminal, I should have a history of 3 messages of 3 users and 3 message histories: U2, U1, and U3. Okay, so as you can see here, currently we are keeping history in the memory. We are not storing in the JSON file. Unfortunately, we are not allowed. So yeah, now we're going to deploy it, test it out on Vercel. So let's do the following. Go to code and remove the console log. Now we know that it works. We have done all these changes, so we need to now add them, commit them, push them, and it will be deployed automatically to Vercel. So go to terminal, shut down your development server, and let's write here git status first. So we have done changes in all of these files. Now git space add space dot to add all of these files. Git status to see that we have added them. Clear it out. And let's write here git space commit space -m quotations and describe the changes we have done. So we have just removed storing of that message history to the JSON file. So remove JSON storage for history storage for history. Press enter, and just now you just need to write a git push, and that's done. This will push it. Now you'll go back to browser. You will go to Vercel. I can close this. I'll go to Vercel, and now when you will go to your projects, let me find it where it is. ChatGPT instructor. Let's click at this. You should see it's building here. Remove JSON storage history. So that's the code we have now pushed. We will wait until it's green, and we'll test it out then, and then we are done. If it will work, that's great, and we can wrap up the course. Okay, I think it's done. Yeah, so let's test it out. Let's go here, ChatGPT instructor Vercel. I'm a little bit nervous, but let's hopefully it will work. So I'll write here, choose session U1. Okay, and yeah, Hello there, my name is Philip. Please remember that. Please remember that. Okay, here we have it. Hi, Philip, nice to meet you. Perfect. What is my name? Your name is Philip. Write me a code example of a component. Okay, here's an example of component. Amazing, it works. I'll switch the context just for fun. You too. And my name is John. Hi John, nice to meet you. What is my name? Your name is John. Okay, I'll switch to you and back. What is my name? Your name is Philip. Amazing, this works. So I will now continue as a U4 user. I'll go back, I'll go to view. I'll ask her, what do you know? I know a lot about Vue.js framework. Amazing. Now let's switch as a U3, for example. Let's go back, go to Svelte. What do you know? I know about Svelte, which is JavaScript framework. Amazing. So as you see, everything worked just great. There shouldn't be any issues in the console, no errors, no warnings. Perfect. Everything is working, and yeah, you can try to get some answers. Maybe you want to toggle some parameters in the ChatGPT. Maybe you want to do some improvements and on your own. Maybe you want to plug your own database or Firebase or MongoDB. I will leave these steps to you. I just want to show you basics, how to integrate ChatGPT and what you can do. Okay, so that's the end of the course. I hope you liked it. It was one of my shorter courses, which can be a little bit refreshing. I hope you enjoyed the content. I hope you learned something new you can use in the working environment, maybe in a school, or maybe you're just hobbyist and you wanted to learn something new. If any questions, maybe some ideas you want to share, just let me know. I will be more than happy to read it out. That's gonna be it from the course. One more time, big thank you for subscribing into the course, to taking this course, and I hope to see you around, maybe in some of my other courses, who knows. Okay, guys, so that's gonna be it finally, and cheers.